Joint. 239. We now turn from the supreme problems of philosophy to the formulation of religious belief and practice. A complete change comes over the spirit of our study. Until now we have been reaching out to observe, to define in words, to coordinate in a monistic system every object, every statement, every generalization of which the human mind can rightly take account. We have kept eyes and ears open to learn from the East and from the West, from the idealist and the materialist, from the poet and from the critic. At last we have reached our highest point in the dogmas of the providential ordering of the universe and the moral obligation of the individual man. Dogmas which, as we have seen, are expounded in logical form, but are essentially such as logic can neither establish nor refute. Stoicism, having once breathed in the mountain air of supreme principles, now begins to descend to the plains of common life, and to find the due application of its theories in the ordering of practical affairs. The theory of religion is treated as the first stage in this downward path. It is the adaptation of philosophy to the language of social life and individual aspiration. By religion, we mean here the theory of the existence and character of the gods, the practice of ceremonies in their honor and of prayers for their favor, and further, the theory and practice of divination. Upon all these questions, philosophy sits as the supreme judge. External authority, embodied in the traditions of Greece and Rome respectively, may claim consideration, but not submission, from the intellect. 240. In this attitude of the Stoics towards religion, we can easily distinguish certain historical changes. Zeno represents, in the main, the critical temper. His tone is revolutionary and atheistic. He contemplates the entire subversion of existing religious practices to make room for a purer system. The principles of Cleanthes are the same, but finer expression in a more cheerful spirit. He has no bitterness as to the present, and much confidence in the future. The Chrysippus there sets in a tide of reconciliation. The ingenuities of etymology and allegorical interpretation are set to work to prove that the old religion contains, at least in germ, the substance of the new. The practical dangers of this method are obvious and have not escaped the notice of the critics of Stoicism. It may be well to smooth the path of the convert by allowing him to use old formulas and practices with a new meaning. It is not so easy to excuse the acceptance of a purely formal conversion, by which philosophy enrolls as its nominal adherents men who give it no real submission, and increases its numbers at the cost of its sincerity. Posidonius stands out as the type of this weakness. With him begins the subordination of philosophic principle to religious sentiment. In the first period of Roman Stoicism, the struggle was acute. Many of the Stoics had the courage to defy the inherited prejudices of their fellow countrymen. Others bowed before the storm. Those who condemn the Stoics in a body as having sacrificed their convictions in order that they might hold the honored and lucrative positions of defenders of the national religion show a lack both of sympathy and of critical discernment. All through the Roman period, the Stoics held in theory a definite and consistent position, which will be expounded in this chapter. In the application of their principles to practical problems, they showed that variation of standard and temperament which history has always to record even of societies of honorable and intelligent men. But it must be admitted that as the Stoics increase in numbers, their devotion to vital principles grows weaker, till at last we recognize in Marcus Aurelius both the most critical of Stoic thinkers and the man in whom the powers of thought are most definitely subjected to the play of old associations and prejudices. 241. The theoretic teaching of the Stoics upon theology follows a very definite program. 4 dogmas need to be established. 1. That gods exist. 2. That they are living, benevolent, and immortal. 3. That they govern the universe, and 4. That they seek the good of men. To each of these dogmas is attached a series of proofs, such as are still in vogue as evidences of natural religion. The whole of this body of teaching may be treated by us as an exposition in popular language of the central dogma that the universe is ordered by providence. We have therefore first to consider whether the language used is really appropriate to the philosophic position, or whether it concedes too much to accepted beliefs. Secondly, we have to consider whether the proofs employed really correspond to the monistic point of view as understood by the Stoics. or whether dualisms abandoned in principle are regaining their old position in connection with practical problems. Now the third and fourth dogmas, so far as they add to the first two, import nothing more than the general doctrine of providence. The first two dogmas, taken together, substitute for the abstract term providence the more concrete, and, as we should phrase it, the more personal conception of a god or gods. The supreme question of the Stoic religion is therefore whether these terms are rightly used, and it falls into two parts: the use of the singular God, carrying with it associations derived from Persicism and Judaism, and the use of the plural gods, which carries with it a qualified approval of the polytheism of the Greek and Roman pantheons. In accordance with the general principles of our philosophy, the wider question must be first determined. 242. The gods, according to the Stoics, form a natura, a department of the universe, a category including one or more individuals, hence the title of Cicero's work, De Natura Deorum, that is, of the class of beings called gods. Each department of philosophy, according to the Stoic interpretation, brings us in the end into touch with this world of deities. In dialectics we are led up to the supreme reason, the logos or word, whose divine being permeates the universe. Metaphysics point us to body in the purest form, to spirit which reaches from end to end of the universe, to a first cause, a cause of causes, the initial link in the unending chain of events. If we look to the elements in their unceasing interchange, we find deity in all things that shift and suffer metamorphosis, in water, in earth, and in air. How much more then in fire, which in one aspect is the purest of the elements, and in another is the creative, rational substance from which the whole universe issues. God is indeed the universe, and all that is in it, though not in the pantheistic sense that he is evenly diffused throughout all things. Look towards this earth, which lies at the center of the world order. Even in its most repulsive contents, in its grossest matter, there is deity. Lift up your eyes to the heavens. God is the all-encircling sea of fire called ether. He is sun and stars. Consider the universe in its history. God is its creator, its ruler, its upholder. Analyze it. He is its soul, its mind. Strain your sight to perceive the meaning of all things. He is fate, he is nature, he is providence, he is necessity. And if we look forward to the problems of politics and ethics, we must say that God is the universal law that calls for the reverence of gods and men as a community, and equally demands, under the name of conscience, the unhesitating obedience of the individual. Lastly, in the history of mankind, in its great men and useful discoveries, the Stoic masters recognized the element of divinity. In the language of today, God is the pole in which all the parallels of human inquiry merge, of the problem of the universe, the unknown that is known in his works. 243. That God is one is a doctrine which the Stoics take over from the Cynics, who therein follow Socrates, and from the general opinion. Without making this a formal dogma, they constantly assume it tacitly by using the term God, o theos, deus. With equal readiness, they accept in use plural and abstract nouns for the same conception, as de immortales, vis divina. The interpretation of this apparent conflict of language must be found in the general principles of the Stoic monism. Just as the elements are four, and yet are all the creative fire in its changing shapes, just as the virtues are many, and yet there is but one virtue appearing under different circumstances, so there is but one deity appearing under many names. This view the assailants of Stoicism reduced to the absurdity that some Stoic gods are created and mortal, whilst others are uncreated, and again that Zeus is worse than a Proteus, for the latter changed into a few shapes only, and those seemly, whilst Zeus has 1,000 metamorphoses, and there is nothing so foul that he does not in turn become. No one, however, who is familiar with the many points of view from which Greek philosophers approach the problem of the one and the many will be readily disturbed by this rather superficial criticism. 244. In its practical application, the belief in the oneness of God assimilated itself to the worship of the Greek Zeus and the Latin Jove or Jupiter. It would be impossible within the limits of this work to trace the growth of monotheistic feeling in the Greco-Roman world in connection with the names of these two deities, which in the mythologies are members of societies. We have already suggested that the most direct impulse came from Persicism. But in connection with Roman history, it is important to notice that a similar impulse arrived through the Tuscan religion. The nature of the Stoic worship of Zeus is abundantly illustrated by the hymn of Cleanthes. The intimate sense of companionship between Zeus and his worshipper comes to light, perhaps with a tinge of cynic sentiment, in all the discourses of Epictetus. A special emphasis is laid on the fatherhood of Zeus. This attribute could be traced back to the poems of Homer and is prominent throughout Virgil's Aeneid. It can be explained in connection with the growth of all living substances, but has a more lofty meaning in that man alone shares with the gods the inheritance of reason. But the Homeric association of Zeus with Mount Olympus entirely disappears in Stoicism in favor of the Persian conception of a god dwelling in heaven. Further, the Stoics agree with the Persians that this god must not be thought of as having the form of any animal or man. He is without form, but capable of assuming all forms. 245. In the Stoic system, the conception of Godhead as one and supreme much exceeds in importance the conception of a multiplicity of gods. We may therefore reasonably consider at this point the four dogmas of the Stoic theology. The first point to be examined is the definition of the word God. As adopted by the Stoic school generally, it runs thus: a rational and fiery spirit having no shape, but changing to what it wills and made like to all things. This definition corresponds satisfactorily to the Stoic system of physics. But even so, we must notice that the statement God is necessity is an exaggeration, since necessity is entirely devoid of the qualities of reasonableness and plasticity. We find a different definition in Antipater of Tarsus, which is emphasized by the Stoics of the transition period generally. God is a living being, blessed, imperishable, the benefactor of mankind. This definition points clearly the way to the Stoic system of religion. The difference between the two definitions marks then the step that has here to be taken. There is an accentuation of the property of personality. We pass from a rational spirit to a living being. There is the addition of a moral quality. We pass from a plastic substance to a beneficent will. The existence of deity in the first sense has been displayed to us by our whole analysis of the universe. It is with regard to the existence of deity, in the second sense, that we need the constant support of the dogma of providence, expounded in the technical proofs which we now proceed to examine. 246. The first Stoic dogma is that gods exist. And of this, the first and most familiar proof is that which depends upon common consent. Amongst all men and in all nations there is a fixed conviction that gods exist. The conception is inborn, indeed we may say graven on the minds of all men. To this proof the Stoics attach the highest possible importance, but its justification, as we have seen, presents great difficulties. Cleanthes, the most religiously minded of the early Stoics, had not troubled to conceal his contempt for the opinions of the crowd, and the ridiculous belief in Tartarus is as widespread as that in the gods. Here then we must distinguish. It is not sufficient that a conception should be universal if it appeals most to foolish folk, and even so is decaying. We must not, however, at this moment inquire into the causes of this belief, for this is to pass from the question at issue to other proofs of the dogma. It seems clear that the value of this particular proof depends upon the Stoic doctrine of inborn conceptions, which we have already discussed. Without going over the whole ground again, the substance of the argument as applied to the present question may be thus stated. The mind of each individual man is by descent akin to the universal reason, koinos logos, universa ratio. Therefore, all men carry with them from their birth predispositions in favor of certain preconceptions, and the fact that these preconceptions are common to all is evidence of their divine origin. These predispositions, by the growth and training of the individual on the one hand, by his contact with the outer world on the other hand through the organs of sense, ripen into reason. Now all men are born with a predisposition to explain what is beyond their own reasoning powers by the hypothesis of a living and reasoning agent. The belief in gods is therefore a preconception, and if it is confirmed by growth and experience, it must be of divine origin and therefore self-proving. In the language of our own times, the belief in deity cannot be dispensed with as a working hypothesis. Its omission lames human reason. 247. The second proof that gods exist is particularly associated with the name of Chrysippus. It may be summed up by saying, there must be a being higher than man. We begin by assuming that reason is the highest power in the universe, an axiom which is always subject to limitation on account of the existence of natural necessity. According to the Stoics, reason is common to gods and men. If, for the sake of argument, this is denied, then reason is possessed by men alone. For we can certainly find no better name than God for higher reasoning beings. If then there exists something greater than human reason can produce, it must be the work of some reasoning being greater than man, that is, it must be the work of the gods. But the heavenly constellations are such a work. Therefore they are the work of the gods, and therefore gods exist. To this argument, two others are supplementary. First, human reason itself must be derived from some source, and what other can we name but the deity? Secondly, if there are no gods, man must be the supreme being, but such a claim is an arrogant infatuation. The same arguments are attributed in substance to Zeno. Nay, so cogent are that they are in part accepted even by Epicurus. 248. There follow two proofs connected with gradations in the scale of being. Earth and water are the two lower and grosser elements, and since temperament depends greatly upon climate, we find that men and the animals are all of somewhat heavy character. Air and fire are the higher and more refined elements. How then can we think otherwise than that they are the home of more lofty beings? Then again, the universe is either a simple or a composite body. That it is not composite is shown by the harmony, sympathia, consensus of its parts. It is therefore simple. A simple body must be held together by spirit in some one of its grades, either as unity, growth, or soul. Bodies held together merely by unity, like stones or logs, admit of very simple changes only. But the universe admits of every kind of change and development, and yet keeps together. It must therefore be held together by spirit in its highest grade, that is, by soul and by reason. Being a whole, it must be greater than its parts, and include all that its parts possess. But a nature greater than man, and possessing soul and reason, is God. 249. The proof from the good gifts of Providence has been already given in substance. We may, however, notice the sharp reply given to Epicurus, who maintains that the wondrous contrivances of the Creator for the benefit of man result from the chance clashings of particles. As well contend, replies the Stoic, that words and verses come from the chance shifting of the 21 letters of the alphabet, and that the poems of Ennius could be produced by shaking together a sufficient quantity of these in a box, and then pouring them out on the ground. Chance would hardly produce a single verse. The terrors of the universe, its storms, earthquakes, deluges, pestilences, and wars which seem to militate against this proof, are themselves turned into a fourth proof. A further proof, which depends on the contemplation of the movements of the heavenly bodies, we have sufficiently considered in connection with the influence of Chaldean and Persian thought. 250. There remain two proofs, which at first sight may appear singular, but are nevertheless very strongly urged, the proofs from worship and divination, which according to the Stoics are practices that must be justified, but cannot be justified without the postulate of the existence of gods. The proof from worship is best known in the paradoxical form, if there are altars, there are gods, which is attributed to Chrysippus. This proof is fused by Seneca with the proof from general consent, but its true character seems to be different. Without gods there can be no piety, for piety is the right worship of the gods. Without gods there can be no holiness, for holiness is a right attitude towards the gods. Without gods there can be no wisdom, for wisdom is the knowledge of things human and divine. But without piety, holiness and wisdom, a reasonable philosophy cannot be constructed. Therefore gods exist. The argument in its simplest form is attributed to Zeno himself. It is reasonable to honor the gods, but it is not reasonable to honor the non-existent. Therefore gods exist. 251. The final argument is that from divination, which is remarkable in view of the close association between divination and astrology, and the derivation of the latter from a scientific system which finds no place for divine interpositions. But both in Greece and Rome the forecasting of the future had long been reconciled with theology, upon the hypothesis that the gods warn men for their good of coming events. In accepting the truth of divination, the Stoics were following the Socratic tradition. This belief was accepted by all the great Stoic masters and was a citadel of their philosophy. It is true that on this point Panayiotis exercised the privilege of a suspense of judgment, but all the more did his pupil, the pious Posidonius, lay stress upon the subject, on which he composed 5 books, of which the spirit is preserved to us in Cicero's books De Divinatione. To Roman writers, their inherited state practice of augury, with its elaborate though half-forgotten science, was long a motive for maintaining this belief. But the ancient reputation of the oracle at Delphi maintained its hold still more persistently, and was abandoned with even greater reluctance. Nevertheless, the whole group of beliefs was quietly pushed aside by the Romans of the times of the empire, if we may judge from the words of Epictetus. What need have I to consult the viscera of victims and the flight of birds, and why do I submit when he, the diviner, says, "It is for your interest"? Have I not within me a diviner? 252. Our next inquiry is, of what kind are the gods? What are their qualities? Here the Stoics break more decidedly with tradition. Antipater of Tarsus, as we have seen, defined the deity as a living being, happy, immortal, and benevolent towards men. It is clear that this description can only be applied in its fullness to the supreme deity, for all other gods are destined to pass away in the general conflagration. That the supreme deity is possessed of life and of reason has already been assumed in the proofs of his existence. But we have here a reaffirmation of Stoic doctrine as against those that hold that the world is governed by blind destiny and chance. In stating that the gods are happy, the Stoics agree with Epicurus, but according to them, this happiness consists not in rest, but in activity. In this distinction, the whole difference between the Stoic and Epicurean ideals of happiness, that is, between their ethical ends, comes into sight. The Stoics affirm that the gods are occupied, and that with matters of the greatest concern, and that any other conception is unworthy of them. That the activity of the gods has for its aim the happiness of men is plainly the doctrine of providence, and in making benevolence an attribute of deity, the Stoics turn their backs forever upon the belief in gods that are greedy, jealous, mischievous, and haughty. That is, not merely on such deities as were still a part of the creed of the rustic, but also such as had provided the problems of the whole of Greek tragedy, and given the opportunity for the stinging attacks of Epicurus on religion. In examining these attributes of the gods, we have anticipated the inquiries which belong to the 3rd and 4th categories, namely as to the disposition and the relativity of the gods. Incidentally, we have obtained an excellent illustration of the logical importance of definition and the 4 categories. Definition implies in advance what is contained in each of the categories, and each category contains implicitly what is contained in the other 3. But the logical mechanism enables us so to express the doctrine that it is forever fixed on the memory. Nor can we easily imagine that the world will ever forget this conception of a supreme God, in his essence a living all-wise being, in his attributes immortal, immutable, active, and benevolent, in his disposition occupied in contemplating and controlling his great work, the universe, and in his relation to his creatures, constantly concerned for their comfort and happiness. 253. It must by this time be plain that the whole atmosphere of Stoic religion was alien to that in which the gods of the Greek and Roman mythology had taken root. The nominal absorption of these gods in the Stoic system has therefore no theoretical importance. It was a work of political adaptation. The Stoics themselves doubtless believed that they were restoring the original meaning of the pantheon and freeing it from corruptions for which the poets were responsible. The original meaning was also, in their judgment, the true meaning. Public opinion was already in revolt against the old theology, both on scientific and on moral grounds. The current tales of the gods were both incredible and revolting, the worship of them too often an attempt to silence the voice of conscience. The Stoics proposed to make the myths symbols of scientific truths, and the ritual an incentive to honest living. Their interpretation was in the main physical. The gods represent respectively the heavenly bodies, the elements, the plants. The amours of the gods represent the continuous work of the great creative forces of nature. To a lesser extent, explanations are found in society and in history. These interpretations are greatly assisted by etymologies, according to the doctrine of dialectics that wisdom lies hid in words. The whole process may seem to the modern critic puerile, because the practical occasion for it has passed away. But there are still to be found thinkers who hold that by such processes alone, it is possible for human thought to progress, without civil society being disrupted. 254. According to this system, Jupiter becomes the fiery heaven, the chief of the elements, the source of all life. Juno is the softer air, into which the fire enters to become the germinating seed. Thus, she is called sister as a fellow element, and wife as an instrument in the creative process. From a slightly different point of view, Chrysippus interpreted Zeus as God and Hera as matter, and their union as the commencement of the creation, when God spread throughout matter the seed logoi. So again, Hephaestus, Vulcan, represents fire, Poseidon, Neptune, is the sea, Dis, Pluto, and Rhea alike stand for the earth. Demeter, Ceres again, is the cornland, and Persephone, Proserpine, the growing crop. As such, she is lost to her mother, and lamented by her for 6 months in every year. Apollo is the sun, Luna or Diana the moon. Cronus, son of earth and heaven, is Kronos, or time, and he is said to devour his children because all that is begotten of time is in turn consumed by time. Athene, or Minerva, is the daughter of Zeus, to whom he has given birth without a partner, because she is the divine reason by which he made the universe. Chrysippus wrote at length on the allegorical interpretation of the three graces, and the work of Cornutus entirely consists of expositions of this system. Other gods are recognized by the Stoics as personifications of actions or feelings: Eros, Cupid; Aphrodite, Venus; and Pothos, regret of feelings; Hope, Elpis, Spes; Justice, Dike, Justitia; and Wise Law, Eunomia, of actions. So in particular Ares, Mars, stands for war, or the setting of array against array. 255. We have already noticed that the gods that are borrowed from the popular mythology do not possess the divine attribute of immortality, and in some of them the attribute of benevolence is not prominent. There was thus a constant tendency to assign them to an order of nature of lower rank than the deity. Such an order was already constituted by the popular belief, adopted by the Stoics, that the whole universe is full of spirits or demons, some kindly, others mischievous. Highest in the former class stand the divine messengers, who everywhere throughout the universe keep watch over the affairs of men and bring report thereof to God. This was a widespread belief, most in harmony with the principles of Persicism, but also met with in the Rig Veda and in the poems of Hesiod. These watchmen are, however, not the spies of a cruel tyrant, but the officers of a benevolent sovereign. We find them early in Roman literature identified with the stars, and this may account for the special recognition of the twins, Castor and Pollux, as kindly demons that protect sailors from shipwreck. There are also spirits which are careless, idle, or mischievous. These the deity may employ as his executioners. A demon which is solely the embodiment of an evil or mischievous principle, such as the Dru of Persicism or the Satan of Judaism, is however not to be found in the Stoic system. Amongst demons are also to be recognized the souls of men parted from their bodies, some good and some evil. All beliefs of this kind are specially characteristic of the type of Stoicism introduced by Posidonius. We may specially note the belief in the genius which accompanies each man from his birth to his death, and which closely corresponds to the guardian angel of Persicism, because of the special vogue it obtained in the Roman world. 256. The Stoics never failed to close their list of deities with the recognition of men raised to the sky for their services to their fellow men. Such were Hercules, who rid the earth of monsters; Castor and Pollux; Aesculapius, the inventor of medicine; Liber, the first cultivator of the vine; and, amongst the Romans, Romulus, the founder of the city. These are deities established by the laws of each city. The Stoics do not raise their own leaders to this position, but, as we shall see in dealing with the question of the wise man, they assign to them almost equal honors. This part of their theory appears to open the door to great practical abuses, since it might be used to justify the claims of the sovereigns of Egypt to be honored as gods during their lifetime, and those of the Roman emperors that their predecessors should be worshipped as such after their death. But it does not seem that such an abuse actually occurred. And this part of the theory of gods always seems to have been regarded by the Stoics rather as an explanation of historical facts than as a principle of civic submission. 257. Questions as to the worship of the gods belong strictly to the department of politics, so far as public worship is concerned, and of ethics, so far as individuals are concerned. It may, however, be convenient to anticipate the discussion of them, since we cannot properly appreciate the Stoic views of religion apart from their practical application. We must therefore notice that Stoicism in its beginnings, in accordance with its Cynic origin, was revolutionary, unorthodox, in the popular language, atheistic. Not only did it follow the principles of Persicism in condemning altogether the worship of images, but it also poured scorn upon the building of temples and the offering of sacrifices. Thus, Zeno, in his book on the State, forbids the making of temples and images because they are unworthy of the deity, an idea which the Romans recognized as not altogether strange to their own history, seeing that for 170 years, presumably during the Etruscan supremacy, no images had been known at Rome. The Stoic condemnation of sacrifice is mostly expressed by silence, but it finds words in Seneca. Although they thus denounced in principle the whole existing system of public worship, the Stoics did not feel themselves prevented from taking part in it as a seemly and ancient custom. And the Roman Stoics took a special pride in the reputation of the city for attention to religion, that is to say, to the ritual observances due to the gods. 258. Meanwhile, the Stoics actively developed their own ideal of worship, namely the rendering of praise and honor to the gods by means of hymns. "It is reasonable," said Zeno, "to honor the gods. The hymn of Cleanthes shows the form in which this honor could find expression, and though in the main it is an outburst of individual conviction, yet it contains the germ of public hymnology." The value of music in public worship was recognized by Diogenes of Babylon. Posidonius laid it down that the best and most pious worship of the gods is to honor them with pure mind and voice. Epictetus speaks continually in this spirit and gives us examples of prose hymnology. Great is God, who has given us implements with which we shall cultivate the earth. I give thee all thanks that thou hast allowed me to join in this thy assemblage of men, and to see thy works, and to comprehend this thy administration. Thus ought we to sing hymns to the deity, and bless him, and tell of his benefits. 259. Prayer to the gods may be taken as more characteristic of private and individual worship, though the paradox is worthy of attention that men should ask nothing of the gods that they cannot ask publicly. The whole problem of prayer is so fully and admirably treated upon Stoic lines by Juvenal in his 10th satire that nothing can be added to his exposition but the evidence that his teaching is in fact Stoic. Let us then enter the temples and listen to men's prayers. First they beg the doorkeeper for admission, though the deity is equally near to them outside. Then they raise their hands to the sky or press their mouths close to the ear of an image. To the unlistening deity they pour out wishes so shameful that they could not let a fellow man share their secret. Decrepit old men babble prayers for long life and make themselves out younger than they are. Another prays for riches, or for some other thing that will do him harm. Undertakers pray for a busy season. Parents and nurses, and these are the nearest to innocence, pray for the success of their children in life. They may be excused, but the thoughtful man should know that the advantages for which friends have prayed have often in the end proved a man's destruction. He should examine his own heart and recognize that his prayers till now have been unworthy and foolish. Since the gods wish us well, let us leave it to them to choose what is best for us. Look up to God and say, "Deal with me for the future as thou wilt. I am of the same mind as thou art. I am thine. I refuse nothing that pleases thee. Seek not that the things which happen should happen as you wish, but wish the things that happen to be as they are, and you will have a tranquil flow of life." 260. Prayer so regarded becomes not merely an act of resignation, in which a man ceases to battle against a destiny that is too strong for him. It is a daily examination of his soul, to know whether it is in tune with the purposes of the universe. This examination is a religious exercise never to be omitted before sleep. It is inculcated both by Seneca and Epictetus. "How beautiful," says Seneca, "is this custom of reviewing the whole day. How quiet a sleep follows on self-examination. The mind takes its place on the judgment seat, investigates its own actions, and awards praise or blame according as they are deserved. And Epictetus adopts the verses ascribed to Pythagoras. Let sleep not come upon thy languid eyes before each daily action thou hast scanned. What's done amiss, what done, what left undone. From first to last examine all, and then blame what is wrong. In what is right, rejoice. 261. We are now in a position to sum up in technical language the obligations of religion freed from superstition. Our duty towards the gods is rightly to believe in them, to acknowledge their greatness and benevolence, to submit to them as the creators and rulers of the universe. We may not light lamps in their honor on Sabbath days, nor crowd round their temples in the early hours of the morning. We may not offer Jove a towel, nor Juno a mirror. Our service to them is to make ourselves like to them. He who would win their favor must be a good man. Wheresoever they call us, we must follow with gladness, for they are wiser than we. Without God we must attempt nothing, but we must always reflect, examine ourselves, and seek to learn the divine will. We came here when it pleased God, and we must depart when he shall please. So live, says the Stoic teacher, with your fellow men, as believing that God sees you. So hold converse with God, as to be willing that all men should hear you. 262. From the contemplation of the universe as a whole, both from the purely scientific standpoint in the study of physics, and from the more imaginative point of view in the dogmas of religion, we now pass on to the more intimate study of the individual man, consisting of body and soul. In its main outlines, the Stoic theory has already been sketched. Thus, it follows from the monistic standpoint that man is not ultimately an individual or unit of the universe, for the universe itself is the only true unit, and a man is a part of it which cannot even for a moment break itself off completely from the whole. It is therefore only in a secondary and subordinate sense, and with special reference to the inculcation of ethics, that we can treat Zeno or Lucilius as separate and independent beings. Again, when we say that man consists of body and soul, we are merely adopting popular language, for body and soul are ultimately one, and differ only in the gradation of spirit or tone which informs them. Then we have already learnt in dialectics that the highest power of man is that of assent or free choice, which is displayed in every exercise of reason, and the same power, though in a different aspect, is at work in every moral act. The doctrine of the universe is based upon the postulate that it is a living, rational being on the largest scale, and it follows that each man is a microcosm and contains in himself a complete representation of the universe in miniature. Lastly, we see that man takes his place in the universe a little lower than gods and demons, and as greatly higher than animals as these in their turn surpass plants and inanimate objects, and that his nature, considered as composite, includes all the varying gradations of spirit to which these orders correspond within the universe. In all his parts alike, the divine element is immanent, and it binds them together in a coherent unity. Sympatheiaton meron. It remains for us to put together from these and like points of departure a complete picture of human nature. 263. To indicate the general trend of Stoic thought on this subject, we propose the title, The Kingdom of Soul. Starting with the popular distinction between body and soul, we find that the biologist and the physician alike are preoccupied with the study of the body, that is, of physiology. Only as an afterthought and supplement to their work are the functions of soul considered, and they are treated as far as possible by the methods suggested by the study of the body. All this is reversed in the Stoic philosophy. The study of the soul stands in the front and is treated by methods directly suggested by observation of the soul's functions. The body is not entirely ignored, but is considered of comparatively small importance. Further, the soul itself is manifold, and is likened to a state, in which all is well if the governing part have wisdom and benevolence proportionate to its power, and if the lower parts are content to fulfill their respective duties. But if the balance of the state is upset, all becomes disorder and misery. Lastly, this kingdom is itself a part of a greater whole, namely of the cosmopolis or universal state. By the comparison with a kingdom, we are also directed towards right moral principle. For as the citizen of Corinth or Sparta ought not to repine because his city is of less grandeur than Athens, so no man should be anxious because his external opportunities are limited. He has a kingdom in his own mind and soul and heart. Let him be content to find his happiness in rightly administering it. 264. The doctrine that man is a representation or reflection of the universe is of unknown antiquity. It seems to be clearly implied by the teaching of Heraclitus, insofar as he lays it down that both the universe and man are vivified and controlled by the Logos. The technical terms macrocosm, megas cosmos, and microcosm, micros cosmos, are, as we have seen, employed by Aristotle. But even if we suppose that this conception is a commonplace of Greek philosophy, it is in Stoicism alone that it is of fundamental importance and knit up with the whole framework of the system, and accordingly we find that all the Stoic masters laid stress upon this principle. The words of Zeno suggest to Cicero that the universe displays all impulses of will and all corresponding actions just like ourselves when we are stirred through the mind and the senses. Cleanthes used the dogma of the soul of the universe to explain the existence of the human soul as a part of it. Chrysippus found a foundation for ethics in the doctrine that man should study and imitate the universe. Diogenes of Babylon says boldly that God penetrates the universe as soul the man, and Seneca that the relation of God to matter is the same as that of the soul to the body. It is little wonder, therefore, if by Philo's time the analogy had become a commonplace, and philosophers of more than one school were accustomed to say that man is a little universe, and the universe a big man. God is therefore the soul of the universe. On the other hand, the soul is God within the human body, a self-moving force encased in relatively inert matter, providence at work within the limitations of natural necessity. 265. The dualism of body and soul appears in a sharply defined shape in Persicism, and upon it depends the popular dogma of the immortality of the soul, which, as we have already noticed, reached the Greco-Roman world from a Persian source. It appears to be rooted in the more primitive ways of thinking termed animism and spiritism, in which men felt the presence both in natural objects and within themselves of forces which they conceived as distinct beings. According to this system, a man's soul often assumes bodily shape and quits his body even during life, either in sleep or during a swoon. Sometimes, indeed, it may be seen to run away and return in the shape of a mouse or a hare. At death it is seen to leave the man as a breath of air and to enter the atmosphere. But besides his soul, a man possesses a shadow, a likeness, a double, a ghost, a name, and all these in varying degrees contribute to form what we should call his personality. In the animistic system, the soul survives the man, and why not? But this survival is vaguely conceived and only credited so far as the evidence of the senses supports it. Its formulation in the doctrine of immortality belongs to a more advanced stage of human thought. 266. This dualistic conception could be and was incorporated in the Stoic system to the same extent as the dualism of God and matter, but no further. Ultimately, as we have already learnt, soul and body are one. Or, in the language of paradox, soul is body. This follows not only from the general principles of our philosophy, but also specifically from observation of the facts of human life. The incorporeal, argued Cleanthes, cannot be affected by the corporeal, nor the corporeal by the incorporeal, but only the corporeal by the corporeal. But the soul is affected by the body in disease and in mutilation, and the body by the soul, for it reddens in shame and becomes pale in fear. Therefore, the soul is body. And similarly, Chrysippus argues, death is the separation of soul from body. Now the incorporeal neither joins with nor is separated from body, but the soul does both. The soul, therefore, is body. This doctrine is commonly adduced as evidence of the materialism of the Stoics. Yet the Stoics do not say that soul is matter, and as we shall see, they explain its workings upon principles quite different to the laws of physics or chemistry. The essential unity of body and soul follows also from the way in which we acquire knowledge of them, for we perceive body by the touch, and we learn the workings of the soul by a kind of touch, called the inward touch, entos aphe. 267. Having realized that the division of man into soul and body is not ultimate, we may more easily prepare ourselves to make other divisions. A division into 3 parts, 1 body, 2 soul or life, psyche, anima, and 3 mind, nous animus, was widely accepted in Stoic times, and in particular by the school of Epicurus, the mind being that which man has, and the animals have not. The Stoics developed this division by the principle of the microcosm. Mind is that which man has in common with the deity, life that which he has in common with the animals, growth, physis, natura, that which he has in common with the plants, as for instance is shown in the hair and nails. Man also possesses cohesion, exis, unitas, but never apart from higher powers. Further, these 4, mind, soul, growth, and cohesion, are not different in kind, but all are spirits, pneumata, which by their varying degrees of tension, tonos, intentio, are to a less or greater extent removed from the divine being, the primal stuff. In this sense, man is not 1 nor 2, but multiple, as the deity is multiple. 268. The soul in its substance or stuff is fire, identical with the creative fire which is the primal stuff of the universe. But the popular conception, according to which the soul is air or breath, and is seen to leave the body at death, is also not without truth. There is a very general opinion that the soul is a mixture of fire and air, or is hot air. By this, a Stoic would not mean that the soul was a compound of 2 different elements, but that it was a variety of fire in the first stage of the downward path beginning to form air by relaxation of its tension. But even so, this form of the doctrine was steadily subordinated to the older doctrine of Heraclitus, that the soul is identical with the divine fire. Formally, the soul is defined, like the deity himself, as a fiery, intelligent spirit. And in this definition, it would seem that we have no right to emphasize the connection between the word spirit, pneuma, and its original meaning breath, since the word has in our philosophy many other associations. It is further a Stoic paradox that the soul is an animal, just as God is an animal. But the soul and the man are not on that account 2 animals. All that is meant is that men and the brutes, by reason of their being endowed with soul, become animals. 269. According to another theory, which is probably not specifically Stoic but derived from the Greek physicians, the soul is compounded of all 4 elements in varying proportion, and the character of each soul, subject in the Stoic theory to the supreme control of reason, is determined by the proportion or temperament, crassis temperatura, of the 4 elements. There are accordingly 4 temperaments, the fervid, the frigid, the dry, and the moist, according to the preponderance of fire, air, earth, and water respectively. Dull and sleepy natures are those in which there is an excess of the gross elements of earth and water, whilst an excess of cold air makes a man timorous, and an excess of fire makes him passionate. These characters are impressed upon a man from birth and by his bodily conditions, and within the limits indicated above are unalterable. The temperaments have always been a favorite subject of discussion in popular philosophy. 270. The characteristic attribute of the soul is that it is self-moved, autokineton. Although in this point the Stoics agree with Plato, they do not go on to name life as another attribute, for they do not agree with the argument of the Phaedo that the soul, having life as an inseparable attribute, is incapable of mortality. We pass on to the dispositions of the soul, which correspond to its parts in other philosophies, and are indeed often called its parts. But the soul has not in the strict sense parts. What are so called are its activities, which are usually reckoned as 8 in number, though the precise reckoning is of no importance. The 8 parts of the soul are the ruling part, or principate, the 5 senses, and the powers of speech and generation. The 7 parts or powers other than the principate are subject to it and do its bidding, so that the soul is, as we have called it, a kingdom in itself. These 7 parts are associated each with a separate bodily organ, but at the same time each is connected with the principate. They may therefore be identified with spirits which extend from the principate to the organs, like the arms of an octopus, whereby a spirit we mean a pulsation or thrill, implying incessant motion and tension. The principate itself, that is, the mind, is also a spirit possessed of a still higher tension, and the general agreement of the Stoics places its throne conveniently at the heart and in the center of the body. Accordingly, Posidonius defined the soul's parts as powers of one substance seated at the heart. 271. If we now fix our attention on the Principate itself, we find it no more simple than the universe, the deity, the man, or the soul. In particular, it resembles the deity in that, although essentially one, it is called by many names. It is the soul in its reasoning aspect, the reason, the intellect, logik, psyche, nous, dianoia. It is also the ego, that is, the will, the energy, the capacity for action. It is in one aspect the divinity in us, worldwide, universal, in another the individual man with his special bent and character, so that we may even be said to have two souls in us, the world soul and each man's particular soul. The Principate becomes also in turn each of the other functions or parts of the soul, for each of them is an aspect of the Principate. Hegemonikon pos ekon. In addition, the Principate has many titles of honor, as when Marcus Aurelius terms it the pilot, the king and lawgiver, the controller and governor, the god within. 272. Although for the purpose of discussion we may distinguish between reason and will, they are in fact everywhere intermingled. Thus the Principate as the reasoning part of the soul includes the powers of perception, assent, comprehension, and of reason in the narrower sense, that is, the power of combining the various conceptions of the mind so as ultimately to form a consistent system. But amongst these powers, assent is equally an act of the will. And on the other hand, the judgments formed by the reasoning mind are not purely speculative, but lead up to action, so that it is the reasoning power which must be kept pure, in order that it may duly control the soul's inclinations and aversions, its aims and shrinkings, its plans, interests and assents. If in the Stoic theory the greater emphasis always appears to be laid on the reason, it is the more necessary in interpreting it to bear in mind that we are speaking of the reason of an active and social being. 273. The maintenance of the Principate as will in a right condition is the problem of ethics, and it is important to understand what this right condition is. The answer is to be found in a series of analogies, drawn from all departments of philosophy. Thus, from the standpoint of physics, the right condition is a proper strain or tension, as opposed to slackness or unsteadiness. In theology, it is the agreement of the particular will with the divine or universal will. From the point of view of the will itself, it is the strength and force, ischus kai kratos, of the will, the attitude that makes a man say, I can. Again, it is that state of the soul which corresponds to health in the body, and in a quiet mood the Stoic may describe it as a restful and calm condition. Finally, if the soul as a whole is compared to a state, the Principate in its function as the will may at its best be compared to a just and kind sovereign. But if this aim is missed, it may turn into a greedy and ungovernable tyrant. 274. The Principate, as it is of divine origin, and destined, as we shall see, to be reabsorbed in the deity, may rightly be called God. It is a god making its settlement and home in a human body. It keeps watch within over the moral principle. In the language of paradox, we may say to each man, you are a god. Of this principle we see the proof in that man interests himself in things divine, and in it we find the first incentive to a lofty morality. As, however, the deity is not conceived in human form and is not subject to human weaknesses, there comes a point at which in the study of the human Principate we part company with the divine. And this point we reach both when we consider the Principate with regard to its 7 distinctly human manifestations, and when we consider its possible degradation from the standard of health and virtue. We now turn to the 7 parts or powers of the human soul which are subordinate to the reasoning faculty. 275. The first 5 powers of the Principate are those which are recognized in popular philosophy as the 5 senses. To materialistic philosophers nothing is plainer than that these are functions of the body. Is it not the eye which sees and the ear which hears? This the Stoic denies. The eye does not see, but the soul sees through the eye as through an open door. The ear does not hear, but the soul hears through the ear. Sensation, therefore, is an activity of the Principate, acting in the manner already described in the chapter on reason and speech. The soul is actively engaged and sends forth its powers as water from a fountain. The sense organs are passively affected by the objects perceived. Subject to this general principle, sensation, aesthesis, sensus, may be variously defined. It is a spirit which penetrates from the principate to the sensory processes. It includes alike the mind picture, fantasia, visum, that is, the first rough sketch which the mind shapes when stimulated by the sense organ, the assent, succitathesis, ad sensus, which the mind gives or refuses to this sketch, and the final act of comprehension, catalepsis comprehensio, by which this assent is sealed or ratified. Of these, the middle stage is the most important, so that we may say, paradoxically, sense is assent. Only in a secondary and popular way can we use the word sensation to denote the physical apparatus of the sensory organs, aestheteria, as when we say of a blind man, he has lost the sense of sight. 276. The nature of sensation is more particularly described in the case of sight and hearing. In the first case, there proceed from the eye's rays which cause tension in the air, reaching towards the object seen. This tension is cone-shaped, and as the distance from the pupil of the eye increases, the base of the cone is increased in size, whilst the vigour of the sight diminishes. This human activity affects vision of itself in one case, for we say, darkness is visible, when the eye shoots forth light at it, and correctly recognises that it is darkness. But in complete vision there is an opposing wave motion coming from the object, and the two waves become mutually absorbed. Hence, Posidonius called sight absorption, symphysis. Similarly, in the case of hearing, the pulsation which, as we have seen, comes in the first instance from the principate, spreads from the ear to the speaker, and, as is now more distinctly specified, from the speaker to the hearer. This reverse pulsation being circular in shape, like the waves excited on the surface of a lake by throwing a stone into the water. Of the sensations of smell, taste, and touch, we only hear that they are respectively 1. A spirit extending from the principate to the nostrils, 2. A spirit extending from the principate to the tongue, and 3. A spirit extending to the surface of the body and resulting in the easily appreciated touch of an object. 277. The Stoic account of the functions of the soul displayed in the ordinary activities of life is either defective or mutilated. For even a slight outline of the subject should surely include at least breathing, eating, with drinking, speech, walking, and lifting. We need not, however, doubt that these, equally with the 5 senses, are all spirits stretching from the principate to the bodily organs. This is expressly stated of walking. Of all such activities we must consider voice to be typical, when it is described as the 6th function of the soul. Voice is described as pulsating air set in motion by the tongue, but we can trace it back through the throat to some source below, which we can without difficulty identify with the heart, the seat of the principate. The voice is indeed in a special relationship to the principate, since the spoken word is but another aspect of the thought, which is expressed by it. 278. The 7th and last of the subordinate powers of the soul, according to the Stoics, is that of procreation. This part of their system is of great importance, not only for the study of human nature, but even in a higher degree for its indirect bearing upon the question of the development of the universe through procreative principles, spermatikoi logoi, or, as we have termed them above, seed powers. That all things grow after their kind is of course matter of common knowledge. No combination of circumstances, no scientific arrangement of sustenance can make of an acorn anything but an oak, or of a hen's egg anything but a chicken. But in the common view this is, at least primarily, a corporeal or material process, whereas the Stoics assert that it is not only a property of the soul, but one so primary and fundamental that it must be also assumed as a first principle of physical science. Before approaching the subject from the Stoic standpoint, it may be well to see how far materialistic theories, ancient and modern, can carry us. 279. Lucretius finds this a very simple matter. Children often resemble not only their parents, but also their grandparents and more remote ancestors. The explanation is that the parents contain in their bodies a large number of atoms, which they have received from their ancestors and pass on to their descendants. In the chance clashing of atoms in procreation, Venus produces all kinds of effects, bringing about resemblances between children and their forebears, not only in the face and person, but also in the look, the voice, and the hair. This account has a generally plausible sound until we bear in mind that it is the fundamental property of atoms that, though their own variety is limited, they can form things in infinite variety by changes in their combination and arrangement. They are like the letters out of which words, sentences, and poems are made up, and we can hardly expect to reproduce the voice or the spirit of an Aeschylus by a fresh shuffling of the letters contained in the Agamemnon. On the contrary, seeing that the atoms contained in the bodies of parents have largely been drawn from plants and animals, we could confidently reckon upon finding the complete fauna and flora of the neighborhood amongst their offspring. Lucretius, in effect, postulates in his theory that particular atoms have a representative and creative character, passing from father to child in inseparable association with the marks of the human race, and endowed with a special capacity of combining with other like atoms to form the substratum of specifically human features. In giving his atoms these properties, he is insensibly approximating to the Stoic standpoint. 280. Modern biologists deal with this subject with the minuteness of detail of which the microscope is the instrument, and with the wealth of illustration which results from the incessant accumulation of ascertained facts. But they are perhaps open to the criticism that where they reach the borders of their own science, they are apt to introduce references to the sciences of chemistry and physics as explaining all difficulties, even in regions to which these sciences do not apply. The following account is taken from one of the most eminent of them. Hertwig discovered that the one essential occurrence in impregnation is the coalescence of the two sexual cells and their nuclei. Of the millions of male spermatozoa which swarm round a female egg cell, only one forces its way into its plasmic substance. The nuclei of the two cells are drawn together by a mysterious force which we conceive as a chemical sense activity akin to smell, approach each other, and melt into one. So there arises through the sensitiveness of the two sexual nuclei, as a result of erotic chemotropism, a new cell which unites the inherited capacities of both parents. The spermatozoon contributes the paternal, the egg cell the maternal characteristics to the primary cell from which the child is developed. In another passage, the same author sums up his results in bold language from which all qualifications and admissions of imperfect knowledge have disappeared. Physiology has proved that all the phenomena of life may be reduced to chemical and physical processes. The cell theory has shown us that all the complicated phenomena of the life of the higher plants and animals may be deduced from the simple physico-chemical processes in the elementary organism of the microscopic cells, and the material basis of them is the plasma of the cell body. 281. These utterances may be considered typical of modern materialistic philosophy in its extreme form. We may nevertheless infer from the references to a mysterious force, chemical sense activity akin to smell, and erotic chemotropism, that the analogies to biological facts which the writer finds in chemical science stand in need of further elucidation. We may notice further that the atom has entirely disappeared from the discussion, and that the material basis of the facts is a plasma or plasmic substance, something in fact which stands related to a protoplasm of which the chemical and physical sciences know nothing, but which distinctly resembles the fiery creative body, which is the foundation of the Stoic physics. Further, we must notice that the old problem of the one and the many reappears in this modern description. For the cell and its nucleus are neither exactly one nor exactly two, but something which passes from two to one and from one to two. Further, the nuclei of the two cells being drawn together coalesce, and from their union is developed a new cell which unites the capacities of its parents. Modern science, therefore, although it has apparently simplified the history of generation by reducing it to the combination of two units out of many millions that are incessantly being produced by parent organisms, has left the philosophical problem of the manner of their combination entirely unchanged. In these microscopic cells is latent the whole physical and spiritual inheritance of the parents, whether men, animals, or plants from which they are derived. Just as the atoms of Epicurus possess the germ of free will, so the cells of Haeckel, smell, and love struggle for marriage union, melt away in each other's embrace, and lose their own individuality at the moment that a new being enters the universe. 282. If then the phenomena of reproduction are essentially the same, whether we consider the relations of two human beings or those of infinitesimal elements which seem to belong to another order of being, we are already prepared for the Stoic principle that the creation of the universe is repeated in miniature, in the bringing into life of each individual amongst the millions of organic beings which people it. From this standpoint, we gain fresh light upon the Stoic theory of creation, and particularly of the relation of the eternal Logos to the infinite multitude of procreative principles or seed powers. Again, it is with the general theory of creation in our minds that we must revert to the Stoic explanation of ordinary generation. This is to him no humble or unclean function of the members of the body. It is the whole man, in his divine and human nature, that is concerned. The procreative principle in each man is a part of his soul. The seed is a spirit, or pulsation, extending from the principate to the parts of generation. It is an emanation from the individual in which one becomes two, and two become one. Just as the human soul is a fragment of the divine, so is the seed a fragment torn away, as it were, from the souls of parents and ancestors. 283. In the seed is contained the whole build of the man that is to be. It is therefore important to know whether the procreative principle in the embryo is derived from one or both parents, and if the latter, whether in equal proportion. The Stoics do not appear to have kept entirely free from the common prepossession, embodied in the law of paternal descent, according to which the male element is alone active in the development of the organism, and so they allege that the female seed is lacking in tone and generative power. On the other hand, observation appeared to them to show that children inherit the psychical and bodily qualities of both parents, and the general tendency of their philosophy was towards the equalization of the sexes. On the whole, the latter considerations prevailed, so that the doctrine of Stoicism, as of modern times, was that qualities both of body and soul are inherited from the seed of both parents, wherein the possibility remains open that in particular cases the debt to one parent may be greater than to the other. 284. The Stoic psychology is in its fundamental principles wholly distinct from that of Plato, which does not at all prevent its exponents, and least of all those like Panaetius and Posidonius, who were admirers of Plato, from making use of his system as an auxiliary to their own. Plato divided the soul into three parts: the rational part, the emotional and volitional part, and the appetitive. Both the two latter parts need the control of the reason, but the emotional part inclines to virtue, the appetitive to vice. The rational part, as with the Stoics, is peculiar to man. The other two are also possessed by the animals, and the appetitive soul even by plants. The Stoics do not, however, seriously allow any kinship between virtue and the emotions, and they deal with this part of the subject as follows. Nature has implanted in all living things certain impulses which are directed towards some object. An impulse towards an object is called appetite, orme, appetitus or impetus. An impulse to avoid an object is called aversion, aforme, alienatio. In man, appetite should be governed by reason. If this is so, it becomes reasonable desire, or exis eulogos recta appetitio. If otherwise, it becomes unreasonable desire, or exis apathis logo, or concupiscence, epithumia libido. To living things lower in the scale than man, terms that are related to reason can of course not apply. 285. Practical choice is, according to the Stoics, exactly analogous to intellectual decision. Just as the powers of sensation never deceive us, so also the impulses are never in themselves irrational. An impulse is an adumbration of a course of action as proper to be pursued. To this the will gives or refuses its assent. It is the will, and the will only, which is liable to error, and this through want of proper tone and self-control. If there is this want, it appears in a false judgment, a weak assent, an exaggerated impulse. And this is what we call in ethics a perturbation. A healthy assent leads up to a right action, a false assent to a blunder or sin. Hence we hold to the Socratic paradox that no one sins willingly, oudeis ekon amartanai, for the true and natural will cannot sin. It must first be warped to a false judgment and weakened by slackness of tone. We can equally use the paradox that every voluntary action is a judgment of the intellect, or, in few words, that virtue is wisdom, phronesis e arete. In such views, we find a starting point for dealing with the problems of ethics, including those of the ethical ideal or supreme good, its application to daily duties, and its failure through ignorance or weakness of soul. 286. We pass on to consider the body, but at no great length, partly because many functions often considered as bodily are by the Stoics treated as belonging to the soul, as sensations and impulses, partly because the study of the body is rather the task of the physician than of the philosopher. In the body we may notice separately, 1. The bones, sinews and joints, constituting the framework on which the whole is built up. 2. The surface, including beauty of outline and features, and 3. The complexion, which suffuses a glow over the surface and most attracts the attention. No absolute distinction can be made between body and soul. Generally speaking, we may say that body is composed of the two grosser elements, earth and water, whilst soul, as we have seen, rests on the two higher elements of air and fire. Of the gradations of spirit, body possesses distinctively, but not exclusively, that of coherence, exis, whilst it shares with the soul the principle of growth, fusis. Yet these contrasts are, after all, only secondary. As surely as soul is body, so body is soul, and divinity penetrates into its humblest parts. In its practical applications, Stoicism dwells so little on the body that the wise man seems hardly conscious of its existence. 287. Side by side with the strictly Stoic view of the body, we find in all the Roman literature another conception which is strongly dualistic, and which we cannot but think to be drawn from some non-Stoic source. According to this view, the body, often called the flesh, is essentially evil. It is the prison house of the soul, the source of corruption of the will, the hindrance to a clear insight of the intelligence. In the language picturesquely adopted in the Pilgrim's Progress, after St. Paul, it is a burden which the enlightened man longs to shake off. For the body so understood we find abusive names. It is the husk in which the grain is concealed, the ass from which the owner should be ready to part at any moment. This language tends to be exaggerated and morbid, and leads in practice to asceticism. It appealed in ancient as in modern times to a widespread sentiment, but is not reconcilable with the main teaching of the Stoic philosophy. 288. According to the true Stoic view, the body is a dwelling place or temple inhabited for a time by the Principate, its divinity. Therefore the body as such is deserving of respect, even of veneration. In particular, the erect form of the human body is a mark of divine favor by which it is hinted that man is fitted to contemplate the operations of the heavens. The whole framework of the body, from the organs of sensation to those by which we breathe, swallow, and digest, is a masterpiece of divine skill and an evidence of the care of providence for man. And even as an architect provides that those parts of the house which are offensive to sight and smell should be out of sight, so has nature hidden away those parts of the body which are necessarily offensive, at a distance from the organs of sense. The Stoic conception of the dignity of the body is symbolized in practical ethics by the culture of the beard, in which is latent the broad principle of attention to the cleanliness and healthy development of every part of the body. It is a mark of the Oriental associations of Stoicism that this respect for the body is never associated with the Hellenic cult of the body as displayed in art and gymnastics. 289. Having now studied man in all his parts, it is time to consider how those parts are compacted together, how man grows and decays, and what varieties of mankind exist. First, then, the Principate is combined with the lower functions of the soul and every part of the soul by the process of interpenetration, soma diasomatos chorei, or, from a slightly different point of view, upon body which has cohesion, exis, is overlaid growth, on growth soul, and on soul reason, so that the higher tension presupposes the lower, but not vice versa. In the act of generation, the soul loses its higher tensions, and consequently the embryo possesses neither human nor animal soul, but only the principles of cohesion and growth. It is in fact a vegetable, but necessarily differs from other vegetables in having the potentiality of rising to a higher grade of spirit. At the moment of birth, its growth power, physis, is brought into contact with the cold air, and through this chill it rises to the grade of animal life, and becomes soul, psyche, from suxis. This etymological theory provokes the ridicule of opponents, who do not fail to point out that soul, standing nearer to the divine fire than growth, ought to be produced by warmth rather than by coolness. But the Stoics probably had in mind that contact with either of the two higher elements must raise the gradation of spirit. The infant, according to this theory, is an animal, but not yet a man. It has not the gift of reason. To attain this higher stage, there is need both of growth from within and of association with reasonable beings without. In these ways, reason may be developed in or about the 7th year. In the whole of its growth, the soul needs continually to be refreshed by the inbreathing of air and to be sustained by exhalations from the blood. Here we touch upon one of those fundamental doctrines of the system derived by Zeno from Heraclitus, which bind together the great and the little world. Just as the heavenly bodies are maintained by exhalations from the ocean, so the soul is dependent upon the body for its daily food. Hence follows the important consequence that weakness and disease of the body react upon the soul. The philosopher must keep his body in health for the soul's good, if for no other reason. If the Stoics in discussing problems of ethics constantly maintain that the health of the soul is independent of that of the body, such statements are paradoxical and need qualification. 290. The mutual action of body and soul is most readily illustrated by sleep. The Stoics do not hold, as the animists do, that the soul quits the body in sleep, nor do they agree with another popular view, that the soul then quits the extremities of the body and concentrates itself at the heart. Sleep is due to a relaxation, contraction, or weakening of the spirit, a lowering of its grade which nevertheless is clearly no sign of ill health. In old age there is often an imperfection of the reason, and this is also seen in the sick, the tired, and the anemic. In death, there is a complete relaxation of tone in the breath that we can feel, that is, in such spirit as belongs to the body. There follows the separation of soul from body. 291. We are thus brought to the critically important question of the existence of the soul after death. On this point, we shall not expect to find that all Stoic teachers agree in their language. In Zeno himself we shall be sure to find that variety of suggestion which is accounted for by his eagerness to learn from all sources, and later writers will also differ according to their respective inclinations either to draw strictly logical conclusions from the Stoic physics, or to respect the common opinion of mankind, and to draw from it conclusions which may be a support to morality. These variations need not discourage us from the attempt to trace in general outline the common teaching of the school. We have already seen that the various parts of the Stoic system are not bound together by strictly logical processes. Where two conclusions appear contradictory, and yet both recommend themselves to the judgment, the Stoics are not prepared to sacrifice either the one or the other, but always seek to lessen, if they cannot altogether remove, the difficulties which stand in the way of accepting both. On the other hand, we need not too readily admit the charge of insincerity, whether it is found in the candid admission of its temptations by Stoic teachers, or in the less sympathetic criticisms of ancient or modern exponents of the system. 292. On certain points, all Stoic teachers seem to be agreed. First, that the soul is, as regards its substance, imperishable. Secondly, that the individual soul cannot survive the general conflagration. Lastly, that it does not of necessity perish with the body. The first two dogmas follow immediately from the fundamental principles of the Stoic physics, and point out that every soul will find its last home by being absorbed in the divine being. The third dogma leaves play for ethical principles. Subject to the monistic principle of an ultimate reconciliation, there is room for some sharp distinction between the destiny of good and bad souls, such as stands out in the Persian doctrine of rewards and punishments after death. And so we find it generally held that the souls of the good survive till the conflagration, whilst those of the wicked have but a short separate existence, and those of the lower and non-rational animals perish with their bodies. If this difference in duration will satisfy the moral sense, the nature of the further existence of the soul may be determined on physical principles. 293. In the living man, the soul, as we have already seen reason to suppose, derives its cohesion, exis, and shape from its association with the body. Separated from the body, it must assume a new shape, and what should that be but the perfect shape of a sphere? Again, the soul being compounded of the elements of air and fire must by its own nature, when freed from the body, pierce through this murky atmosphere and rise to a brighter region above. Let us say to that sphere which is just below the moon, here then souls dwell like the stars, finding like them their food in exhalations from the earth. Here they take rank as demons or heroes, of such the air is full, and as such are joined in the fulfillment of the purposes of divine providence. Yet it must be admitted that this bright destiny, if substantiated by the laws of physics, is also subject to physical difficulties. Suppose, for instance, that a man is crushed by the fall of a heavy rock. His soul will not be able to escape in any direction, but will be at once squeezed out of existence. To fancies of this kind, whether attractive or grotesque, we shall not be inclined to pay serious attention. 294. In this general theory, hope is perhaps held out before the eyes of good souls. But there is little to terrify the wicked, even if it be supposed that their souls neither survive so long nor soar so high as those of the good. As against it, we are told by a church father that Zeno accepted the Persian doctrine of future rewards and punishments, and with it the primitive belief in an inferno in its crudest form. We must agree with the first English editor of the Fragments of Zeno that it is hardly credible that Zeno can have attached any philosophical importance to a theory stated in these terms. They can, at the best, only have occurred in some narration in the style of the Platonic myths, intended to illustrate a principle, but not to convey a literal truth. For just as the whole Hellenistic world, including the Stoics, stood aloof from the Persian doctrine of a spirit of evil, so it firmly rejected the dogma of a hell. Lucretius makes it a principal argument in favor of the philosophy of Epicurus that it drives out of men's hearts the fear of Tartarus. But writers partly or wholly Stoic are not less emphatic. Ignorance of philosophy, says Cicero, has produced the belief in hell and its terrors. In the mouth of the representative of Stoicism, he places the words, "Where can we find any old woman so silly as to believe the old stories of the horrors of the world below? Those tales," says Seneca, "which make the world below terrible to us, are poetic fictions. There is no black darkness awaiting the dead, no prison house, no lake of fire or river of forgetfulness, no judgment seat, no renewal of the rule of tyrants." 295. Of far more importance to us is the theory of purgatory familiar through the description in Virgil's Aeneid. In the beginning the earth and the sky, and the spaces of night, also the shining moon and the sun titanic and bright feed on an inward life, and with all things mingled, a mind moves universal matter, with nature's frame is combined. Thence man's race, and the beast, and the feathered creature that flies, 5 all wild shapes that are hidden the gleaming waters beneath. Each elemental seed has a fiery force from the skies, each its heavenly being that no dull clay can disguise, bodies of earth ne'er deaden, nor limbs long destined to death. Hence their fears and desires, their sorrows and joys, for their sight, 10, blind with the gloom of a prison, discerns not the heavenly light. Nor, when life at last leaves them, do all sad ills that belong unto the sinful body depart. Still many survive lingering within them, alas, for it needs must be that the long growth should in wondrous fashion at full completion arrive. 15. So due vengeance racks them, for deeds of an earlier day, suffering penance, and some to the winds hang viewless and thin, searched by the breezes. From others the deep infection of sin, swirling water washes or bright fire purges away. Each in his own sad ghost we endure, then chastened aright 20 into Elysium pass. Few reach to the fields of delight, till great time, when the cycles have run their courses on high, takes the inbred pollution, and leaves to us only the bright sense of the heaven's own ether, and fire from the springs of the sky. Although we cannot accept Virgil as a scientific exponent of Stoic teaching, yet there is much reason to suppose that he is here setting forth a belief which met with very general acceptance in our school. and of which the principle is that the sufferings of the disembodied are not a punishment for past offences, but the necessary means for the purification of the soul from a taint due to its long contact with the body. 296. The language in which Virgil first describes the creation and life of the universe closely resembles that of Stoicism. The phrases elemental seed, fiery force, heavenly being might be used by any Stoic teacher. The conception of the body as a prison house, even though it does not express the most scientific aspect of Stoic physics, was nevertheless, as we have seen, familiar to Stoics of the later centuries. The ethical conception, again, of the doctrine of purgatory is exactly that of which the Stoics felt a need in order to reconcile the dualism of good and evil souls with the ultimate prevalence of the divine will. Again, we can have no difficulty in supposing that Virgil drew his material from Stoic sources, seeing that he was characteristically a learned poet and reflects Stoic sentiment in many other passages of his works. We have also more direct evidence. The Church Father, whom we have already quoted, not only ascribes to the Stoics in another passage the doctrine of purgatory, but expressly quotes this passage from Virgil as an exposition of Stoic teaching. And here he is supported to some extent by Tertullian, who says that the Stoics held that the souls of the foolish after death receive instruction from the souls of the good. Finally, we have the doctrine definitely accepted by Seneca. 297. We may now consider more particularly the views and feelings of individual Stoic teachers. It appears to us accordingly that Zeno left his followers room for considerable diversity of opinion, and quoted the Persian doctrine because of its suggestiveness rather than for its literal truth. Of Cleanthes we are told that he held that all souls survived till the conflagration, whilst Chrysippus believed this only of the souls of the wise. Panaetius, although a great admirer of Plato, is nevertheless so strongly impressed by the scientific principle that all which is born must die, that he is here again inclined to break away from Stoicism, and to suspend his judgment altogether as to the future existence of the soul. The belief in a limited future existence was meaningless to a philosopher who disbelieved in the conflagration. Of the views of Posidonius we have the definite hint that he taught that the air is full of immortal souls. And this is in such harmony with the devout temper of this teacher that we may readily believe that he enriched the somewhat bare speculations of his predecessors by the help of an oriental imagination, and that he introduced into Stoicism not only the doctrine of demons but also that of purgatory, holding that souls were both pre-existent and post-existent. 298. In the period of the Roman Principate, the question of the future existence of the soul acquires special prominence. Seneca is criticized on the ground that he affects at times a belief which he does not sincerely entertain, partly in order to make his teaching more popular, partly to console his friends in times of mourning. The facts stand otherwise. At no time does Seneca exceed the limits of the accepted Stoic creed. He bids his friends look forward to the period of purgation, the life of pure souls in the regions of the ether, and the final union with the divine being. It is after purgation that the soul, by the refinement of the elements of which it is built, forces its way to higher regions. It finds a quiet and peaceful home in the clear, bright ether. It has cast off the burden of the flesh. It is parted by no mountains or seas from other happy souls. It daily enjoys free converse with the great ones of the past. It gazes on the human world below, and on the sublime company of the stars in its own neighborhood. At a later epoch, all blessed souls will be reabsorbed in the primal elements, suffering change but not forfeiting their immortal nature. The somewhat exuberant language of Seneca has frequently been adopted by Christian writers to express a belief which is not necessarily identical, but for the associations thus created, Seneca must not be held responsible. 299. With the decay of interest in the Stoic physics, there begins a tendency to overlook the intermediate stage of the soul's life, and to dwell solely on its final absorption, whilst at the same time it is urged from the ethical standpoint that no possible opinion as to the soul's future should disturb the calm of the virtuous mind. On one further but important point the Stoic teaching becomes clearer. In no case is the soul that survives death to be identified with the man that once lived. Cut off from all human relations, from the body and its organs and from its own subordinate powers, it is no longer you, but is something else that takes your place in the due order of the universe. In all this, the Stoic doctrine remains formally unchanged, but its expression is now so chastened that it seems only to give a negative reply to the inherited hope, and the chief comfort it offers is that death is the end of all troubles. This change of tone begins in Seneca himself. It is he who says to the mourner, "Your loved one has entered upon a great and never-ending rest." Death is release from all pain and its end. Death is not to be. I know all its meaning. As things were before I was born, so they will be after I am gone. If we perish in death, nothing remains. In Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, this new tone rings out much more clearly, if we like so to speak, more unrelentingly. To the characteristic passages from these writers which are quoted above may be added the following, perhaps the most precise of all. If souls survive death, how can the air hold them from all eternity? How, we reply, does earth hold the bodies of generation after generation committed to the grave? Just as on earth, after a certain term of survival, change and dissolution of substance makes room for other dead bodies, so too the souls transmuted into air, after a period of survival, change by processes of diffusion and of ignition, and are resumed into the seminal principle of the universe, and in this way make room for others to take up their habitation in their stead. Such is the natural answer, assuming the survival of souls. Such are the last words of Stoicism, not wholly satisfying either to knowledge or to aspiration, but assuredly based on a wide outlook and a keen discrimination. 300. The whole nature of man, as discussed up to this point, is common to every individual born into the world, with some exceptions dependent on age or temperament which have been explained incidentally. It remains to discuss shortly the important differences which result from sex, nationality, and location. There seems every reason to believe that the equality of men and women, though at the time seemingly paradoxical, was generally accepted by the earlier Stoics and adopted as a practical principle in Stoic homes. The whole treatment of human nature by the Stoics applies equally to man and woman, and points to the conclusion that as moral agents they have the same capacities and the same responsibilities. Seneca, in writing to a great lady of philosophical sympathies, states this as his firm conviction, and the lives of many Stoic wives and daughters, to whom we shall refer in a later chapter, showed it to have a firm basis in fact. We need attach no great importance to those more distinctively masculine views which Seneca occasionally expresses, to the effect that woman is hot-tempered, thoughtless, and lacking in self-control, or to the peripatetic doctrine that man is born to rule, women to obey. For these sentiments, however welcome to his individual correspondence, were not rooted in Stoic theory, nor exemplified in the Roman society of his own days. 301. It follows with equal certainty from the early history of Stoicism, and in particular from the doctrine of the cosmopolis, that differences of class and race were hardly perceived by its founders. For this, there was further historical cause in the spread of Hellenistic civilization, which was of an entirely Catholic spirit and welcomed disciples from all nationalities. The doctrine of Aristotle, that some nations are by nature fitted only for slavery, finds no echo in the Stoic world. There we look in vain for any trace of that instinctive feeling of national difference, that sensitiveness to race and color, which can easily be recognized in the early history of Greece and Rome, and which has become so acute in the development of modern world politics. The Roman Stoics, as we shall see later, might individually be proud of advantages of birth, but they never associated this feeling with their philosophy. Here and there, however, we find signs of a scientific interest in the question of differences of national character, which are generally ascribed to the influences of climate. Seneca, for instance, remarks that the inhabitants of northern climates have characters as rude as their sky. Hence they make good fighters, but poor rulers. Yet when he contemplates the northern barbarians, his mind is mainly occupied by admiration, and like other pro-Germans of the period, he foresees with prophetic clearness a danger threatening the Roman Empire. Should the Germans once lay aside their fierce domestic quarrels and add to their courage reason and discipline, Rome will indeed have cause to resume the virtues of its early history. The roots of true greatness of soul, then, lie deeper than in literary culture or philosophic insight. It is a part of the irony of history that Stoicism, which aimed above all things at being practical, should diagnose so correctly the growing weakness of the Roman world, and yet fail to suggest any remedy other than a reversion to an epoch in which philosophy was unknown. 302. The Department of Ethics contains two divisions: ethics, in the stricter sense, which is concerned with the action of the individual, and politics, which has to do with the order of the state. It has been maintained that in Stoicism the latter is altogether subordinated, and that the central aim of this philosophy is to erect a shelter for the individual. The truth of this view is more than doubtful. Stoic ethics are not based on the needs of the individual, but on the demands of the supreme law. If there is a universe, then there is a universal law, bidding us do this and refrain from that. If there are gods, there is virtue. We have already noticed that Zeno's earliest work was On the State, and that it is an attempt to show how a state can be ordered by wise laws. The whole theory of the Logos leads up to the same point. The same eternal wisdom through which the primal stuff took shape is, in another function, the right rule, orthos logos, vera ratio, which commands and forbids. Right rule and common law, koinos nomos, lex communis, are terms of identical meaning by which a standard of supreme authority is set up. State law and conventional morality, though always of narrower range and often of inferior purity, are yet a reflection of universal law. The moral law must therefore first be studied in its bearings on man as a political and social animal. 303. The root principle of the Stoic state is that it is worldwide, a cosmopolis. This title arose from the practice, attributed to Socrates and Diogenes as well as others, of replying to the current question, "Of what city are you?" by the answer, "Of the universe." We must therefore regard ourselves as members not of a clan or city, but of a worldwide society. In this society, all distinctions of race, caste, and class are to be subordinated to the sense of kinship and brotherhood. This principle is equally opposed to the nationalist prejudices which rank Hellene above barbarian, to philosophical theories, such as that of Aristotle, which distinguish intelligent peoples fitted by nature to rule and others only fitted to obey, and to ideal states, such as that of Plato, in which a ruling class is to be developed by artifice and schooling. Only the brute animals are excluded from this community, for they are not possessed of reason. They have therefore no rights but exist for the service of men. All human beings are capable of attaining to virtue, and as such are natural-born citizens of the cosmopolis. Loyalty to this state, however, in no wise hinders a due loyalty to existing states which may be regarded as partial realizations of it. Socrates submitted to the laws of Athens even when they bade him die. Zeno and Cleanthes declined the citizenship of that famous city, lest they should be thought to hold cheap the places of their birth. And amongst the Romans, Seneca frequently insists that every man is born into two communities, the cosmopolis and his native city. 304. The world state is not held together either by force or by statecraft, but by goodwill. We must be able to say, love is God there, and is a helpmate to make the city secure. This feeling of love and friendship grows up naturally between wise men, because they partake in the reason of the universe, so that we may equally well say that the bond of the state is the logos, ratio atque oratio. Since reason and the universal law exist in the community from the beginning, law does not need to be created. It exists of itself, and by natural growth, phusei. The writing down of laws is only a stage in their development. 305. The theory of the world state, as first sketched by Zeno, found no place for any of the cherished institutions of the Athens in which it was preached. In the heavenly city must be neither temples nor images. So far the aims of the Persian invader are to be carried out. The reason given is far from flattering to the artistic pride of the Athenians, for they are told that their magnificent buildings and statues of worldwide renown are only the work of common builders and workmen. Nor must there be law courts or gymnasia. The practice of hearing both sides in a law court is unreasonable, because if the plaintiff has proved his case, it is useless to hear the defendant, and if he has not proved it, it is superfluous. The training of the youth in grammar, music, and gymnastic is worthless, for the true education is in virtue. Coined money, as in modern communistic utopias, should not be required either for commerce or for travel. 306. With regard to the position of women, Zeno, agreeing to some extent with Plato, asserted the startling doctrine that women should be in common and men should mate with them as they pleased. That Zeno was suggesting, even for an imaginary state, any sort of loose living need not for a moment be supposed. His continence was notable. He expressly approves of marriage, and the members of his school were honorably known by their aversion to adultery. But Zeno could not base his theory of the relation of the sexes merely upon established practice. We may assume that he observed that in the world of animals and of birds mating was free, whereas in human society it was encumbered by national prejudices, class privilege, and personal jealousy, and in particular that woman was regarded as a chattel, contrary to the fundamental principle of his state. By his doctrine of free mating he aimed at the root of these evils. The gradual abolition at Rome of the restrictions on connubium illustrates the application of his principle, just as the prohibition of miscegenation in modern America illustrates its denial. Zeno may well have perceived how deeply the potentiality of marriage affects all social relations, and it is probable that the progress of Stoicism did much to break down the racial barriers that existed in Zeno's time, but which had almost completely disappeared 5 centuries later throughout the civilized world. Another application of his doctrine is found in the life of Cato of Utica, but its general meaning is clear. Marriage exists not by nature but by institution, thesai. Its law is human and mutable, but nevertheless within proper limits is one that may not be transgressed. By the side of the text of Zeno we still have the authorized comment of Epictetus, 307. The Stoics did not shrink from insisting upon the abstract principle of the community of women, even in an extreme case in which their doctrine encountered a violent prejudice. No natural law, they maintained, prohibits marriage relationship between near relatives. The tale of Oedipus and Jocasta, which is so prominent a theme in the great Athenian tragedies, appears to Zeno to be a matter about which too much ado has been made. For suppose the case that all the world were destroyed by flood except one man and his daughter, would it not be better that he should beget children by her, and that the whole human race should not perish? In this reference to the traditional flood, we may readily trace one reason why the Stoics insisted on their principle. For at the beginning of human history we are compelled to postulate an Adam and an Eve, a human pair related in their birth and at the same time united as parents of the race. Go back to the beginnings of the universe. There too we must postulate the same combination of relationships, and so only can we understand the poets when they speak of Hera as wife and sister of Zeus. 308. Perhaps even more shocking to Hellenic feeling was Zeno's indifference to the treatment of the dead. Burial was to him no sacred duty to the departed one. It was equally right to throw the body to the fire, as the Indians, or to the vultures, as the Persians. Nor is there any need to condemn those nations amongst which the dead are eaten by their own relatives, for all these things are matters not of principle but of convenience, and to eat human flesh may still be desirable if circumstances require it, as for instance in shipwreck, or if a limb is amputated. The problem of the disposal of the dead became a favorite subject of discussion in Stoic circles. Chrysippus wrote at length on the subject, comparing the customs of various nations as well as the habits of animals, in order to ascertain the law of nature. He reaches the conclusion that dead bodies should be disposed of in the simplest possible way, not being regarded as of more importance than the hair or nail parings from which we part in life. Cicero shortly sums up this discussion in the Tusculan Disputations, and draws the conclusion that whilst the living must consider what it is fitting for them to do, to the dead man it is a matter totally indifferent. In the imperial period this consideration is of importance as showing that the tyrant has no power after death. 309. The Stoic view of slavery can readily be inferred. Without proposing the immediate abolition of this social institution, the Stoics treated it as essentially contrary to nature. The earliest teachers seem to have passed over the subject in silence. Panaetius, as might be expected from his social position, justified slavery by the arguments of Plato and Aristotle in exceptional cases. All those who through the infirmity of their nature are unfit to govern themselves are rightly made slaves. According to this theory, we may speak of a natural slave, phusei doulos, who as such can no more have rights in the community than the lower animals. The true Stoic theory appears, however, to be formulated by a definition of Chrysippus, who says that a slave is a laborer hired for life. This definition makes of slavery a contract, to which there are two parties, and Seneca rightly uses this definition to argue that the relations of master to slave are those of man to man, and that as the master may wrong his slave, so the slave may do a service to his master. All this is really implied in the dogma that women and slaves may become philosophers, as is realized by the church father Lactantius. 310. The Stoic principles of politics may be realized under any form of government, and the theory of constitutions, like that of grammar, belongs to a neutral ground on which philosophers of different schools may work in harmony. The Peripatetics appear first to have taken up this study. Of the Stoics, Diogenes of Babylon, who himself acted as a political representative of Athens, is stated to have shown interest in this subject. And after him, Panaetius developed a complete theory, of which the substance is preserved for us in Cicero's De Re Publica. According to this theory, which Cicero puts in the mouth of Scipio Africanus, surrounded by Roman Stoics of distinction such as Laelius, Tubero, and Furius Philo, the best constitution is one in which the elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy are combined, though a bias remains in favor of monarchy. This mixed constitution, according to the teaching of Panaetius and his pupil Polybius, is best illustrated in the Roman state, whereas tyranny, the perversion of monarchy, is the worst of all governments. By such reasoning, the Roman nobles of the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD alike persuaded themselves easily that Stoic teaching supported the position of the Republican Party. But in fact, they were maintaining peripatetic theories of government, and the real Stoic theory was far more in accord with that practice of the Principate, according to which all citizens are treated with respect, and the government of them is placed in the hands of men selected for their personal merit. We shall discuss the whole question of the relation of Stoicism to Roman politics in a later chapter. But we may notice here that those Stoics practically abandoned the theory of providence, who looked into the history of their own times with the intention of seeing nowhere the king and everywhere the tyrant. On the other hand, the practical statesmen who set about to recreate Roman law on the principle of substituting everywhere human rights for class privileges were men thoroughly imbued with the Stoic spirit, whether or not they were avowed disciples of this philosophy. 311. We must therefore maintain that the true Stoic state, whether it be called monarchy or democracy, calls for a revolt against nationalism, antiquity, custom, pride, and prejudice, and a new construction based upon universal reason and individual liberty. For the realization of this state, it is first necessary to build up the individual, to fill his mind with the conception of reason and love, to strengthen his will to a true independence. For it is not buying or selling that makes the slave, but the will within. All are in truth slaves except the wise man, for freedom is the power of directing one's own actions. Here then we pass from the community to the individual, from politics to ethics in the narrower sense. 312. For the individual man, the ethical problem is to bring himself, a part of nature, into harmony with the whole. Whether we think of destiny, of providence, of the gods, or of the state, success for the individual is to agree and to cooperate. To struggle and to rebel is to fail. This success is the end, telos, for which man exists, the supreme good, summum bonum, the ultimate good, ultimum bonorum, that towards which all other right action works, whilst it works itself for no other end. Its name in the individual is virtue, arete, virtus, and it is an active and firmly established disposition of the soul. It follows from the monistic principle that the end for man is one, and that virtue is one, but nevertheless each is capable of being regarded in many aspects. The harmony of the ethical end with other parts of the Stoic philosophy is marked by such phrases as life according to nature, the rule keep company with God, and the identification of virtue and reason. 313. Because virtue is one thing and not many, it makes a man's life one consistent whole and stands in sharp contrast to the changing and undecided ways of the crowd. Virtue is therefore frequently defined as consistency in life, an even steady course of action, self-consistency, a principle in agreement with its applications. The opposite of virtue is the unending restlessness and indecision of the man in the crowd. Accordingly, we are told that the earliest Stoics thought it a sufficient definition of wisdom or virtue that it was something simple. And similarly, Zeno said that the end of life was to live consistently. To this short definition, the words "with nature" were soon added, whereby the distinctiveness of the original definition was diminished. For all the philosophical schools are agreed that the right life must be guided by nature, phusai, not by convention, thesai. From the time of Chrysippus, the relation of right living to nature was further analyzed. Chrysippus defined the nature referred to as universal and human nature, thereby further approximating to the teaching of rival schools. But on the other hand, he gave this new and more characteristic explanation: to live virtuously is to live according to scientific knowledge of the phenomena of nature, doing nothing which the universal law forbids, which is the right reason which pervades all things, and is the same as Zeus, the lord of the ordering of this world. Diogenes of Babylon introduced the words to take a reasonable course in choosing or refusing things in accordance with nature. Antipater's definition is to live with preference for what is natural and aversion to what is against nature, thus throwing the stress on the doctrine of the things of high degree. Panaetius made a distinct step forward when he admitted the claims of universal nature to be supreme, but subject to them, held that each man should follow the pointings of his individual nature. This teaching, however, comes rather near to naming a twofold end. Cicero follows Panaetius in his De Officiis, but in the De Finibus adheres more closely to Chrysippus, and Seneca agrees with him in laying stress on the need of scientific knowledge of natural events. In the main, therefore, life according to nature means to the Stoics life in accordance with the general movement of the universe, to which the particular strivings of the individual must be subordinated. 314. From the religious standpoint, virtue is willing cooperation with the deity, in preference to that unwilling cooperation to which even evildoers are forced. This conception, first set forth by Cleanthes in a poem that we have quoted above, is enforced by Seneca and Epictetus also in varying phrases. "I do not obey God," says Seneca. "I agree with him. I go with him heart and soul, and not because I must." With a slight change of language, this leads us to the paradox that obedience to God is liberty. "I have placed my impulses," says Epictetus, "in obedience to God. Is it his will that I shall have fever? It is my will too. Is it his will that I should obtain anything? It is my wish also. Does he not wish it? I do not wish it." The personal bent of Epictetus leads him to develop this idea in the direction of suffering rather than of acting. If the good man had foreknowledge of what would happen, he would cooperate towards his own sickness and death and mutilation, since he knows that these things are assigned to him in accordance with the universal arrangement. The proof that this must be so rests on the unity of the divine and individual purposes. Good cannot be one thing, and that at which we are rationally delighted another thing. 315. It is not perhaps quite so clearly stated that the virtue of the individual is that disposition which will make him the best possible member of society, that is, the best possible citizen of the cosmopolis. Yet this is everywhere implied. In the first place, the wise man will take part in the life of the community. He will marry and bring up children. In the second place, the virtue of man differs first from the corresponding quality in the animals, in that man is formed by nature for social union. Hence, his reason only comes into play simultaneously with the recognition that he is a member of a community, and as such bound to prefer the good of the whole to that of a part. Nature, says Panaetius, through reason unites man to man, so that they have a common bond in conversation and life. It induces men to approve and take part in public gatherings and festivals, and to collect the materials for a social and cultivated life for themselves, their children, and all whom they hold dear. 316. Virtue, as a disposition of the soul, reflects all the aspects in which the soul itself is regarded. Since the Principate is both wisdom and will, so virtue is wisdom, according to the paradox of Socrates and the Cynics. Because virtue is wisdom, it can be taught. In fact, it can only be acquired by teaching, and equally evil-doing can be cured by teaching. But no less virtue is will. Cleanthes emphasized this aspect, and identified virtue both with the Socratic strength of character and with the Stoic tone. Insofar as virtue is will, it is to be acquired by constant practice. A true judgment is endangered by hasty assent, a healthy will by slackness of the soul's sinews. In the Stoic system, vigor and strength of mind is everywhere identified with the true tone, eutonia. The possibility of overstrain is not considered. But in the development of the ideal, we have two varying aspects of virtue presented to us. At one moment we see the man of action, engaged in the thick of the battle, sun-browned, dusty, horny-handed. With this model before him, we find Musonius objecting altogether to relaxation of moral tone as being equivalent to its loss. At another moment we see the man of quiet conviction, who goes his way unmoved in the face of the howls of the mob or the threats of the tyrant. He is distinguished by a mental calm, which no storms can shake. Any discrepancy between these views is finally reconciled by introducing a comparison between the soul and the body. The philosophers had at all times been greatly influenced by the theories and practice of the physicians, and they were proud to call themselves physicians of the soul. Chrysippus spent much time in comparing diseases of the soul to those of the body. Equally, there must be a healthy state of the soul corresponding to that of the body, in which all its parts are in harmony. Hence, in the Stoic prayer, health of soul is asked for, side by side with health of body, and Seneca bases a singularly complete statement of the Stoic conception of happiness upon a permanently healthy condition of the mind. 317. Virtue is a state of the mind, a disposition of the soul. It is not an act, hence the bent of the mind, inclinatio, its aim, intentio, its desire, bulesis, voluntas, is everything. The performance through the organs of the body is nothing. This Stoic dogma is today so familiar in divinity, law, and society that it is not easy to realize how paradoxical it seemed when first stated. By its proclamation, the Stoics defied the whole system of taboo by which the ancient world prohibited certain acts as in themselves dangerous and detestable, a system still in force in many departments of life and theoretically defended by the intuitive system of morals. The defenders of taboo were bitterly affronted and indignantly asked questions which mostly concerned the sexual relations, with regard to which taboo appears to have been at the time most vigorous. Is there nothing wrong in cannibalism, in foul language, in incest, in the accursed relations with boy favorites Paideia? To these questions, firm-minded Stoics were bound to give a negative answer, thereby laying themselves open to the charge of being defenders of immorality. This charge, however, is never to be taken seriously. The high practical morality of the Stoics placed them beyond reproach. But it was also easy to raise a laugh by quotations from these austere moralists which sounded like a defense of licentiousness. The solution of the difficulty in each individual case follows exactly the same lines as in politics, and there is the same divergence of method between the early Stoics, who assert their principles at all costs, and those of the transition period, who are intent upon adapting them to the existing conditions of society. Here we need only discuss the questions of principle, as we deal with questions affecting practical life in another chapter. 318. The principal taboos affecting the individual have to do with cannibalism, the sexual relations, nudity, and obscenity. Of the first we have already spoken. The other three appeared to the Stoics partly due to inherited prejudices, partly to the theory that the body is in itself vile and corrupt. Of neither point of view could the Stoics approve, hence their repeated assertions that no sexual act, whether commonly described as natural or as unnatural, is in itself to be condemned, but only according as it is seemly or unseemly for the individual. It was perhaps unnecessary to explain to Greeks that the naked body is in itself no offensive sight. But doubtless the Stoics had to make this clear to their Oriental pupils. Zeno at any rate laid down the principle when he said that men and women should wear the same clothes, meaning such as nature requires for warmth and not such as fashion prescribes, and hide no part of the body. As to decency of language, it did not occur to the Stoics to discuss this question in connection with the history of literature. Since truth is always good, and the very purpose of language is to express truth, a wise man will always say straight out what he needs to say. 319. Up to this point, we find a broad resemblance between the ethical principles of the Stoics and the Cynics. Both assert the sole supremacy of virtue, ridicule traditional prejudices, and bid defiance to external circumstances. But there is at the same time divergence. To the Cynics, virtue stands out as alone, needing no theory and by itself in the universe. To the Stoics, virtue is but one expression of that universal reason, which is equally at work in the universe and in the human mind. The Stoics are therefore under the obligation of bringing virtue into touch with circumstances, the soul into harmony with the body. From this arises their doctrine that virtue is bound up with the study both of universal and of individual nature, and that amongst things indifferent, there are some that the good man must seek, and others that he must avoid. The critics of Stoicism, both ancient and modern, regard this doctrine as an afterthought, suggested by practical difficulties and alien from the original teaching of Zeno. This seems to be a misapprehension. Undoubtedly, Zeno had said, "Some things are good, some are evil, some indifferent. Good are wisdom, temperance, justice, fortitude, everything that is virtue or an aspect of virtue. Evil are folly, intemperance, injustice, cowardice, everything that is vice or an aspect of vice. Indifferent are life and death, glory and disgrace, pain and pleasure, riches and wealth, disease, health, and so forth." But there is a difference between a principle and its application. And this very list of things indifferent indicates by its contrasts an underlying difference, though it is not the difference between good and evil. Zeno was therefore quite consistent in proceeding to examine the nature of this difference. 320. This secondary difference is termed by the Stoics a difference of worth, axia estimatio. Health, life, riches have positive worth in greater or less degree. Disease, death, poverty have negative worth, apaxia, inestimabile. Between these lie things that are absolutely indifferent, as, for example, whether the number of hairs on one's head is odd or even, or whether we take up one or the other of two coins that have the same general appearance and the same stamp. Even here a slight distinction has to be made. As to whether the hairs on the head are odd or even in number, we have not the slightest concern. But in the matter of the coins we must make a choice, and that quickly. Let us then settle the matter anyhow, by chance, as common folk say, for a reason that is not clear to us, as the Stoics say, not willing to admit an effect without a cause, and yet leaving the matter much where it was. And now, as to the things that have worth, it is clear that in some sense they are according to nature, and in the same sense those things that have negative worth are opposed to nature, and the former in some way approximate to the character of the good. It is then necessary to describe them by some term other than good. Zeno selected the term proegmenon, of high degree, which Cicero translates variously by producta, promota, praecipua, praelata, and praeposita. This term, we are told, Zeno borrowed from court life. For no one would think of calling a king of high degree, but only those who are of a rank next to his, though far below. The opposites were described as apoproegmena, remota, reecta, things of low degree. Seneca, who states the theory with great clearness, commonly uses the handier terms commoda, advantages, and incommoda, disadvantages. In their treatment of the separate matters which fall under these divisions, the Stoics were in close agreement with the peripatetic theory of natural ends, ta kata phusin, but their loyalty to their own school came into question, if they actually termed them good or evil, as Chrysippus thought permissible, if sufficient precautions were taken, and as Seneca often describes them in his less careful moods. 321. The advocates of Stoicism maintain that the theory of advantages is essential to their system because without it, virtue has no meaning and practical life no guide. Whereas as soon as this theory is established, we can assign to virtue the permanent and distinctive character that it aims at securing advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Now, we are able to enlarge, though we do not alter, our definition of the supreme good, the consistent life, the life consistent with nature, is the life which is accompanied by a true knowledge of the things that happen by nature, to which words we now add choosing those things which are in accordance with nature and avoiding those things which are against nature. Nevertheless, virtue consists wholly in the aiming at the mark, and not at all in the hitting it. As the true sportsman finds all his pleasure in throwing his quoit according to the rules of the game, and in aiming his arrow at the center of the target, but cares not in the least, so it would seem, whether he succeeds. So the wise man, even though by those circumstances which he cannot control, and which in this connection we call the play of fortune, he gain no advantage at all, but suffer dishonor, captivity, mutilation, and death, still possesses the supreme good, still is as completely happy as though he enjoyed all things. This is the Stoic doctrine of the sufficiency of virtue, expressed in the language of paradox, but nevertheless the central point of their whole ethical system, and its force is really intensified by the doctrine of advantages, which to a superficial critic appears to relax it. 322. The doctrine of the sufficiency, autarkeia, sufficientia, of virtue was consistently taught by the Stoics of all periods, though in ever-varying phraseology. Zeno adopted the Cynic phrase, virtue is sufficient for happiness, or in other words, virtue needs but herself for a happy life. Chrysippus maintains that there are only three logical views as to the supreme good, that it is virtue or pleasure or both, and for himself he chooses the first. Happiness, therefore, is not made greater if advantages are added to virtue, or rather, virtue does not permit addition, accessio. In the transition period, Antipater of Tarsus is said to have faltered, and to have attributed a little importance, though very little, to external advantages, but as we have seen above, his definition of the supreme good is in full accord with the general teaching of the school. Panaetius and Posidonius held to the orthodox doctrine both in word and deed, if we may trust the direct statements of Cicero. Nevertheless, they were so anxious to assimilate their expressions to those of ordinary life that the conclusion could easily be drawn that in their hearts they too attached importance to external goods. One authority indeed states that they held health, strength, and estate to be needful for happiness, thus abandoning the sufficiency of virtue, but in the absence of direct quotation we shall hardly be willing to accept this statement as implying anything different from the distinction of Chrysippus, viz. That the wise man needs nothing but has use for everything. But any faltering shown by the transition writers was more than made good by the zeal of the teachers under the Principate. Seneca enforces the paradox in a score of phrases, in the form of a proverb, virtue is its own reward. In rhetorical exuberance, virtue can defy death, ill fortune, and tyranny. It is independent even of the deity, and no circumstances can increase or impair its perfection. Epictetus often dwells on the same theme, and the whole work of Marcus Aurelius is a meditation upon it. Nor is the dogma merely scholastic. The teachers of the Roman period lay special emphasis on the practical importance of upholding the ideal of virtue as alike single and complete in itself. 323. But virtue, though single in its essence, is manifold in its applications. Though it can only be possessed as a whole, it is attained by stages. By this amplification of the Stoic doctrine, the way is prepared for that adaptation of ethical doctrine to varieties of circumstance, which will be the special subject of our next chapter. By the side of virtue stand the virtues, sometimes conceived as virtue herself endowed with various qualities, more often as virtue at work in different spheres of action. In this way, virtue assumes in turn the shape of each one of the four virtues as commonly understood, namely wisdom, justice, courage, and soberness. We may, if we please, reckon with a smaller or greater number, yet we must always remember that the virtues are so knit together that he who truly possesses one possesses all. Virtue again is displayed in single acts, each of which, whatever its sphere, is a right action, katotama recte factum, in proportion as virtue is displayed in its various qualities and spheres, and in successive right actions, it gains itself a larger field. It cannot be said to increase, but it is in a way spread out and broadened. 324. Virtue, as it is displayed in individual men, has also a history. This follows clearly from Stoic principles, since virtue is an aspect of reason, and children are not possessed of reason. Virtue therefore comes by training, not by birth, by art, not by nature. In the period that precedes the attainment of virtue, there exist states of the soul, which are the semblances and the forerunners of virtue. And he who is on his way towards wisdom, and whom we call the probationer, prokopton, proficiens, by learning and practice comes daily nearer to his goal, till in the crowning moment he wins it as a whole. For virtue is no sum of lesser dispositions reached by a gradual addition of item to item, but a thing complete in itself. Can virtue thus won be lost at a later time? Virtue, it may seem, is not really such, unless it is indestructible. And the Cynics and the earlier Stoics taught accordingly that virtue cannot be lost, that it is a possession forever. In this point, as in so many others, Chrysippus yielded to criticism and admitted that virtue might be lost through intoxication or indigestion, to which causes might well be added the failure of the reason through insanity or old age. But in spite of these difficulties, the general feeling of the Stoic school held firmly to the doctrine that virtue, once acquired, is acquired forever. 325. Virtue and vice are not mere theories of the philosopher. They exist and can be studied in human shape, in the wise and foolish men of myth, history, and society. The lesson of virtue in particular can best be learnt by considering virtuous men. Here the Stoics followed closely the teaching of their predecessors, the Cynics. As the best of models, they accepted Hercules, the man rightly deemed a god, who travelled over all the world, purging it of every lawlessness and bringing with him justice, holiness, and peace. Next comes Ulysses, who, like Hercules, was untiring in his labours, triumphant over pain, and a conqueror throughout all the world, an example to all men of endurance and vigour. To barbarians, Cyrus, king of Persia, was a like example to prove that suffering is a good. Many such are counted amongst the philosophers. First Heraclitus, not for his insight into nature, but for his control over his passions. Then Socrates, who in life and death was equally a model as a man and as a citizen. Diogenes the Cynic is worthy of special honour, for he was so filled with love for mankind and obedience to God that he willingly undertook a life of labour and bodily suffering, and thus won himself the true freedom, and became truly happy, truly divine. Zeno, the most temperate of philosophers, and Cleanthes, the most enduring, were men of like type within the Stoic school itself. 326. To the list of wise men recognized by the Greeks, the Romans were proud to add other names from their own history, thereby associating their philosophic principles with patriotic pride. From their mythology, Aeneas was selected, the man who crushes his desires that he may loyally cooperate with the destiny of his people. From the times of the Republic, Scipio Africanus Minor and his gentle companion Laelius. Whilst in Publius, Rutilius Rufus, a Roman, could be found who, like Socrates, would not, when on his trial, consent to any other defence than a plain statement of the facts, in which he neither exaggerated his own merits nor made any plea for mercy. But amongst all Romans, Cato of Utica was preeminent. If Cicero, as a contemporary and a colleague in political life, was little liable to illusions as to his character and success, his testimony to Cato's sincerity is all the more valuable. Nor can we believe that Cato's voluntary death would so soon and so greatly have stirred Roman feeling had it not come as the climax of a life worthily spent. The period of the Principate brought to the front both men and women whose fearless lives and quiet, self-approved deaths proved them to be worthy successors to the heroes of the past. And at the same time we notice a disposition to find some at least of the elements of the heroic character in simple, uneducated folk, as in the soldier, the athlete, and the gladiator, so that these too serve in their degree as models for those that seek wisdom. 327. The founders of Stoicism never doubted that wise men had existed and did exist. They looked forward to a time not far distant when there should be a cosmopolis in which every citizen should be wise. This robust belief was not maintained by their successors. According to Chrysippus, only 1 or 2 wise men have ever existed, and he expressly denies that he himself or any of his acquaintance are amongst the number. The Stoics of the transition period avoided the topic as troublesome, and their opponents naturally pressed it on them all the more. Zeno had said, "It is reasonable to honor the gods. It is not reasonable to honor the non-existent. Therefore the gods exist." This was now parodied. "It is reasonable to honor wise men. It is not reasonable to honor the non-existent. Therefore wise men exist." If this argument was unsatisfactory, as we are told, to the Stoics because they had not yet discovered their wise man anywhere, we are not surprised to find that sometimes they refer him to the Golden Age, at other times convert him into an ideal. The Stoics under the Roman Principate reaffirmed vigorously the existence of the wise man. Seneca, however, admits that his appearance is as rare as that of the phoenix and altogether disclaims any such character for himself individually. Epictetus is far more true to the spirit of the old doctrine, when he not only abstains from any morbid depreciation of his own character, but also urges his pupils never to give up the hope of reaching perfection. 328. Thus the Stoics founded their moral ideal on the triple basis of the good citizen, the healthily disposed soul, and the examples of wise men. In impressing this part of their system on their pupils, they made little use of definitions or syllogisms, but all the more they resorted to rhetorical description. As in their physics the logos became almost a person, so here the picture of virtue is drawn, as by Prodicus in the old allegory of the choice of Hercules, drawing men to her not by the pleasures she offers, but by her majesty and beauty. Cleanthes in particular heaps epithets of praise on virtue. More usually it is sufficient to insist that virtue is good, praiseworthy, and expedient. That the wise man is a king almost ceases to be a paradox, since the soul is rightly compared to a kingdom. That he is rich, handsome, free, and invincible can equally be argued on Stoic principles. To carry such statements further seems to savor of pedantry. To ridicule them at any stage is easy. Yet the statement that seems the boldest of all, that the wise man is happy even on the rack, was many a time verified by the experience of individual Stoics. That the wise man is a god, though subject to the limitations of mortality, is maintained without hesitation. 329. The Stoic morality differs not only in form and in its reasoned basis, but in substance, both from the popular morality of the time and the ideals of rival philosophical schools. The Stoic heroes differ from those of Homer by a world age. They possess what the Romans called humanitas, powers of reasoning, and of sympathizing unknown to an age of warriors. The Epicurean sage was not, as popular criticism and that of many Stoics unjustly described him, a man of gross tastes and reckless selfishness, but he was essentially easygoing and a quietist, little inclined to risk his peace of mind by meddling with the troubles of others. To the cynics, the Stoics owed much in their principles, to the academics, as we shall see, much in their application of them. They stood between the two, more reasonable and judicious than the former, firmer in principle than the latter, possessed of a breadth of outlook which neither of these schools could claim. 330. As in our study of the Stoic philosophy we turn aside from the supreme problems of the universe, such as gather round the questions of the divine purpose, the existence of evil, and unfettered choice, our way becomes easier. Our new problems, dealing with the constitution of the human soul and the ideals of human life in the state and in the individual, are perhaps not simpler in themselves, but they are of narrower range, and in finding our way over the first rough ground we learn to tread with some assurance, so that we now feel ourselves, as it were, on a downward path. For all that, the problems of the universal law and the perfect man must still be compared to mountaintops, if not to the highest peaks of all. But from this point on, we steadily descend towards the plains, to that common and practical life by which the worth of philosophy is tested. We no longer gaze on the same bright sunlight or breathe the same invigorating air. Philosophy enters a region of mists and shadows, and even learns to adapt her language to new neighbors. But her meaning is the same as before, and the pathway to the heights is not closed behind her. 331. The region we have now reached is that of daily duties, by which phrase we propose to translate here the Greek kathakonta and the Latin officia. This word is defined by Zeno as meaning that which it comes in one's way to do, and its quiet sound at once brings it into contrast with the proud claims of virtue. The contrast is in fact great. Virtue, displaying itself in right action, is only possible for reasoning beings, that is, for gods and men, and within our view it is only attained, if at all, by the wise man. But daily duty is common to the wise and the unwise. It not only extends to children, but also to the unreasoning animals and to plants. Virtue always contemplates the universal law. For daily duty it is sufficient to follow the individual nature. Virtue cannot even be understood except by the trained philosopher, whilst the principles of daily duty may be explained to the simple. To use a comparison from mathematics, daily duty is the projection of virtue upon the plane of ordinary life. Between the two there always remains an assured correspondence. Each right action which virtue achieves is at the same time the performance of a daily duty, and that in the most complete manner. Each daily duty performed by the unwise is a step by which he may in the end climb to wisdom. 332. The subject of daily duties was treated both by Zeno and by Cleanthes, and is implied in the theory of Stoic ethics as a whole. It has also a special relation to the doctrine of advantages and disadvantages. Nevertheless, the Stoics do not directly say that daily duty consists in the seeking of advantages, but that it is based upon primary ends which nature sets up. Prota kata fusin, principia naturae. This phrase indicates the source of this part of the Stoic philosophy. It marks teaching common to the Peripatetic school and the Academy, and accepted by Zeno from his teacher Polemo. We are not informed how Zeno and Cleanthes elaborated this subject, and when we find it taken up in earnest, the spirit of the Academy is firmly established. Thus the Stoic demand for certain knowledge is here set aside, and we are told that the standard of daily duty is that which when done can reasonably be defended, which definition closely corresponds with the definition of the supreme good by Diogenes of Babylon, to take a reasonable course in the choice of things according to nature. Thus, strong will and assured conviction are no longer required. The door is thrown open for convention, opportunism, and respectability. The daring moral theories and bold paradoxes of the founders of Stoicism tend to disappear from sight, and are replaced by shrewd good sense and worldly wisdom, in short, by the doctrine of making the best of both worlds. The subject was therefore congenial to Panaetius, who was both a practical statesman and an admirer of Plato and Aristotle, and it was from this standpoint that Stoicism so rapidly won its way with the Roman nobility of the last century of the Republic. Panaetius's book, Perikathakonton, was the basis of Cicero's work, De Officiis, which is the only systematic treatise which we possess on Stoic ethics, and therefore generally the most convenient source of information. As, however, this work leans very strongly towards peripatetic views, it will frequently be necessary to refer to other authorities, amongst which Cicero's De Finibus best represents the older Stoics, and Seneca and Epictetus the Stoics of the Roman Principate. 333. It is no departure from the fundamental principles of Stoicism when we learn that the first lessons of nature are those which are imprinted upon every animal at its birth. Zeno himself had sought for the natural law of marriage by a like method. The first natural lesson is that each animal seeks, not indeed pleasure as the Epicureans hold, but its own preservation and the maintenance of its life in its completeness. At a later stage is imparted the desire of sexual union for procreation's sake, and with it some kind of affection for each one's offspring. But nature's best lessons are reserved for man, as to look into the future and regard life as a whole, to interest himself in his fellows, to attend public festivities, and to procure the amenities of a civilized life for himself and those dependent upon him, in spare hours to acquire information on points of historical or philosophical interest, in riper life to claim freedom and to refuse to submit to any arbitrary commands, and finally, to perceive in all things harmony and beauty, and to avoid any disturbance of it by willful action. Such, says Cicero, is the picture of a beautiful life, and could we see it with our eyes, as Plato says, great would be our desire to possess wisdom for a bride. 334. In this general sketch, we miss a clear ethical standard. The first lessons of nature may easily be perverted, so far as they are common to men and animals, for they point towards the acts of eating, drinking, and sexual union, all of which are associated by the ordinary man with pleasure in a vicious sense. Hence arises a danger, from which many Stoics do not keep clear, that we may fall into the terrible error of the Epicureans and hold that pleasure itself is a first law of nature. It is therefore necessary to lay it down that man should aim specially at those results which are characteristic of human nature, that is, at the development of powers which he does not share with the lower animals. So far the Academy and the Porch might travel together, but the only higher capacities recognized by the Stoics are reason and the political sense, which is an aspect of the universal reason. Such matters as antiquarian interests and the appreciation of beauty could only be introduced under academic influence. The last, however, as we shall see, is to become with Panaetius the predominant consideration. 335. From the enunciation of general principles we pass on to the separate virtues. Virtue in the strict sense can only be possessed by the wise man. He therefore alone can practice the virtues. Nevertheless, we may use this and like terms in a secondary sense to describe those adumbrations or reflections of virtue which fall within the reach of the ordinary man. The classification of the virtues varies. Panaetius divided virtue into two parts, theoretical and practical, and Seneca follows him on this point. It was perhaps Chrysippus who distinguished between virtues that are arts, technai, and which are based on theoretical principles, and those which are acquirements, dunames, being attained by practice. But generally speaking, the division of virtue into the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and soberness is accepted as sufficient. By subdivision, the number of virtues may be increased to any extent, and in scholastic classifications of virtue we find lists which have multiplicity for their direct aim. 336. Wisdom, phronesis prudentia, is considered by Zeno not only as the first of the virtues, but as the foundation of all, so that courage is wisdom in suffering, justice is wisdom in distribution, and soberness is wisdom in enjoyment. His successors treated science, episteme scientia, as the parent virtue, thus placing wisdom side by side with the other cardinal virtues, yet losing the point of Zeno's genealogy. The writers of the later periods desired to recognize separately contemplative wisdom and therefore introduced as a subdivision of the first cardinal virtue speculation, Sophia sapientia. But the Stoics generally held that all wisdom must justify itself by practical results. The study of the so-called liberal arts has a value for children, for it prepares the way for virtuous training. Logic is needed to protect us against fallacious reasoning, and physics that we may rightly understand the universe and its providential government, upon which the conception of duty depends. In this sense, we may speak of logic and physics as virtues, that is, as subdivisions of the virtue of wisdom. The study of physics is also admirable because it elevates the soul. Geometry, law, and astrology are useful in the several professions, but study, when carried to excess, as by antiquarians, bookworms, and other learned time-wasters, is nothing but folly. 337. The second cardinal virtue is justice, dikaiosune justitia, of which Chrysippus drew a striking allegorical picture. She is a virgin form to show that she is incorruptible and does not give way to bad men, of firm and fierce aspect, inspiring fear in the wicked, confidence in the good. Her eyes are keen-sighted, her bearing is at once sad and awe-inspiring. Cicero distinguishes justice in the narrower sense from beneficence. Justice proper is a political virtue, and consists in respect for the rights and property of individuals. By nature indeed all things are common, but since they have become private property by occupation, conquest, law, contract, and so forth, individuals may keep their own, provided they do not forget that they have always the duty of contributing to the common good, and that even slaves have reasonable claims upon them. Beneficence needs the guidance of principle, and must be determined by considerations of person and occasion. The claims of persons upon us depend on propinquity. Country, parents, wife, and children must be first considered, then other relatives, then fellow citizens, lastly men in general. The consideration of the degrees of propinquity, schises, was a favorite subject with Epictetus, and a useful defense against those who maintained that the Stoic sage was lacking in natural affection. The virtue of justice appealed specially to the statesman in both its applications, and is dealt with fully by Panaetius and by Cicero after him. 338. The third cardinal virtue is courage, Andrea, fortitudo, which retains the tradition of the strength and force of Socrates. This again, according to Cicero, has two parts. One passive, which consists in despising fortune and its buffets, and is in harmony with the picture of the wise man as usually drawn. The other part, which we may call greatness of soul, megalopsuchia, magnitudo animi, is shown in the undertaking of great enterprises. The virtue of courage is characteristically Stoic, and may be considered, like its counterpart wisdom, as the foundation and source of all the virtues. The knowledge of good and evil can only be attained by the soul that is duly strung to vigorous resolution. The Stoics of the Principate perhaps insist most of all on this virtue, which alone makes men independent of all that it lies with fortune to give and to take away. The man of courage will therefore detach himself from fortune's gifts. He will treat them as household furniture lent to him which may be at any moment recalled. 339. Courage appears in its highest development in the face of tyranny and death. It is the tyrant's boast that he has men in his power. But the brave man is an exception. His rank and his property may be taken away. He may be subjected to the torture, his life may be forfeited, but the soul, that is the man himself, is beyond the tyrant's reach. To pain he answers, if I can bear it, it will be light. If I cannot bear it, it cannot be long. Amidst all the extremities of fire and rack, men have been found who never groaned, never begged for mercy, never answered a question, and indeed laughed heartily. Of death, the Stoic has no fear. Not only is it no evil, but it is to be welcomed as part of the course of nature. It is the best of friends, for it offers a release from all troubles and in particular from the oppression of the tyrant. We do not indeed deny that normally life is an advantage, that nature's first lesson is self-preservation, and that death in itself is a thing terrible to contemplate. But life is not the more desirable for its length. And when old age begins to shatter the powers of the mind, and to degrade the man to the life of a vegetable, nature is calling him to quit his mortal body. At no period is life worth purchasing at the cost of the loss of honor, without which it loses its savor. The philosopher therefore will not merely see with calm confidence the approach of death. He will go forward to meet it of his own free will, if only he is assured that reasonable choice points that way. 340. The doctrine of reasonable departure, eulogos exagoge, rationalis evita excessus, plays a prominent part in the Stoic ethics. It cannot rightly be described as the recommendation of suicide, for the Stoics do not permit a man to pass sentence of death upon himself, but only to cooperate in carrying out the decree of a higher power. The doctrine is intended in the first instance to justify death gloriously met in fighting for one's country or one's friends. Next, when intolerable pain or incurable disease plainly indicates the will of the deity. In the development of Roman history, a third reason was found in the loss of political freedom. These reasons are not added to, but only systematized when we are told that it is an ordinary duty to quit life when a man's natural advantages, takata fusin, are outweighed by the corresponding disadvantages. For amongst natural advantages are included in this connection all those considerations of which an honorable man will rightly take account. And the calculation may equally lead him to the conclusion that, in spite of old age and suffering, and though he has never attained to true wisdom, his simple duty is to wait quietly in life. 341. The practice of reasonable departure was largely recommended to the Stoics by the examples of Socrates, whose death they regarded as voluntary, and of Cato, and it was at first no small matter of pride to them to find that these examples found imitators, and that their system thus showed its power over the greatest of the terrors that beset humanity. But under the Roman Principate, free departure soon became so common that it was a reproach rather than a glory to its advocates, a social disease pointing to morbidity of soul rather than to healthy resolution. Hence the philosophers turned from recommendation to reproof. A brave and wise man must not flee from life but quit it, says Seneca. Nothing is more disgraceful than to long for death. Friends, says Epictetus, wait for God. When he shall give you the signal, then go to him. 342. The free departure is the most striking illustration of passive courage, but even before it was abused, Cicero at least had perceived the attraction which this attitude of soul possesses, and its opposition to the spirit of active enterprise, which he calls greatness of soul, and which he advocates perhaps more on academic than on Stoic lines. Still, the Stoics had already defined courage as virtue fighting in the front rank in defense of justice. A good man must indeed regard power and wealth as things indifferent, but he is to be blamed if he makes this an excuse for avoiding public life and leaving to others magistracies at home or commands in the wars. In the old world, the love of glory and praise on the one hand, angry feeling against enemies on the other, has led men to seek these positions. But now they should seek them at home, that they may have a wide field for the exercise of their virtues, and in the wars, in order that all war may be brought to an end. By the older Stoics, this great-heartedness was advocated by precept and example. Zeno had said that the wise man should take part in public life, and his hearers Perseus and Philonides had taken service under Antigonus Gonatas and Spherus with Cleomenes III, king of Sparta. We shall see later how large was the part played in Roman political life by men who were Stoics or inclined to Stoicism. In an age in which there was a strong current of fashion in favor of a quiet life, we must therefore recognize in courage, fully as much as in wisdom or justice, a political as well as a private virtue. 343. The fourth cardinal virtue is soberness, sophrosune, temperantia. Of this there are various definitions, and amongst them that it is the principle which regulates our natural appetites, so that they are neither in excess nor in defect. From Cicero's point of view, soberness embraces all the virtues, for it is in the due regulation of the impulses that virtue consists. The standard to be attained is a healthy state of the soul, and this is to be judged, upon the analogy of the body, by the canon of that which is beautiful, symmetrical, and becoming, prepon, decorum. Just as bodily beauty is symmetry established between the limbs mutually, and also between each and the whole body, so beauty of the soul is symmetry between the reasoning power and its parts, and mutually between each of those parts. Although this is in principle a doctrine accepted by the whole Stoic school, yet in its application we may easily find an entirely new departure, that is, if the appeal is made to an artistic standard which depends upon the taste of the individual. The door is then thrown open to an abandonment of the Cynico-Stoic theory of life according to reason, and to the acceptance of the standard of good feeling, which may easily be so stretched as to include existing prejudices and conventions. This danger is realized in Cicero's treatment of the virtue of decorum, which in its distinctive sense is defined as having the element of gentlemanliness in itself. It begins with respect for the feelings and opinions of others. It avoids all rough games and obscene jests. It makes choice of a profession adapted to the natural character of the individual. It observes, as the actor does, the proprieties of youth and age, rich and poor, citizen and foreigner. It prescribes dignity as fitting for men, gracefulness for women. In particular, decorum is displayed in modesty, verecundia. This is shown by keeping out of sight those parts of the body which nature, though she could not dispense with them, has concealed and covered, in attending to their functions with the utmost secrecy, and in referring both to these parts of the body and to their uses by words that do not properly describe them. 344. Cicero's treatment of decorum is so full of good sense that his De Officiis was the most widely known textbook of Greco-Roman ethics in medieval schools and has retained its importance in the classical public schools of the present day. But its logical justification on Stoic principles is far from easy. We are therefore not surprised to find that, just as Zeno and the main body of his followers had proclaimed in advance that such doctrine was false in principle and ridiculous in detail, so conversely the followers of Panaetius found it necessary expressly to repudiate the teaching of a large number of Stoics. We have in fact here a sharp conflict between the cultured and Platonizing Stoics on the one side and the general feeling of the school on the other. Cicero elsewhere treats it as an accepted Stoic doctrine that the wise man will blurt things straight out, and the theory of gentlemanly professions can never have appealed to any large social circle. In the period of the Principate, we find the theory of decorum, as a whole, abandoned. Seneca, personally as sensitive as Cicero himself, recognizes the absurdity of wasting time in hinting at a plain meaning, nor does he limit his choice of illustration even when addressing a lady of high social position. We must look then in some other direction than the De Officiis for a duly proportioned exposition of the Stoic virtue of soberness. 345. Reverting to the definitions of this virtue, we find, amongst those that are generally accepted, first, that it is the science of things that are to be sought or avoided, or neither. Secondly, that it is concerned with the human appetites. Now the term appetite or impulse, appetitus, includes in the Stoic philosophy all those first movements of the soul which draw us on towards some object, and which are adumbrations of right conduct requiring revision and control by reason. But it seems clear that soberness has little to do with those higher impulses that are characteristic of man, such as the love of knowledge or of society, since other virtues are concerned with these. It remains that soberness is the virtue which is concerned with the appetites common to men and the lower animals, which we may shortly call the lower appetites. They are, as we have already stated, the desires of eating, drinking, and sexual union. It is just in this sphere that pleasure arises, in the sense in which it is condemned by the cynics and popular moralists. We may therefore shortly define soberness as a right disposition of soul in relation to pleasure. Its peculiar characteristic is that it is in the main a negative virtue, displaying itself in abstinence from indulgence. 346. In order then rightly to understand the virtue of soberness, we need a clear idea of the attitude of the Stoics towards pleasure. Zeno, as we have seen, whilst definitely placing pleasure in the category of things indifferent, had nevertheless allowed it to be understood that it might be an advantage, proegmenon, and the seeking after it natural, ketafusin. And this is stated to have been the express teaching of Hecato, Apollodorus, and Chrysippus. To other Stoics, this appeared to be a disastrous concession to Epicurean views. Cleanthes, who had scornfully described the ideal of Epicurus by the picture of pleasure enthroned as queen, with the virtues submitting, attending as her handmaidens, interpreted the word indifferent more strictly. He refused to admit that pleasure was natural or possessed any worth. In this view, he was supported by a great many Stoics, and practically by Archidemus, when he said that pleasure was natural but valueless, like the hairs under the armpit. Hence followed the acceptable conclusion that no sensible man would pay much attention to so trivial a matter. Thus the one word, indifferent, came to include two views which were substantially opposed, the one inclining to the academic standpoint, and the other to cynicism. 347. From this contradiction, an escape was sought by making a distinction. In one sense, pleasure is an affection of the body, namely a tickling, titillatio, of organs of sense, most readily illustrated in the eating of dainties. This kind of pleasure, even if it is not an advantage naturally sought, yet has some likeness to one. Though it is not directly to be aimed at, yet it may be welcomed when nature grants it to us as an extra. This new view practically coincides with that of Aristotle, who calls pleasure an aftergrowth, epigenema, accessio, which of itself follows on virtuous action, and is attached to it as the scent to a flower. But much more commonly, in ethical discussions, pleasure denotes the excitement which is more strictly termed hilarity, eparsis, sublatio animi, and is the unhealthy condition of the soul when it is unduly attracted to an object of choice. For this mischief, Cicero suggests the Latin term letitia, which is perhaps not altogether adequate. This pleasure may be unreservedly condemned as not merely indifferent, but actually contrary to nature, whilst the virtuous and natural disposition is that of the man who not only contemplates toil and pain with calm mind, but actually welcomes them as possible stepping stones towards his own true advantage. 348. Although the prevailing tendency in Stoic teaching is to consider soberness as a negative virtue, and as opposed to the perturbation of hilarity, there is not wanting some recognition of its positive side. For soberness also demands that there shall be a healthy activity of the soul in matters such as eating, drinking, and the relations of sex. Abstinence is not in itself an end, and if pursued out of season is both a folly and a fault. But this point of view is not adequately treated by any Stoic writer. Panetius, in discussing daily duties, omitted to consider the proper care of the body, as was afterwards noticed by Antipater of Tyre, and Cicero gets little further than a general recommendation of common sense and self-restraint in all the circumstances of life. The Romans of the Principate were disposed to leave the matter to the physician, suggesting only that food should suffice to allay hunger, drink to put an end to thirst, and clothing to keep away cold. But it is probable that popular moral discourses stopped short of this and favoured some amount of endurance as a discipline for the soul. 349. With regard to the relations of sex, the Socratic tradition was favourable to a more positive treatment. Accordingly, the Stoics, not without some feeling that they are adopting a paradoxical position, assert that love, eros, amor, is an essential, both for the maintenance of the state and for the character of the good man. Zeno had laid it down that the wise man will love. We must, however, make a sharp distinction between love as the desire of sexual union and the higher love, erotike arete, which is defined anew as an effort to make friends suggested by a beautiful object. Upon this impulse, which is natural in the widest sense, is based friendship in the young and the more lasting tie between husband and wife. By imposing self-restraint on the man and inviting the woman to share the lessons of philosophy, the Stoics introduced a new relation between husband and wife based upon equality and comradeship. A notable precedent was furnished by the Cynic community when the witty and learned Hipparchia joined Crates in the life of the beggar preacher, and Roman Stoicism supplies us with numerous instances of the same companionship. Under such conditions, marriage is no longer a matter of free choice. It is a civic duty incumbent on the young Stoic. The Stoics of the Roman Principate well perceived the danger that threatened the society in which they lived through the growing practice of celibacy. 350. The Stoic attitude towards marriage is well illustrated by the following extract from a discourse by Antipater of Tarsus. A youth of good family and noble soul, who has a sense of social duty, will feel that no life and no household is complete without wife and child. He will also bear in mind his duty towards the state. For how can that be maintained unless, as the fathers decay and fall away like the leaves of a fine tree, the sons marry in the flower of their age, and leave behind them fresh shoots to adorn the city, thereby providing for its protection against its enemies? He will look upon marriage also as a duty towards the gods, for if the family dies out, who will perform the accustomed sacrifices? Besides this, he who knows nothing of wife and child has not tasted the truest joys of affection. For other friendships are like platefuls of beans or other like mixtures of juxtaposition. But the union of man and wife is like the mixing of wine and water, or any other case of penetration. Classis diolon. For they are united not only by the ties of substance and soul, and the dearest bond of children, but also in body. Other alliances are for occasion this is bound up with the whole purpose of life, and so that the parents on each side gladly allow that the wife should be first in her husband's affection, and the husband in his wife's. But in these days of dissolution and anarchy, all things change for the worse, and marriage is thought a hard thing, and men call the celibate life divine because it gives opportunity for licentiousness and varied pleasures, and they bar the door against a wife as against an enemy. Others have their fancy taken by beauty or dowry, and no longer look for a wife who is piously brought up and obedient and a good manager, nor do they trouble to instruct their wives in these matters. But if a man would attend to the warnings of philosophers, of all burdens a lawful wife would be the lightest and sweetest. Such a man would have 4 eyes instead of 2, and 4 hands instead of 2, to supply all his needs. And if he desired leisure to write books or take part in politics, he could hand over the whole business of housekeeping to his partner. 351. The 4 cardinal virtues, however widely they are interpreted, do not exhaust the field of daily duties. All objects that are advantages, proegmena, are prima facie such that the good man aims at securing them, although if sufficient reason appears, he will entirely forego them. The advantages of the soul, good natural disposition, art, and progress, are discussed elsewhere in this chapter. As advantages of the body are reckoned life, health, strength, good digestion, good proportions, and beauty, whilst external advantages are wealth, reputation, noble birth, and the like. In all the details there is a lack of exactitude and of agreement amongst the teachers. According to Seneca, men may reasonably wish for tallness, and there is a kind of beauty, not dependent on youth, of which women may be proud without blame. Fine clothes make no one the better man, but a certain degree of neatness and cleanliness in dress is an advantage. For nobility the Stoics have little regard. All men are derived through an equal number of degrees from the same divine origin. Virtue is the true nobility. Good name, doxa, gloria, is commonly reckoned amongst advantages, but Chrysippus and Diogenes are said to have taught that a good man need not move a finger for the sake of reputation, unless some advantage can be obtained by it. Later teachers, influenced, as we are told, by the criticisms of Carneades, made it absolutely plain that they reckoned good name, apart from anything attainable by it, as an advantage, and they even considered it natural that a man should think of posthumous reputation. The general feeling of the school seems to be that the approval of others is too uncertain to be a fitting aim. Its place is taken by the approval of conscience. This term, which originally expressed the burden of a guilty secret, became in the Roman period modified in meaning, and could thus express the approval awarded to a man by his inner and personal consciousness, even when all the world disapproves his acts. This self-approval is closely akin to peace of mind. 352. On no subject would it be easier to find apparently contradictory views amongst Stoic writers than on that of wealth. To decry wealth and praise poverty is to some extent a commonplace with all the philosophical schools, and with Seneca in particular, this was so frequent a practice that his hearers found some inconsistency between his words and his deeds. For he was, as is well known, a rich man. But the position of the school is clear. Riches are not a good is a Stoic paradox, emphasized in 100 forms and by every teacher. But nevertheless, they are an advantage, and thus are rightly aimed at by the good man. To the wealthy Stoics generally, and to the Romans of the Republican period especially, the maintenance of the family property, res familiaris, was a duty of high importance, and the wasting of it in wholesale largesse, a serious misdeed. The Stoic view was sufficiently summed up in a proverb borrowed from Epicurus or one of his followers: "He who feels the need of wealth least can make the best use of it." Although Panayiotis did not write a special chapter on the acquisition and use of wealth, yet his views on the latter point are made sufficiently plain in his treatment of the virtue of justice. The justification of wealth lies in the intention to use it well, and this was a favorite subject with Hecato of Rhodes. As to its acquisition and investment, Cicero is content to refer us to the high-principled men who conduct the financial affairs of the capital. 353. Amongst those popular terms which hold an ambiguous place in the Stoic philosophy we must reckon liberty, eleutheria libertas. In one sense, liberty is a condition of soul such as characterizes the freeborn citizen in contrast to the slave. This liberty differs but little from the virtue of greatness of soul already described, and in its full meaning is a good which the wise man alone can possess. But in another sense, liberty is an external advantage, sometimes defined as the power of living as you wish, and as such eagerly desired by the slave. More often perhaps it is conceived as the right of saying what you please. In this sense, liberty is equivalent to the parorasia, which was the watchword of the democracy of Athens, and was the equally cherished privilege of the nobility of Rome. In a slightly different sense, it was the boast of the Cynic missionary. The Stoics take a middle position. Whilst all recognize that some sort of liberty is a precious privilege and are prepared on occasion to sacrifice life or position for its sake, there are not wanting voices to remind us that it is unreasonable to speak out one's mind without regard to persons or circumstances, that the wrath of tyrants ought not lightly to be provoked, and that the most terrible of all oppressors is the soul that has lost its self-control. 354. Just as virtue chooses advantages in accordance with natural laws, so it refuses disadvantages in accordance with a disinclination, ekleisis, alienatio, which is equally natural and right, so long as it is controlled by reason. Since to every advantage there is opposed a corresponding disadvantage, To choose the one is necessarily to refuse the other, and the doctrine of reasonable refusal is that of reasonable choice in its negative form. It will therefore be sufficient to give a formal statement of the theory. Disadvantages, or things that have negative value, apaxia, may be subdivided according as they are disadvantages in themselves, as an ungainly figure, or as they bring about other disadvantages, as shortness of ready money, or for both reasons, as bad memory or ill health. They may also be subdivided into three classes, according as they affect the soul, the body, or things external. Disadvantages of the soul are such things as inborn vulgarity or dullness of wit. Of the body, ill health and dullness of the organs of sensation. Of external things, poverty, loss of children, and the contempt of our neighbours. 355. Since the virtues are permanent dispositions, diatheses, of the soul, rooted in firm principles in which the wise man never wavers, but to which none else can attain. Some other name is required to describe those more passing but yet wholesome moods which stand in contrast with the evil affections or perturbations of the soul, which will be discussed in our next chapter. A beginning is made in this direction with the three good affections, eupathia, constantiae, sapientis affectiones. Here, a new use of terms is introduced. Strictly speaking, an affection is an evil state of soul, but as we have no corresponding word for a good and calm condition, the use of the word affection is extended in this direction. Each of these good affections is introduced to us in contrast with a perturbation to which it bears a superficial resemblance. Thus, contrasted with fear is caution, eulabeia, cautio, which is right avoidance and is entirely consistent with courage rightly understood. Subdivisions of caution are 1. Shame, eidos, veracundia, the avoidance of deserved blame, and 2. Sanctity, agneia, the avoidance of offences against the gods. Contrasted with greed is readiness, boulesis voluntas, the reasonable stretching out after future advantages. Contrasted with hilarity is joy, cara, gaudium, the reasonable appreciation of present advantages. Both readiness and joy are entirely consistent with soberness rightly understood. To the perturbation of grief, no good affection is named as bearing any resemblance, but we need not for that reason question but that the wise man may entertain some quiet form of sympathy for the troubles of others, and of regret for the blows which fortune deals to him in political disappointment or personal bereavement. The good affections are possessed by the wise man only, but not all wise men possess them, nor any at all times. On the other hand, it is a daily duty to approximate to them, so that on this ground the good citizen enters into competition with the wise man on not altogether uneven terms. The whole doctrine of good affections may be conceived as an answer to those who accuse the Stoic of lack of feeling. For the much derided apathy of the school is substituted the doctrine of eupathy. Wisdom is not to be compared to the surface of a frozen sea, but to that of a rippling river. The lectures of Musonius and Epictetus bring out on every point the meaning of eupathy in its various applications. 356. We have now sketched the Stoic system of daily duties in its main features, and this sketch will be made more complete in many particulars in the course of the next 2 chapters. To the modern reader, the question here suggests itself. What compelling force has this system? What motive is supplied to the ordinary man for thus planning out his life? To this question, the ancient philosophers did not directly address themselves. Nevertheless, their answers are implied in their teaching as a whole. Thus, the Stoics would doubtless reply first that daily duties are prescribed to us by reason, not perhaps always by reason in its highest sense, to which we must not appeal in every individual action, but at least by the spirit of reasonableness, eulogistia. Secondly, that the common opinion of mankind, growing daily stronger, recommends them. They are, as we have seen from the beginning, things that it comes in our way to do, that every good citizen and good man will be sure to do. As to future rewards and punishments, though these are not excluded by Stoicism, they are certainly never pressed as motives for right living. But the strongest of all motives is undoubtedly the mental picture of the wise man, the vision of that which is absolutely good. Critics may urge, it is a picture that never has been or will be realized in men's lives, a vision of that which is very far off and which you will never see or touch. This the Stoics hardly care to deny, but the difficulty does not disturb them. The vision attracts by its own beauty. The hope of attainment is cherished by all but the worst. We have spoken of the ordinary man, or as the Stoics put it, of us who are not wise men. But strictly speaking, there is no room for the ordinary man in the system, but only for the probationer, procopton, proficiens. It remains for us to trace the upward path from daily duty to virtue, along which every good man is endeavoring to advance. 357. The doctrine of progress, procope, progressio, is not peculiar to Stoicism, but it is nevertheless an essential feature of it. Critics may indeed dispute as to whether virtue has ever been in practice attained, but the Stoic must hold fast to the ethical principles that virtue can be taught, and that virtue is an art. Every man has from birth a capacity for acquiring virtue, which varies in degree according to his natural disposition of soul. On this foundation, every man builds by concurrent learning and practice. The child is greatly helped if he possesses the trait of modesty, eidos, verecundia, which is essentially a readiness to defer to others and to learn from those who are older and wiser, though later it may turn to false shame, which is a hindrance. He will then learn to understand and perform his daily duties, and as his character ripens, this performance will daily become easier and more pleasurable to him, more certain and more steady in itself. And now, daily duties come near to right actions, which are indeed daily duties perfected, teleon kathekon, perfectum officium, and complete in every point. In order to rise to this higher standard, the good man must first perform his duty in all particulars. He must do so with regularity and in harmony with the order of nature. He will then need only a certain fixity, conviction, and stability to pass into the ranks of the wise. 358. The stages of progress are variously expounded by Stoic writers, but on one principle all are agreed. Progress is not a halfway stage between vice and virtue, as the Peripatetics teach. It is a long preparation to be followed by a change sudden and complete, metabole, conversio. The final step by which a foolish man becomes in an instant wise is different in kind to all that have gone before. This position is a necessary consequence of the doctrine that the good is not constituted by addition and is enforced by various illustrations. The probationer is like a man who has long been under water. Little by little he rises to the surface, but all in a moment he finds himself able to breathe. He is like a puppy in whom the organ of sight has been for days past developing. All at once he gains the power of vision. Just so, when progress reaches the end, there dawns upon the eyes of the soul the complete and dazzling vision of the good, of which till now only shadows and reflections have been perceived. For a moment he is wise, but does not even yet realize his own wisdom. Then again, in a moment, he passes on to the complete fruition of happiness. 359. Thus, from the lowlier conception of daily duties, we have again climbed upwards to the supreme ethical end, to absolute goodness, which is virtue in her full royalty and the universal law, koinos nomos, as it appeals to the individual man. In this connection, the ideal is familiar in modern times under the name of duty. The ancient Stoics perhaps never quite reached to any such complete formulation of their ethical theory in a single word, but their general meaning is perfectly expressed by it. Just as the Socratic paradoxes mark the quarrel of philosophy with outworn ideas expressed in conventional language, so its reconciliation with the general opinion is marked by those newly coined terms such as conscience and affection, which are now familiar household words. We cannot indeed demonstrate that duty exists, any more than we can that deity or providence exists. But we may well say that without it, ethical discussion would in our own day be hardly possible. The following stanzas from Wordsworth's Ode to Duty, based upon a Stoic text, may be a useful reminder, not only of the dominant position of this conception in modern thought, but also of the continued tendency of the human mind to express its supreme convictions in anthropomorphic language. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O duty, if that name thou love, who art a light to guide, a rod to check the erring and reprove, thou who art victory and law, when empty terrors overawe, from vain temptations dost set free, and calm'st the weary strife of frail humanity. stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace, nor know we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face. Flowers laugh before thee on thy beds, and fragrance in thy footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens through thee are fresh and strong. To humbler functions, awful power, I call thee, I myself commend unto thy guidance from this hour. O let my weakness have an end. Give unto me, made lowly wise, the spirit of self-sacrifice, the confidence of reason give, and in the light of truth thy bondman let me live. 360. The Stoic view of the universe is coloured by optimism. All comes from God, all works towards good. Nonetheless, the Stoic morals are stern. Men in the mass are both foolish and wicked. They defy God's will and thwart his purpose. The world is full of sin, and all sins, to use the Socratic paradox, are equal. What then is sin? It is a missing of the mark at which virtue aims, amartema. It is a stumbling on the road, peccatum. It is a transgressing of the boundary line. It is the child of ignorance, the outward expression of ill health of the soul. Everywhere and in every man it weakens, hampers and delays the work of virtue. It cannot, however, finally triumph, for it is at war with itself. The Persians were wrong when they conceived an evil power, a concentration of all the powers of mischief in one personality. This cannot be, for sin lacks essential unity. It destroys but does not build. It scatters but it does not sow. It is an earth-born giant, whose unwieldy limbs will in the end be prostrated by a combatant, small to the outward view, but inspired with divine forcefulness. If we understand what sin is, we shall see its repulsiveness. If we learn how it spreads, we shall seek protection against its infecting poison. If we attack it in detail, in individual men and in their daily acts, we shall in the end lay it low. Philosophy then proceeds to arm itself for its task. 361. Sin is ignorance. More accurately, it is that which appears to be knowledge but is not knowledge. It is false judgment. If we follow the process by which knowledge is attained, we find that there is no error in the mind picture, visium, whether it is sensory or partly sensory and partly rational. This is an adumbration automatically presented to the mind, but assent is in our power. It is both an intellectual and a moral act. A too hasty assent to that which appears to be but is not is both an error and an offence, and most particularly so when it lies in the application of the general conceptions, prolepses, of good and evil to particular cases. In this way, we quickly reach 4 sinful conditions, which come about by mistaking things indifferent, that is, advantages and disadvantages, for things good or evil. These are 1. Fear, phobos, metus, in which a future disadvantage is mistaken for a future evil. 2. Greed, epithumia, libido, in which a future advantage is mistaken for a future good. 3. Grief, lupe, aegritudo, in which a present disadvantage is mistaken for a present evil. 4. Hilarity, edon, letitia, in which a present advantage is mistaken for a present good. In the case of the last 2 evils, the title presents difficulty in all languages. Thus, for grief, we might substitute any term such as discontent, vexation, worry, or fretfulness. It is a lack of courage in bearing pain or disappointment. Again, for hilarity, we might substitute elation, exultation, excitement. It is a lack of soberness in the moment of pleasure. 362. From another point of view, all sin is due to a lack of moral force, a want of tone in the moral sinews, an unhealthy condition of the soul. Ultimately, this point of view agrees with that just described, for it is the lack of health and strength which leads to hasty and ill-judged assent. But for practical purposes, we may use this distinction to lead up to a difference of grade. Thus we may associate ignorance with that rooted perversity of mind which is the exact opposite of virtue, and which is therefore in the strictest sense vice, kakia, vitium, and want of tone with a passing condition which we cannot deny to be an evil, but may nevertheless describe by the gentler terms perturbation and affection. Such an evil is a disturbance of the soul's calm, an infection of its health. It may exist in 3 grades to be hereafter described as a ruffling, a disturbance, a disease, and in both the latter forms it must be rooted out. For in both grades it is an evil, and in the last it is a vice which threatens to poison the man's whole nature. Hence we reach the Stoic paradox that the affections must be extirpated. But although this is our only ethical standard, we are not debarred from suggesting remedies which may alleviate the malady in particular persons and under special circumstances. 363. The evil of fear, phobos, formido, metus, is practically opposed to the virtue of courage. Here, philosophy builds upon the foundations of common opinion, and its task is the easier. The youth who is brought up not to regard suffering, poverty, exile, or death as evils will never be afraid. Since it is death that most alarms mankind by its grim aspect, he who can face this giant without trembling will not know fear, or at the most will only feel a slight ruffling of the soul. In asserting that fear should be rooted out, the Stoics cross no general sentiment. The tradition of the heroic age is the same. 364. The treatment of greed, epithumia, libido is similar. This fault is opposed to the soberness with which men should aim at advantages, and when we have determined the standard of soberness, every transgression of it reveals greed. But under this heading, the Stoics include the vices of anger and cruelty, for which the heroic age had no condemnation. In regard to the former, they come into conflict with the Peripatetics also, who maintain that anger serves useful ends and should be controlled, not extirpated. The consideration of this condition of mind will therefore bring out the divergence between the two schools. 365. The Peripatetics assign anger to the passionate part of the soul, to epithumetikon. They admit that it needs to be restrained by reason, but hold that within proper limits it is both natural and necessary. In war it is essential to heroic action. He who is filled with it despises danger and rushes on to great achievements. It is no less necessary in peace, in order that the wicked may not go unpunished. Aristotle says compendiously that anger is the spur of virtue, the armor of the man of high soul. To this point of view, the Stoics are opposed alike on the ground of principle and of experience. We do not need disease as a means to health, or armor which sways instead of being swayed. A good man will face danger unmoved from the sense of duty, and will face it more firmly and more perseveringly than he whose passions are excited. He will punish wrongdoers either for their amendment or for the protection of others, without being angry with them. Fabius the Delayer conquered his own spirit before he overcame Hannibal, and the very gladiators strike, not when their feelings move them, but when the opportunity has come. 366. Anger is technically defined as the greedy desire of avenging an injury, or, more precisely, as the greedy desire to punish one whom you deem to have injured you unjustly. That it is a temporary madness has always been held by the wise, and this is indicated by the appearance of the angry, the threatening look, the heightened color, the gnashing teeth, the stamp of the foot. Also by the fact that children are specially prone to anger, even for frivolous causes, and that anger is often directed against harmless persons or objects. Nevertheless, anger does not consist of a merely instinctive feeling but implies the assent of the will, so that we can always trace the three stages. First, the appearance of an injury done, species oblata injuriae. Secondly, the assent, animus adsentit atque adprobat. Thirdly, the outbreak of anger, sequitur ira. To check anger, the first necessity is time. Reflection will often show us that we have not been injured at all, or not so much as we supposed. Then it is well to put ourselves in the place of the offender, and try to look at the offence from his point of view. Where anger has become a disease, iracundia, more violent remedies must be used. Some have been cured by looking at themselves in a mirror. Others must apply the contrary twist, and learn when struck to turn quietly away. 367. Anger is an evil that has many varieties, and the precisians exercise their ingenuity in distinguishing the bitter-humoured, amorous, the fiery, stomachosis, the fierce, rabiosus, the man who is hard to get on with, difficilis, and many other shades of character. But one variety deserves special notice, because the evil disposition exists though its expression is checked. The angry man of this type does not allow himself to go beyond complaint and criticism, but he nurses his feeling in the depths of his heart. He would on no account express himself in loud outcries, but his displeasure is easily excited and persistent. This evil we call moroseness. It is a feeling characteristic of a decadent society, and, like all other kinds of anger, it calls for unsparing repression. 368. Cruelty, a tendency to excess in punishment, is an evil constantly attendant upon the possession of power and directly opposed to the virtue of clemency. Roman history has exhibited many examples of it, beginning with Sulla, who ordered 7,000 Roman citizens to be slain on one day, continuing with the many masters who are hated for cruelty to their slaves. It cuts at the root of the ties of humanity and degrades man to the level of the beast. In its extreme form, it becomes a madness, when the slaying of a man is in itself a pleasure. As a remedy for cruelty in its milder forms, it is well to consider the true objects of punishment. First, to reform the offender. Secondly, to make others better by a warning. Thirdly, to give a sense of safety to the community by removing offenders. All these objects are better effected if punishment is moderate and rare, and appears to be awarded with reluctance. When cruelty has become a disease, it is necessary to remind the tyrant that his manner of life is a pitiable one, and that a complete cure can be worked by putting him to death. 369. In reckoning grief in its countless varieties as an evil, the Stoics did not altogether run counter to public opinion. In the heroic age, grief was indeed not forbidden, but it was sharply limited. Women might grieve, men should remember. But in prescribing the total extinction of this state of mind, the Stoics appeared to pass the bounds of human nature. Public feeling revolted against what seemed impossible of attainment. Our position today is not greatly altered, but we may notice that whereas in ordinary social life grief is not only tolerated, but approved, yet in battle, earthquake, flood, and pestilence, our ideal of the hero is one which almost entirely excludes the indulgence of this emotion. Grief takes many forms as fretfulness, disappointment, restlessness, pity, and mourning. We proceed to examine them in order. 370. The simplest form of grief is fretfulness under bodily pain, the effect of depression of the soul and contraction of its sinews. In all ages and under all philosophies, the capacity of bearing pain without flinching is the primary test of virtue, and in the Cynic and Stoic schools alike, the dogma "pain is no evil" is of critical importance. In this matter, correct doctrine needs to be strengthened by lifelong discipline. But it is not required by Stoic principles that general principles should be forced upon the acceptance of individual sufferers. Panætius, therefore, acted quite correctly when, in writing to Quintus Tubero on the subject of the endurance of pain, he abstained from pressing the usual paradox. But all who see this trial awaiting them will do well to consider how much hardship men willingly endure for evil purposes, such as those of lust, money-making, or glory. Cocks and quails will fight to the death for victory. Jugglers will risk their lives swallowing swords, walking on tight ropes, or flying like birds, and when in each case a slip means death. If we compose our minds long before to meet suffering, we shall have more courage when the time comes. 371. Still more effective is active training. Happy was the Spartan youth who came to Cleanthes to ask him whether pain was not a good. His education had taught him that this was a more practical question than that other, whether pain is an evil. Recruits cry out at the slightest wound, and are more afraid of the surgeon's touch than of the sword. On the other hand, veterans watch the lifeblood draining away without a sigh. Some men groan at a box on the ear, whilst others smile under the scourge. Inexperience, therefore, is the chief cause for weakness under pain. Familiarity with it brings strength. 372. The grief that gives way to pain of mind has very various forms, but that which is due to disappointed ambition is perhaps the most typical. Even men who had overcome the fear of death were known to shudder at the bitterness of soul, aegritudo animi, which accompanies defeat in a contested election, repulsa in a republic, or displacement from the favour of the powerful under a monarchy. For this malady, the complete remedy is found in the paradox that the wise man is king, that virtue can never be unseated from the curule chair, Temporary alleviations may be found even by philosophers in biting sarcasms aimed at the incapacity of one's fellow citizens. It may be in the abstract the duty of a good man to take part in politics, but experience shows that the state has yet to be discovered which can tolerate a sage, or which a sage can tolerate. Hence we find even Stoic teachers relapsing into practical Epicureanism and bidding their followers to let the community go hang, and to reserve their energies for some nobler occupation. To these lapses from sound principle we need not attach any serious importance. The individual Stoic did not always live up to his creed. 373. Restlessness is grief of mind without known cause. The unquiet soul rushes hither and thither, vainly seeking to be free from its own company. The lesson that Horace had pressed a century earlier, that disquiet can only be cured by quiet, has not been learnt. In Homer, Achilles tosses on his bed in fever, lying first on his face, then on his back, never long at rest in any position. And so today our wealthy man first travels to luxurious Campania, then to the primitive district of the Brutii. North and south are tried in turn and alike disapproved, whilst after all the fault is not in the place, but in the man. In this temper men come to hate leisure and complain that they have nothing to do. This folly reaches an extreme when men trust themselves to the sea, take the chance of death without burial, and place themselves in positions in which human skill may avail nothing. It even leads to great political disasters, as when Xerxes attacks Greece because he is weary of Asia, and Alexander invades India because the known world is too small for him. The times will come when men will seek novelty by travelling through the air or under the sea. They will force their way through the cold of the poles and the damp heat of the forests of Africa. The remedy lies either in humbler submission to the will of the deity or in a sense of humour which sees the absurdity of taking so much trouble for so little advantage. 374. Pity is that weakness of a feeble mind, which causes it to collapse at the sight of another man's troubles, wrongly believing them to be evils. Pity looks at the result, not at the cause, and it is most keenly felt by women of all ages, who are distressed by the tears even of the most abandoned criminals, and would gladly burst open the doors of the jails to release them. The cause of pity lies in a too rapid ascent. We are caught napping by every sight that strikes on our senses. If we see a man weeping, we say he is undone. If we see a poor man, we say he is wretched, he has nothing to eat. Now we Stoics have a bad name, as though we recommended to governors a system of harsh punishments, but, on the contrary, none value more highly than we the royal virtue of clemency. Only let it be considered that a wise man must keep a calm and untroubled mind, if only that he may be ready to give prompt help to those who need it. A saving hand to the shipwrecked, shelter to the exile, the dead body of her son to a mother's tears. The wise man will not pity, but help. 375. Nearly akin to the evil of pity is that sensitiveness to the sufferings of others which leads men, contrary reason, to turn the other way and avoid the sight of them. Of this weakness, Epictetus gives us a lively picture. When he was visited by one of the magistrates, Epictetus inquired of him about several particulars, and asked if he had children and a wife. The man replied that he had, and Epictetus inquired further how he felt under the circumstances. "Miserable," the man said. Then Epictetus asked, "In what respect? For men do not marry and beget children in order to be wretched, but rather to be happy." "But I," the man replied, "am so wretched about my children that lately, or when my little daughter was sick and was supposed to be in danger, I could not endure to stay with her, but I left home till a person sent me news that she had recovered." "Well then," said Epictetus, "do you think that you acted right?" "I acted naturally," the man replied. "This is the case with all, or at least most fathers." "Let us be careful," said Epictetus, "to learn rightly the criterion of things according to nature. Does affection to those of your family appear to you to be according to nature and to be good?" "Certainly." "Is then that which is consistent with reason in contradiction with affection?" "I think not." "Well then, to leave your sick child and to go away is not reasonable, and I suppose that you will not say that it is, but it remains to inquire if it is consistent with affection. Yes, let us consider. Has the mother no affection for her child? Certainly she has. Ought then the mother to have left her, or ought she not? She ought not. And the nurse, does she love her? She does. Ought then she also to have left her? By no means. But if this is so, it results that your behavior was not at all an affectionate act. Seneca draws for us the same picture of sentimental neglect of duty. Of our luxurious rich, he says, no one sits by the side of his dying friend, no one watches the death of his own father, or joins in the last act of respect to the remains of any member of his family. 376. Another form of the evil of grief is that of undue sensitiveness to criticism and abuse. This mental weakness is illustrated by the case of Fidus Cornelius, who burst into tears because someone in the Senate called him a plucked ostrich. And in an earlier period, Chrysippus had been acquainted with a man who lost his temper merely because he was called a sea calf. Others are annoyed by seeing their eccentricities imitated, or by reference to their poverty or old age. The remedy for all these things is humour. No one can be laughed at who turns the laugh against himself. Another is to cease thinking about one's self. 377. The hardest to bear of all distresses is the loss of friends by death, and most particularly, the loss by parents of their children. To meet this trouble, a special class of literature, called consolationes, grew up, not confined to any one school of philosophers. The treatise of Crantor the academic was famous in Cicero's time. And in the letter of Servius Sulpicius to Cicero upon his daughter's death, we have an admirable example of the consolation in private correspondence. Sulpicius bids Cicero think of all the grief and trouble in the world, the loss of political liberty at Rome, the destruction of so many famous cities of antiquity, until he feels that man is born to sorrow, and that his own loss is but a drop in the ocean of the world's suffering. He also calls on the mourner to think of his own character, and to set an example of firmness to his household. Cicero found his real comfort in none of these things, but in industrious authorship. We have unfortunately no example of a consolation by Musonius. Seneca has left us two treatises in this style, one a formal document addressed to the minister Polybius on the death of his brother, the other a more personal appeal to Marcia, a lady of an old Roman family, on the death of a son. Besides the arguments already used by Sulpicius, he recommends to Polybius attention to the public service and the reading of Homer and Virgil. Both to him and to Marcia, he pictures the happiness of the soul now admitted to the company of the blessed, or at any rate at peace, and freed from all the pains of life. In writing to Marcia, he recalls with effect the examples of Octavia the sister, and Livia the wife of Augustus, each of whom lost a promising son in early manhood. Octavia gave herself up to her grief, never allowed her dead son to be mentioned in her presence, and wore mourning to the day of her death, though she was surrounded by her children and grandchildren. Livia, after paying the last tokens of respect, laid aside her grief, recalled with pleasure her son's achievements, and, advised so to act by her philosopher Arius, devoted herself to her social duties, refusing to make all Rome sad because one mother had lost a son. 378. The consolations of Epictetus include less philosophical speculation and more religious resignation. To begin with, preparation should be made for the loss of children. Parental affection should not pass the bounds of reason. Every time that a father embraces his child, he should reflect, "This child is only lent to me. This child is mortal." If the child dies, his first thought should be, "He who has given takes away." To others he will say, "I have restored the child." His abiding mood will be that of resignation to the divine will. He will realize that in the course of a long life many and various things must happen, and that it is impossible to live to old age and without seeing the death of many whom we love. 379. All consolations aim at diminishing the grief of mourners, nature being inclined rather to excess than to defect in this matter. But the Stoics could not altogether avoid the direct issue whether or not grief is a sin and weeping a weakness. The plain teaching of the school was that death is no evil, and therefore that grief for the dead is against reason. And to this view the teachers give from time to time formal adhesion, as being the better cause. But in individual cases they find that to a certain extent there is not only excuse, but justification for grief tears. And thus they come into touch with the common feelings of humanity, whilst the plea of natural necessity serves to ward off the criticism of sterner philosophers. From this concession emerges in the Roman period the definite precept of a time limit for grief, and its undue continuance is sternly denounced as due to love of ostentation and the morbid enjoyment of sorrow by an ill-balanced mind. Grief in this shape is a dangerous disease. There must be no trifling with it, but it must be totally destroyed. 380. Lastly, we include under the heading of grief a weakness which often develops into serious disease, that general discontent which is voiced in complaints as to the wickedness of the age and the degeneracy of young Rome. Such discontent has always been characteristic of the old, but under the Principate it has developed into a special evil, the hatred of the human race. Odium generis humani. Of this fault, even philosophers may be suspected, for it must be admitted that men are bad, have been bad, and always will be bad. In short, that the whole human race is made up of madmen. But wise men will bear with this fact quietly and with a smile. It is futile to bring accusations against the whole race, and a delusion to think our own times worse than those of our predecessors. The old Romans, to whom we look up as models of virtue, made just the same complaints of their own times, and as a matter of fact the standard of general morality never varies greatly from its average, either in an upward or a downward direction. 381. The fault of hilarity, alogos epasis, elatio animi, is a departure from soberness and cheerful joy with regard to the things that appeal to our appetites, and this in the direction of excess. With regard to food, it corresponds to greediness in modern speech. The matter is but little discussed, but we have two interesting lectures by Musonius, which are chiefly concerned with this vice, from which we take the following extracts. Greediness is an unpleasant fault, making men to resemble pigs and dogs. But on the other hand, healthy eating requires much supervision and practice, epimeleakai ascesis. Of all pleasures that tempt men, greediness is the hardest to contend against, for it assails us twice every day. To eat too much is wrong, to eat too fast is wrong. So it is also to take too much pleasure in food, to prefer the sweet to the wholesome, or not to give your companions a fair share. Another fault is to let meals interfere with business. In all these points we should look chiefly to health. Now we observe that those who use the simplest foods are generally the strongest. Servants are stronger than their masters, country folk than townsmen, the poor than the rich. There is therefore good reason to prefer cheap food to that which is costly, and that which is ready to hand to that which is only obtained with great trouble. Further, some foods are more congenial than others to men's nature, as those which grow from the earth, or can be obtained from animals without killing them. Food that requires no cooking has an advantage, as ripe fruit, some vegetables, milk, cheese, and honey. Flesh food is for many reasons objectionable. It is heavy and impedes thought. The exhalations from it are turbid and overshadow the soul. Men should imitate the gods, who feed on the light exhalations of earth and water. But today we have even worse corruptions. Many men are dainty and cannot eat food without vinegar or some other seasoning. Also we call in art and machinery to aid our pleasures, and actually have books written on cookery. All this may serve to titillate the palate, but is mischievous to health. The sarcasms of Seneca are aimed not so much against excess in quantity or fastidiousness in quality, as against the collection of dainties from all parts of the world. 382. As to drinking, the Stoic period marks a great change in feeling. In the times of Zeno, hard drinking had almost the honor of a religious ceremony, and the banquet, symposium, was the occasion of many a philosophical discussion. Zeno began by laying it down as a principle that the wise man will not be drunken, and Chrysippus went so far as to name drunkenness as causing the loss of virtue. But the prohibition was carefully guarded. The earlier teachers permitted wininess, and Seneca justifies this means of banishing care, pointing out many instances of public men of drinking habits who discharged their duties admirably. Yet on the whole he inclines to a stricter view, finding that drunkenness is a voluntary madness, and that it removes that sense of shame which most hinders men from wrongdoing. Meanwhile, a change in public taste, and perhaps the continual example of cynic missionaries, had produced a tide of feeling in favor of simple living. The philosophical discussions sketched by Cicero take place at all times of the day, but most usually in the morning hours. They are never associated with riotous banqueting, but if necessary the meal is cut short to make room for the talk. Under the Principate, the fare is of the simplest. Seneca himself was a vegetarian in his youth. His teacher Attalus was well content with porridge and water, and found an audience ready to approve his taste. 383. A similar but more profound change had taken place at the same time in regard to sexual relations. In the time of Socrates, courtesans and boy favorites played a large part in social life. Associated with the banquet, they formed part of the accepted ideal of cultured enjoyment. Even moralists approved of them as providing a satisfaction to natural desires and indirectly protecting the sanctity of the home. The same attitude of mind is shown by Seneca under similar circumstances, when he recommends that princes be indulged with mistresses in order to make their character more gentle. But little by little, a more severe standard prevailed. From the first, the Stoics set themselves against the pursuit of other men's wives. With regard to other relations, they did not feel called upon to condemn them in other men. They were indeed, in themselves, matters of indifference. But they found it contrary to reason that a man's thoughts should be occupied with matters so low, or that he should bring himself into subjection to irregular habits and become a slave to a woman. As the courtesan was gradually excluded by this rule, the general opinion fell back on the slave as the most accessible and least dangerous object of indulgence. But the philosophers of the Principate, following Zeno, who in these matters took the prepon, decorum, as his rule, find it in a high degree unfitting that the master, who should in all things be a model of self-control in his own household, should display so grave a weakness to his slaves. 384. Thus, little by little, there emerged the ideal of a strict chastity, to the principle of which not even the marriage relation should form an exception. Every falling off from this ideal is sin or transgression, and it is especially true in this matter that each act of weakness leaves its trace on the character, and that he who yields becomes a feebler man. The Socratic paradox, that the wise man will be a lover, is consistently maintained by the Stoics. But the practical limitations of this doctrine are well illustrated by the following striking passage from the lectures of the Stoic Musonius. Men who do not wish to be licentious and bad should consider that sexual relations are only lawful in marriage and for the begetting of children. Such as aim at mere pleasure are lawless, even in marriage. Even apart from adultery and unnatural relations, all sexual connections are disgraceful. For what sober-minded man would think of consorting with a courtesan or with a free woman outside marriage? And least of all would he do so with his own slave. The lawlessness and foulness of such connections is a disgrace to all who form them, as we may see that any man who is capable of a blush does his utmost to conceal them. Yet one argues, in this case a man does no injustice. He does not wrong his neighbor or deprive him of the hope of lawful issue. I might reply that every one who sins injures himself, for he makes himself a worse and less honorable man. But at any rate, he who gives way to foul pleasure and enjoys himself like a hog is an intemperate man. And not least, he who consorts with his own slave girl, a thing for which some people find excuse. To all this, there is a simple answer. How would such a man approve of a mistress consorting with her own manservant? Yet I presume he does not think men inferior to women or less able to restrain their desires. If then men claim the supremacy over women, they must show themselves superior in self-control. To conclude, sexual connection between a master and his female slave is nothing but licentiousness. 385. Thus our detailed study of the four perturbations has led us to lay little stress on fear and greed, the weaknesses of the heroic period when men's minds were actively turned to the future, and to concentrate our attention on grief and hilarity, the two moods in which life's troubles and temptations are wrongly met with as they arrive. As we follow the history of Stoic philosophy through the times of the Roman Principate, we find that this tendency to lay stress on the training of the passive character increases, till Epictetus tells us that of all the vices far the worst are lack of endurance, intolerantia, which is the developed form of grief, and lack of restraint, incontinentia, which is the persistent inclination towards hilarity. Hence the cure for vice is summed up by him in the golden word bear and forbear. That is, practice courage and cast off grief. Practice soberness and keep hilarity far from you. A good rule, a peripatetic would reply, for women and slaves. 386. This negative attitude is most strongly marked in Epictetus, in connection with the dangers of sexual passion. Thus, his short advice to all young men with regard to the attractions of women is, flee at once. And even in this his advice was countenanced in advance by the more tolerant Seneca. It would appear from both writers that the battle between the sexes had become unequal at this period. So often is the picture drawn of the promising and well-educated youth literally and hopelessly enslaved by a mistress presumably without birth, education, or honor. It causes us some surprise to find that the distinction between heavenly and earthly love is not brought in as a corrective of the latter. Only in a general way the suggestion is made that seductive attractions should be driven out by virtuous ideals. Do not be hurried away by the appearance, but say, appearances, wait for me a little. Let me see who you are and what you are about. Let me put you to the test. And do not allow the appearance to lead you on and draw lively pictures of the things which will follow, for if you do, it will carry you off wherever it pleases. But rather bring in to oppose it some other beautiful and noble appearance, and cast out this base appearance. And if you are accustomed to be exercised in this way, you will see what shoulders, what sinews, what strength you have. This is the true athlete. Stay, wretch, do not be carried away. Great is the combat, divine is the work. It is for kingship, for freedom, for happiness. Remember God, call on him as a helper and protector. 387. From the study of the separate evils we revert to the general theory of vice. And here we must recall the point that so far as vice is weakness or ill health of the soul, it admits of gradations, which may conveniently be stated as 3, namely 1, rufflings of the soul, 2, commotions, infections or illnesses, 3, diseases or vices proper. It is not quite easy to classify the rufflings or first slight disturbances of the soul, prima agitatio animi, under the 4 perturbations, but the bodily indications of them seem to be more marked in the weaknesses of the active or heroic character, namely fear and greed. Thus, in the direction of fear, we meet with hair standing on end, pallor of complexion, trembling limbs, palpitation, and dizziness, all of which are bodily indications that fear is not far off. In the direction of anger, a form of greed, we meet with heightened color, flashing eyes and gnashing teeth. In the direction of grief, we meet with tears and sighs, and in that of hilarity, the automatic sexual movements, amongst which we must perhaps include blushing. 388. It does not appear that the early Stoic masters occupied themselves much with the gradations of vice, although a text can be taken from Zeno for a discourse on this subject. Neither does the earnest and cynically minded Epictetus care to dwell on such details. On the other hand, Seneca lays the greatest possible stress on the doctrine that rufflings are not inconsistent with virtue. For this 2 arguments are available, which are perhaps not quite consistent. First, the bodily indications are beyond the control of the mind. They are necessary consequences of the union of body and soul, that is, of our mortal condition. Secondly, the rufflings correspond to the mind pictures presented to the soul in thought, and therefore are neither moral nor immoral, until the soul has given its assent to them. From either point of view, we arrive at a result congenial to this philosopher. The wise man is, in fact, subject to slight touches of such feelings as grief and fear. He is a man, not a stone. Secondly, the sovereignty of the will remains unimpaired. Give the mind but time to collect its forces, and it will restrain these feelings within their proper limits. The doctrine is, in reality, though not in form, a concession to the peripatetic standpoint. It provides also a convenient means of defense against the mockers who observe that professors of philosophy often exhibit the outward signs of moral weakness. 389. If the soul gives way to any unreasoning impulse, it makes a false judgment and suffers relaxation of its tone. There takes place a commotion or perturbation, pathos affectus perturbatio, which is a moral evil. The Greek word pathos admits of 2 interpretations. It may mean a passive state or a disease. We here use it in the milder sense. By an emotion, we mean that the soul is uprooted from its foundation and begins, as it were, to toss on the sea. By affection, that it is seized or infected by some unwholesome condition. By perturbation, that it has ceased to be an orderly whole and is falling into confusion. When we regard these words in their true sense, and shake off the associations they carry with them in English, it is clear that all of them denote moral evils. Nevertheless, they cannot rightly be called diseases of the soul. The evils and weaknesses which have been discussed are commonly displayed in commotions or perturbations, and are normally equivalent to them. 390. The soul, by giving way to perturbations, becomes worse. It acquires habits of weakness in particular directions. This weakness from a passing disposition, exis, changes into a permanent disposition or habit, diathesis, and this is, in the full sense, a disease of the soul. These diseases or vices are, strictly speaking, 4 in number, but the Stoics run into great detail as regards their titles and subdivisions. Diseases in the ordinary sense, arostomata, display restlessness and want of self-control. Such are ambition, avarice, greediness, drunkenness, running after women, passionate temper, obstinacy, and anxiety. An opposite class of maladies consists of unreasonable dislikes, kata proskopen ginomena, offensiones. Such are inhospitality, misogynism, and quarrelling with the world in general. 391. The study of vice in its various forms and gradations leaves untouched the main positions of Stoic ethics, including the Socratic paradoxes. Men are of 2 classes only, the wise and the foolish, the good and the bad. This bold dualism the Stoics hold in common with the Persians, and though it is on the one hand tempered so as to meet the common opinion that most men are of middling character, and on the other hand subordinated to the monistic principle that good shall in the end prevail, it remains the keystone of this department of philosophy. Virtue is a right state of mind. Everything that falls short of it is therefore a wrong state of mind. Virtue and vice lie in the inward disposition, not in the outward act, and one who has crossed the line is equally out of bounds whatever the distance to which he has travelled on the far side. Each man has therefore an all-important choice to make. The great Stoic teachers were filled with a yearning after righteousness and reconciliation with the divine purpose, and a disgust and horror of the condition of the man who is at variance with his creator, his neighbour, and himself. These convictions they encased as usual in paradoxes and syllogisms. 392. That the affections must be extirpated ceases to be a paradox as soon as we have defined affections as states of mind contrary to reason, and have made room for the reasonable affections of caution, goodwill, and joy. That all sins are equal remains still, as of old, a stumbling block. Yet this Socratic paradox has a simple interpretation. It is a protest against the light-heartedness which tolerates petty acts of wrongdoing and is indifferent to the evil habits of mind thus acquired. 2 of the Stoic teachers of the transition period, Heraclitus of Tarsus and Athenodorus, are said to have abandoned the paradox, and all Stoics were ready to admit that sins are unlike. But as usual, the main body held firmly to a doctrine in which they had discovered a real practical value. Just the same principle is expressed by other paradoxes, as that he who has one vice has all, though he may not be equally inclined to all, and again that he who is not wise is a fool and a madman. 393. In spite of the parallelism of virtue and vice, the latter is destined to subordination, not only in the history of the universe, but also in the individual man. Even if sins are equal, vice as ill health of the soul has degrees. The first rufflings of the soul are, as we have seen, not to be reckoned as real evils. Its perturbations give the hope of a coming calm. And grievous though its diseases are, we have no suggestion of incurable sin, or of the hopeless offender. Even he who has most fallen retains the germs of virtue, and these may again ripen under a proper discipline. 394. The attitude of the Stoic school towards sin and weakness exposed it, as we have seen, to constant criticism and ridicule. To some extent, this was due to the profession of philosophy in itself, for every such profession implied some claim to clearer knowledge and more consistent action than that of the crowd. But the Stoics also sought to be austere, with regard to social pleasures, and thus it seemed that they neither offered others a share in their own happiness nor sympathetically partook in that of others, whilst at the same time they claimed exemption from the weaknesses and failings of their neighbours. We have seen both Seneca and Epictetus anxious to meet criticism on these points by laying stress on those touches of natural feeling in which wise and foolish alike share. But in addressing the members of the sect, their tone is very different. They hold out, as a prize worth the winning, the prospect of attaining to that calm and unchanging disposition of mind which has forever left behind the flutterings of fear and greed, of grief and hilarity, and which is attuned to reason alone. Epictetus indeed often expresses elation and pride upon this theme. "I will show the sinews of a philosopher. What are these? A desire, orexis, never disappointed, an aversion, eklesis, which never meets with that which it would avoid, a proper pursuit, orme, a diligent purpose, prothesis, an assent which is not rash. These you shall see. Men, if you will attend to me, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, you will not feel sorrow, nor anger, nor compulsion, nor hindrance, but you will pass your time without perturbations and free from everything. When a man has this peace, not proclaimed by Caesar, for how should he be able to proclaim it, but by God through reason, is he not content when he reflects, 'Now no evil can happen to me'?" 395. We have now set forth the Stoic theory of ethics, both in its high philosophic framework and in its more detailed treatment, in which it prescribes what is to be done and what to be left undone, and how the soul is to be disciplined in health and medicined in sickness. It remains for us to study the application of the system to individual cases, a matter which perhaps lies outside the scope of philosophy as understood at the present day, but is an essential part of the work of churches and social organizations. This department of philosophy was termed by the ancients precepts, or, more fully, advice, dissuasion, admonition, exhortation, consolation, warnings, praise, reproof, and so forth. By some philosophers, as for instance by Aristo of Chios, it was held in contempt. By others, less inclined to cynicism, it was considered alone, worthy of pursuit. But the steady conviction of the main body of Stoic teachers was that theory and precept must go hand in hand, that moral principles have no strength apart from their daily application, and that practical suggestions apart from a sound and reasoned system are like leaves cut from the bough, without lasting greenness. Since precepts apply directly to individual persons and particular circumstances, they presuppose some relationship between teacher and hearer. The latter must be either a convert to the school or one who has grown up under its influence. In the Roman period, the department of precepts is of increasing importance. We have something to learn from Antipater, Panaetius, and Cicero, but we find much more material in the lectures, diatribae, diatribes, and letters of Musonius, Seneca, Epictetus, and other teachers of the period of the Principate. 396. The precepts which we find illustrated by our various authorities are not easily systematized, but they have all the more the charm of personal intimacy. Through them, we are admitted to the home life of the Stoics. As Seneca wrote to Lucilius, so every day did Stoic fathers, Stoic teachers, Stoic jurists address those who came within their influence. Believing every man to have the seed of virtue in him, they had confidence that by their words it would often be stirred to life, and that in other cases, in which the promising shoot had become overshadowed by ignorance or evil habits, it would by the same means begin to grow again. But the full benefits of precepts could only be seen where they fell on well-prepared ground, and formed part of a training extending from infancy to the grave, where the instructor could daily ensure their enforcement and observe their effect. This opportunity was necessarily found most often in the teaching of the young, and the Stoic system of precepts, though not restricted to one period of life, was to a large extent a foreshadowing of a theory of education. It was under all circumstances guided by the rule of little by little. Precepts must be few, and must be in themselves easy for the individual to carry out, but by steady practice, great things will be accomplished. 397. Since the value of precepts depends on the personal influence of the instructor, it is clear that his example will be of the greatest importance, and we may first ask what the discipline is to which he himself submits. Here the Cynic teacher seems to have the advantage, for he lives in the sight of all men, and the Indian, who allows himself to be scorched or burnt to show his contempt for pain, makes a still more forcible appeal. The Stoic does not parade himself in this fashion, but neither does he lock the door of his private life against any who wish to examine it. In the early morning he shakes off sleep, rousing himself to do the day's work of a man. Having clothed himself, he turns his mind towards his Maker and sings his praises. He resolves during the coming day to cooperate in his purposes, and to bear cheerfully any burden that may be placed upon him. He will then give a short time to gymnastic exercises for the good of his health, after which, if his strength allows it, he will take, winter or summer, a plunge into the cold bath. Next comes the slightest of meals, then a short nap or reverie. From this, he is aroused by the stir around him, and he then applies himself to the day's studies, being careful to alternate reading and writing, so that his mind may be neither exhausted by the latter nor relaxed by the former. Later on, he will consider his practical duties towards his relatives, his friends, and society in general. He will order his household and settle the disputes of his dependents. He will visit his friends, saying a word here and there in season, but not, like the Cynics, to all and sundry. He will encourage those who are making progress in virtue, and sharply warn those who are in danger of a fall. He advises a young mother to nurse her child at her own breast, and when he meets with objections, points out the wisdom and propriety of obeying the prescriptions of nature. Returning home, he will again enjoy some slight bodily exercise, joining perhaps in a game of ball. His thoughts, however, will not always turn on success in the game, but he will consider how many principles in physics and ethics may be illustrated by it. Now that evening comes on, he sits down to a meal, not over-elaborate, in the company of one or two favourite pupils. Afterwards comes the temptation to burn the midnight oil in gathering seeds of wisdom for the morrow from the well-thumbed manuscript of Cleanthes, or, it may be, of Epicurus. Retiring to his chamber, he will examine his conscience, review the events of the past day, and be at peace with himself before he sleeps. 398. With the training of children, the Stoic teacher is perhaps not altogether familiar, but he knows its importance. It must be based on simplicity and austerity, for just at this time indulgence and luxury are most dangerous stimulants to the passions. The child must learn to eat and drink in a mannerly way, to refrain from loud talking and laughing, to express himself in respectful and graceful words. He must be taught to do right before he can understand the reason why, or else by doing wrong, he will make it difficult for himself afterwards to do right. He must be ruled until he can rule himself. For this reason, we give children proverbs, sententia, or anecdotes, crae, to write out and learn, such as honesty is the best policy, or Socrates being asked of what city he was. And these short, pithy sayings sink deep. But in the school life of children, no attempt must be made to grapple with the real problems of life, because these are too hard for them, though parents often forget this objection. Games and amusements may be permitted, for though in discussions on high principle the Stoics may be entirely opposed to relaxation of soul, yet in practical life they freely admit its importance. All dealings with children should be gentle. The discipline of the rod has long ago been abandoned by all sensible parents and teachers. 399. Soft living is at all ages to be avoided. It is in these days a danger to the bodily health. For when a man is accustomed to be protected from a draught by glass windows, to have his feet kept warm by foot warmers constantly renewed, and his dining room kept at an even temperature by hot air, the slightest breeze may put him in danger of his life. Those who envy men who live softly forget that their character becomes soft thereby. In particular, clothing should not be such as altogether to protect the body from heat in summer and from cold in winter. It is better to wear one shirt than two, best still to have only a coat. Then again, if you can bear it, it is better to go without shoes. For after all, to be shod is not very different from being fettered, and runners do not use shoes. So also avoid luxurious furniture. Of what use is it that couches, tables, and beds should be made of costly woods and adorned with silver and gold? We eat, drink, and sleep better without these things.
In all these matters, the Spartans set us a good example. For while disease injures the body only, luxury corrupts both body and soul. 400. Boys and girls must be educated alike. This nature teaches us, for we train colts and puppies without any regard for the difference of sex. The true education of children is in the practice of the virtues, and these are the same for men and for women. Women need wisdom to understand the ordering of a household, justice to control the servants, soberness that they may be modest and unselfish. But they also need courage. In spite of the name manliness, Andrea, this is not a virtue reserved for men. Without it, women may be led by threats into immodest acts. Females of all kinds fight to defend their young. The Amazons too were good fighters, and it is only for want of practice that women cannot do the same today. That men, being the stronger, should do the heavier work, and women the lighter, is an arrangement which is often convenient, but circumstances may require the contrary. Girls at any rate must learn equally with boys to bear suffering, not to fear death, not to be in low spirits about anything that happens, to avoid grasping habits, to love equality and benevolence, and to do no harm to man or woman. 401. Children should obey their parents, but in the spirit of reason. We do not obey a father who gives orders for the treatment of a sick person contrary to those of the physician, nor one who, being himself ill, demands things that are not good for him, nor one who bids his son steal, or appropriate trust funds, or sacrifice his youthful bloom. We do not even obey him when he tells us to spell a word wrongly, or strike a false note on the lyre. If your father forbids you to philosophize, show him by your manner of life, by prompt obedience, by good temper, by unselfishness, how good a thing philosophy is. But after all, the command of the universal Father is more urgent upon you, which is to be just, kind, benevolent, sober, high-souled, above labors and above pleasures, pure from all envy and plotting. You need not assume the outward appearance of a philosopher. For the power of philosophy is in the innermost part of the soul, which the Father can no more reach than the tyrant. 402. The fancy of young men is easily attracted by the vision of virtue, but it is hard for them to persevere. They are like soft cheese which slips away from the hook by which it is taken up. We must therefore put before them an ideal which appeals to them, and in which the advantages of fixed purpose and severe training are apparent to the eye. Such is the training of the athlete, the gladiator, and the soldier. The teachers of wrestling bid the pupil try again after each fall. The trained boxer is eager to challenge the most formidable opponent. The gladiator has learnt the lesson that pain is no evil when he stands up wounded before a sympathetic crowd and makes a sign that it matters nothing. But most of all, the soldier's oath serves as an example when he pledges himself to serve Caesar faithfully all his life. Let the young philosopher pledge himself to serve his God as faithfully, to submit to the changes and chances of human life, and to obey willingly the command to act or to suffer. Without effort, as Hesiod has taught us, no greatness can be attained. 403. In youth, bad habits are apt to acquire some strength before they can be rooted out, and it will be well to anticipate this evil by exercising body and soul in advance in a direction contrary to that of the most common temptations. The teacher will therefore give to his precepts an exaggerated character, reckoning upon human frailty to bring about a proper standard in practice. Thus, since luxury is a chief enemy of virtue, the body should at least occasionally be brought low. A practice approved by the example of eminent men is to mark out from time to time a few days for the exercise of the simple life. During this time, life is to be maintained on coarse bread and water, in rough dress and all the surroundings of poverty. Since cynicism is a shortcut to virtue, philosophers may well employ the methods of Diogenes for short periods, as a corrective to any tendency to excess. Rich people do as much for love of change. 404. On the question of personal appearance, there is much to be said on both sides. Foppishness is a disagreeable vice, and it is contemptible that a young man should smell of perfumes. On the other hand, a total disregard of appearances is not approved by the Stoics. It is against nature, says Seneca, to be averse to neatness in appearance. In these outward matters, a sensible man will conform to fashion. nor will he wish to make the name of philosopher still more unpopular than it is. The founders of Stoicism laid it down that men and women should wear the same dress, but the later teachers laid stress on the natural distinction of the sexes, and to men the beard should be an object of just pride, for it is more becoming than the cock's comb or the lion's mane. This is to the Stoic a point of honor. He should part with his head more readily than with his beard. But the beard may be trimmed. For as Zeno has observed, nature provides rather against the too little than against the too much, and reason must come to her help. Women do right to arrange their hair so as to make themselves more beautiful. But for men, any kind of artistic hairdressing is contemptible. 405. The young should train themselves alternately to bear solitude and to profit by society, since the wise man is never dependent on his friends, though none can take better advantage of them. In living alone, a man follows the example of the deity and comes to know his own heart. But solitude must not be a screen for secret vices. A man only uses it rightly when he can, without shame, picture the whole world watching his hours of privacy. The right choice of friends calls for true wisdom, for the soul cannot but be soiled by bad company. The only true friendship is based on the mutual attraction of good folk. Therefore the wise are friends one to another even whilst they are unacquainted. It is well to consider much before choosing a friend, but afterwards to give him implicit trust. For a true friend is a second self. Such friendship can only arise from the desire to love and be loved. Those who seek friends for their own advantage will be abandoned by them in the day of trial. In the companionship of well-chosen friends there grows up the common sense, which is an instinctive contact with humanity as a whole, making each man a partner in the thoughts and needs of all around him. This feeling is a principal aim of philosophy. But the young philosopher should make no enemies. He should be free from that dislike of others which so often causes a man to be disliked, and should remember that he who is an enemy today may be a friend tomorrow. 406. As the young Stoic passes from youth to manhood, he will turn his mind towards marriage as a political and social duty. But if he is really touched by the divine flame, he will also find in it that enlargement of his own sympathies and opportunities of which the wise man is always glad. Under the Roman Principate we observe a rapid development of personal sympathy between husband and wife, and though in society girls who attended philosophers' classes had an ill name as being self-willed and disputatious, yet it is from this very circle that the ideal of a perfect harmony of mind and purpose was developed most fully. Musonius often speaks on this subject. Husband and wife enter upon a treaty to live and to earn together, and to have all things in common, soul, body, and property. Unlike the lower animals which mate at random, man cannot be content without perfect community of thought and mutual affection. Marriage is for health and for sickness alike, and each party will seek to outrun the other in love, not seeking his own advantage, but that of his partner. A man should look for a healthy body, of middle stature, capable of hard work, and offering no attraction to the licentious. But the soul is far more important, for as a crooked stick cannot be fitted with one that is straight, so there can be no true agreement except between the good. Seneca is reticent as to marriage, but we have no reason to doubt that his life with Paulina was typical of the best Stoic marriages. Thus, he excuses himself for taking more thought for his health than a philosopher should, by saying that the happiness of Paulina depends upon it. Her life is wrapped up in mine. For its sake I must take care of my own. What can be more delightful than to be so dear to one's wife that for her sake one becomes dearer to himself? 407. On the question of marriage, Epictetus strikes a contrary note, characteristic of his time, and of his bias towards cynic practice. In the present state of things, which is like that of an army placed in battle order, is it not fit that the cynic should without any distraction be employed only on the ministration of God? To say nothing of other things, a father must have a heating apparatus for bathing the baby, wool for his wife when she is delivered, oil, a bed, a cup, and so the furniture of the house is increased. Where then now is that king, who devotes himself to the public interests, the people's guardian and so full of cares, whose duty it is to look after others, to see who uses his wife well, who uses her badly, who quarrels, who administers his family well, and who does not. Consider what we are bringing the cynic down to, how we are taking his royalty from him. To this very definite conception of a celibate order of philosophers, devoting themselves to the good of humanity and entitled thereby to become the rulers of society, Musonius makes the following reply in advance from the true Stoic standpoint. Marriage was no hindrance to Pythagoras, Socrates, or Crates, and who were better philosophers than they? Since marriage is natural, philosophers should set the example of it. Why else did the Creator separate the human race into two divisions, making the honourable parts of the body distinct for each, and implanting in each a yearning for the other, but that he wished them to live together and to propagate the race? He who would destroy marriage destroys the family and the commonwealth. No relationship is so essential or so intimate. Friend does not agree so well with friend, nor does a father feel so keenly separation from his son. And why should a philosopher be different from other men? Only that which is unbecoming is a hindrance to a philosopher, but by doing his daily duty as a man, he will become kindlier in disposition and more social in his thoughts. 408. The head of a household must have a means of living, and therefore the making of money, crematismos, cura re familiaris, comes within the range of precepts. The Greek writers recognized three proper means of livelihood. 1. From kingship, that is, to be either a king or a king's minister or general. 2. From politics, that is, by acting as a magistrate or a judge. 3. From sophistry, that is, by teaching philosophy to those who are wishing to learn. To each profession there are obvious objections. Indeed, the sharp critic of Stoicism can see no reason why a wise man, who lacks nothing, should trouble himself about money-making. Each of the three professions named assumes the existence of men willing to be guided by philosophy, and these are not easily found. If pupils are taken, the question arises whether fees should be paid in advance or not. Now it is certainly more reasonable that a student should only pay if he profits by his teaching. But on the other hand, no one can absolutely promise to make a man good in a year, and deferred payments are often found unsatisfactory. Under the Roman Principate, we hear little of the professions connected with public life, but it is clear that the teacher and the physician are held in special regard. Seneca has not the breadth of mind to respect the painter or the sculptor any more than the wrestler or the stage engineer. Yet Chrysippus had suggested a bolder standpoint when he said that the wise man will turn 3 somersaults for a sufficient fee, and no rule can be laid down except that a man should earn his own living without injuring his neighbour. Agriculture, as a calling favourable both to health of body and to innocence of soul, continued to be praised, but was seldom practised except as an amusement. 409. For every profession, philosophy has appropriate precepts, beginning with the king. There came one day to Musonius, a king of Syria, for in those times there were kings subject to the Roman Empire. Musonius addressed him thus: You ought to be a philosopher as much as I. Your wish is to protect and benefit your fellow men. To do that, you must know what is good and what is evil. A king, too, must understand justice, for wars and revolts come about because men quarrel about their rights. Also he must show soberness and courage, that he may be an example to his subjects. The ancients thought that a king should be a living law, nomos empsukos, and an imitator of Zeus. Only a good man can be a good king. The king was highly pleased and asked him to name any boon he would. Abide by my words, said Musonius, that will be the best boon both for me and for you. 2 precepts in particular are addressed to kings. The first, that they should encourage friends who will speak the truth to them. Even Augustus Caesar needed this lesson. Bitterly as he lamented the deaths of Agrippa and Maecenas, he would not have allowed them to speak frankly had they lived. The second, that they should practice clemency, following the example of Julius Caesar, who destroyed the evidence upon which he might have punished his enemies. None does this virtue better become than kings and rulers. 410. To the man of high rank it is natural to desire to move in the society of the great and the powerful. Epictetus gives us a striking description of the man who desires to be on the list of the Caesaris Amici, which he thinks to be a good, though experience shows that it is not such. Of whom shall we inquire? What more trustworthy witness have we than this very man who is become Caesar's friend? Come forward and tell us, when did you sleep more quietly, now or before you became Caesar's friend? Immediately you hear the answer, "Stop, I entreat you, and do not mock me. You know not what miseries I suffer, and sleep does not come to me. But one comes and says, Caesar is already awake, he is now going forth, and then come troubles and cares. Well, and did you sup with more pleasure now or before? Hear what he says about this also. He says that if he is not invited, he is pained, and if he is invited, he sups like a slave with his master, all the while being anxious that he does not say or do anything foolish. As befits so great a man, Caesar's friend, he is afraid that he may lose his head. I can swear that no man is so stupid as not to bewail his own misfortunes the nearer he is in friendship to Caesar. It is exactly under these circumstances that a thorough training in philosophy is of really practical value. When you are going into any great personage, remember that another also from above sees what is going on, and that you ought to please him rather than that other. He then who sees from above asks you, "In the schools what used you to say about exile and bonds and death and disgrace? That they are things indifferent. And the end of life, what is it? To follow thee. Do you say this now also? I do. Then go into the great personage boldly and remember these things, and you will see what a youth is who has studied these things, when he is among men who have not studied them. I imagine that you will have such thoughts as these. Why do we make such great and so many preparations for nothing? Is this the thing which is named power? All this is nothing. Yet a wise man will never challenge the anger of the powerful. He will turn aside from it as a sailor from a storm. The virtuous affection of caution must be called in to help him. So many are his dangers. An independence of look, a slight raising of the voice, an outspoken expression, an appeal to public opinion, even unsought popularity are enough to excite suspicion. Perhaps, after all, the poet may be the wisest, who advises good men to stay away from court altogether, for it is a place where there is no room for them. 411. A common cause of moral corruption is the routine of city life. Here fashion dictates a round of occupations which are unnatural, but in which men and women are alike absorbed. Half of the morning is absorbed in sleep. Then follows the visit to the public shows, which are centers of demoralization, and conversation with numerous friends, each one of whom suggests some abandonment of principle. In the clubs, all the most worthless members of society foregather. The baths, which were at one time simply constructed and for the purpose of cleanliness, are now instruments of luxury, and the water is now so hot as to be better fitted for torture than pleasure. For the evening meal, there must always be some novelty discovered, even if it is only to begin with the dessert and end with the eggs. Even the order of the seasons must be inverted that roses may adorn the table in winter. Upon the ill-spent day follows a disorderly night, and a heavy headache the next morning. From the temptations of such a life the adherent of Stoicism will gladly escape. 412. A more real happiness is reserved for the man who gives up town life for that of the country. For it is most natural to win sustenance from the earth, which is our common mother, and liberally gives back many times over what is entrusted to her. And it is more healthy to live in the open than to be always sheltering in the shade. It matters little whether one works on one's own land or on that of another, for many industrious men have prospered on hired land. There is nothing disgraceful or unbecoming in any of the work of the farm. To plant trees, to reap, to tend the vine, to thrash out the corn, are all liberal occupations. Hesiod the poet tended sheep, and this did not hinder him from telling the story of the gods. And pasturage is, says Musonius, perhaps the best of all occupations, for even farm work, if it is exhausting, demands all the energies of the soul as well as of the body, whereas whilst tending sheep, a man has some time for philosophizing also. It is true that our young men today are too sensitive and too refined to live a country life, but philosophy would be well rid of these weaklings. A true lover of philosophy could find no better discipline than to live with some wise and kindly man in the country, associating with him in work and in relaxation, at meals and in sleeping, and so learning goodness, as Theognis tells us to do, from the good. 413. Within the household, the head of it is a little king, and needs to display the kingly virtues of justice and soberness. In his dealings with the perverse, he must consider how far each man is capable of bearing the truth. Indeed, willingness to listen to reproof is no small virtue. Few words are best,
so that the wrongdoer may be left as far as possible to correct his own ways. Punishment must be reserved for extreme cases and is always to be administered with calmness. It is felt more keenly when it comes from a merciful master. Persistent kindness wins over even bad men. It is further the privilege of the head of a household to distribute kindnesses to those below him. His wealth he must regard as given him in trust. He is only the steward of it, and must neither hoard nor waste, for he must give both a debit and a credit account of all. But if the right use of money causes the possessor anxious thought, no trace of this should appear to others. Giving should be without hesitation and as a delight. The good citizen will pay his taxes with special pleasure, because in his eyes the welfare of the community stands higher than his own or that of his family. But he will not refuse a kindness even to an enemy who is in need. And in giving a farthing to a beggar, he will imply by his manner that he is only paying what the other is entitled to as his fellow man. In short, he will give as he would like to receive, and with the feeling that the chief pleasure of ownership is to share with another. 414. The good householder will associate on easy terms with his slaves, remembering that they too are men, made of flesh and blood as he is himself. It is, however, a difficult matter to decide whether a master should dine with his slave. Men of the old Roman type find this a disgraceful practice, but the philosopher should decide in its favor. We do not need to inquire into a man's social position if his character is attractive. Plato has well said that we cannot find a king who is not descended from a slave, or a slave who is not descended from a king, and in fact many a Roman slave was far better educated than his master. Even if we do not suppose that Seneca's rule was commonly practiced in great Roman houses, the suggestion itself throws a pleasing light on the position of a Roman slave. But if the master was thus called upon to ignore differences of social position, as much might be expected of the slave. With him it was doubtless an instinct to prize liberty, the power of living as you like, as the dearest of possessions. Yet many a slave who won this reward by years of faithful service found that liberty delusive and would have been wiser to stay in the home where he was valued. 415. A question of pressing practical importance is that of large families, polypaidia. Statesmen have always considered it best that the homes of citizens should be crowded with children, and for this reason the laws forbid abortion and the hindrance of conception. They demand fines for childlessness and pay honors to those who bring up large families. Public opinion takes the same view. The father of many children is honored as he goes about the city, and how charming is the sight of a mother surrounded by a swarm of children. No religious procession is so imposing. For such parents, everyone feels sympathy and everyone is prepared to cooperate with them. But nowadays even rich parents refuse to rear all their children so that the firstborn may be the richer. But it is better to have many brothers than few, and a brother is a richer legacy than a fortune. A fortune attracts enemies, but a brother helps to repel them. 416. We have now accompanied the man of mature years in his duties and his temptations. Philosophy has also a word to speak with regard to his trials. It is well indeed if he is convinced that the buffets of fortune are no real evils. But this doctrine can be supplemented by other consolations. Of the most bitter of all sufferings, bereavement by the death of friends and children, we have already spoken. We may now consider two other conditions usually held to be evil, namely poverty and exile. In poverty, the first comfort is in the observation that poor men are usually stronger in body than the rich, and quite as cheerful in mind. Further, the poor are free from many dangers which beset the rich. They can travel safely even when highwaymen are watching the road. Poverty is an aid to philosophy, for a rich man, if he wishes to philosophize, must freely choose the life of the poor. A poor man is not troubled by insincere friends. In short, poverty is only hard for him who kicks against the pricks. 417. The subject of exile has the special interest that in fact so many philosophers endured this evil. To the Stoic, there is in principle no such thing as exile, since the whole world is his country, but he does not for this reason disregard other sources of consolation. Cicero was plainly miserable. not only when he was formally exiled, but also when he was away from Rome in an honorable position. Seneca at least made the attempt to bear exile more bravely. Is it then so hard to be away from one's native place? Rome is crowded with strangers who have come thither for pleasure or profit, study or novelty. True, it is a beautiful town, but there is no place on earth so bare and unsightly, not even this Corsica to which Seneca is banished, but that some men choose it to reside in as a matter of taste. Whole peoples have changed their abode, and we find Greek cities in the midst of barbarism and the Macedonian language in India. Wherever he conquers, the Roman dwells. The exile has everywhere the company of the same stars above, of the same conscience within him. Even if he is separated from those near and dear to him, it is not for the first time, and he can still live with them in his thoughts and affections. 418. Free or slave, rich or poor, powerful or insignificant, wherever a man stands in the order of society, old age comes at last and imperiously stops all ambitions. It is in the general opinion a time of sadness. To associate it with pleasure is not scandalous, only because it is paradoxical. Cicero's work De Senectute shows how old age became attractive according to Roman tradition. Seneca is hardly so successful. With the fading of hope, the stimulus to effort dies away in old age. But though philosophy forbids idleness, nature cries out for rest. We cannot then approve when old men follow their professional occupations with undiminished zeal, and we must highly blame those who cannot quit their pleasures. The great boon which old age brings is leisure. For this many great men, amongst them Augustus, have longed in vain. This leisure gives the opportunity of making acquaintance with great men through their books, but better still, that of making acquaintance with our own selves. 419. Give me, said one to Musonius, a viaticum for old age. He replied as follows, The rule is the same as for youth, to live methodically and according to nature. Do not grieve because you are cut off from the pleasures of youth. For man is no more born for pleasure than any other animal. Indeed, man alone is an image of the deity and has like excellences, and do not consider the divine excellences as beyond your reach, for we have no other notion of the gods than such as we derive from observing good men, whom therefore we call divine and godlike. He who has acquired in youth sound principles and systematic training will not be found to complain in old age of the loss of pleasures, of weakness of body, or because he is neglected by friends and acquaintance. He will carry about with him a charm against all these evils, namely his own education. But if he has not been rightly educated, he will do well to go to a friend wiser than himself, and listen to his teaching and profit by it. And specially he will ponder over death, how it comes in nature's course to all, and therefore is no evil. With such thoughts he will be cheerful and contented, and so he will live a happy life. But let no one say that wealth brings happiness in old age. That it does not bring a contented spirit is witnessed every day by a crowd of rich old men who are in bad temper and low spirits and feel deeply aggrieved. 420. When we see death before us, there remains a last act to be performed. We look at the wealth which no longer belongs to us and consider to whom it can most worthily be entrusted. We stand in the position of a judge who can no longer be bribed, and with all the wisdom and goodwill that we have, we give this last verdict on those around us. 421. For death, the whole of philosophy is a preparation. Yet when it is no longer a matter of uncertain fear, but close at hand and sure, some last words are to be said. All this is in the course of nature, is according to the will of the Creator. God opens the door and says to you, Go. Go whither? To nothing terrible, but to the place from which you came, to your friends and kinsmen, to the elements. What there was in you of fire goes to fire, of earth to earth, of air to air, of water to water. There is no Hades, nor Acheron, nor Cocytus, but all is full of gods and demons. God has invited you. Be content when he calls others to the feast in your place. The philosopher does not look forward to renewing his personal life, or to meeting again with parent, wife, or child. But death is a release from all his pains and troubles, and he who has striven to live his life well will know how to meet death also at its due time. If it come to him in the shipwreck, he will not scream nor blame God. If in the arena, he will not shrink from his enemy, whether man or beast. In this last short crisis, he will bear witness that he accepts contentedly his mortal lot. 422. Although up to this point it has been our main purpose to set forth the doctrines of Stoicism, we have seen incidentally that these came to exercise a wide influence in Roman society, and that the later teachers are far less occupied in the attainment of truth than in the right guidance of disciples who lean upon them. In the present chapter, we propose to describe more particularly the practical influence of Stoicism. Our information, whether drawn from history or from poetry, refers generally to the upper classes of Roman society. As to the influence of the sect amongst the poor, we have no sufficient record. But although it is very generally held that the Stoics made no effort to reach the working classes of Rome, or met with no success in that direction, the evidence points rather to an opposite conclusion, at any rate as regards all that development of the system which was coloured by cynicism, the philosophy of the poor. Our actual records are therefore rather of the nature of sidelights upon the system. The main stream of Stoic influence may well have flowed in courses with which we are imperfectly acquainted, and its workings may perhaps come to light first in a period of history which lies beyond our immediate scope. 423. Individual Romans who professed themselves disciples of the Porch owed their allegiance to the sect to two causes in varying proportion. On the one hand, they had attended lectures or private instruction given by eminent Stoic teachers, or had immersed themselves in Stoic literature. This influence was in almost all cases the influence of Greek upon Roman, and the friendship between the Stoic Panaetius and Scipio Aemilianus was the type of all subsequent discipleship. Scipio himself did not perhaps formally become a Stoic, but he introduced into Roman society the atmosphere of Stoicism, known to the Romans as humanitas. This included an aversion to war and civil strife, an eagerness to appreciate the art and literature of Greece, and an admiration for the ideals depicted by Xenophon, of the ruler in Cyrus, and of the citizen in Socrates. All the Stoic nobles of the time of the Republic are dominated by these feelings. On the other hand, individuals were often attracted by the existence of a society which proclaimed itself independent of the will of rulers and offered its members mutual support and consolation. Such men were often drawn into Stoicism by the persuasion of friends, without being necessarily well grounded in philosophical principle. And in this way, small groups or cliques might easily be formed in which social prejudice or political bias outweighed the formal doctrine of the school. Such a group was that of the old Romans of the 1st century of the Principate, and with the spread of Stoicism, this indirect and imperfect method of attachment constantly grows in importance as compared with direct discipleship. 424. Of the first group of Roman Stoics, the most notable was C. Laelius, the intimate friend of Scipio, who became consul in 140 BC. In his youth he had listened to the teaching of Diogenes of Babylon. In later life he was the friend of Panaetius. He was in his time a notable orator, with a quiet, flowing style. His manners were cheerful, his temper was calm, and, as we have seen, he seemed to many the nearest of all the Romans to the ideal of the Stoic sage. He is brought on as the chief speaker in Cicero's De Amicitia. Another close friend of Africanus was Spi Mummius, the brother of the conqueror of Achaia. His oratory was marked by the ruggedness characteristic of the Stoic school. Passing mention may be made of L. Furius Philus, consul in 136 BC, and a member of the same group, though his philosophical views are not known to us, 425. From the humane movement sprang the Gracchan reforms, which all alike aimed at deposing from power the class to which the reformers by birth belonged. To the temper of mind which made such a desire possible, Stoic doctrine had largely contributed. The Greeks had taught their Roman pupils to see in the nascent Roman Empire, bearing the watchword of the majesty of the Roman name, Majestas Nominis Romani, at least an approximation to the ideal cosmopolis. And many Romans so far responded to this suggestion as to be not unfriendly towards plans for extending their citizenship and equalizing the privileges of those who enjoyed it. See Blossius of Cumae,
a pupil of Antipater of Tarsus, went so far as to instigate Tiberius Gracchus to the schemes which proved his destruction, whilst other Stoics, equally sincere in their aims, disagreed with the violence shown by Tiberius in his choice of method. Amongst the latter was Q. Aelius Tubero, a nephew of Africanus, who became consul in 118 BC. He devoted himself day and night to the study of philosophy, and though of no mark as an orator, won himself respect by the strictness and consistency of his life. Panaetius, Posidonius, and Hecato all addressed treatises to him, and he is a leading speaker in Cicero's Republic. 426. After the fall of the Gracchi, the Stoic nobles continued to play distinguished and honourable parts in public life. A family succession was maintained through two daughters of Laelius, so that here we may perhaps recognise the beginning of the deservedly famous Stoic marriages. Of the two ladies, the elder was married to Q. Mucius Scaevola, known as the Augur, who was consul in 117 BC. He was a devoted friend of Panaetius and famous for his knowledge of civil law. The younger daughter was married to C. Fannius, who obtained some distinction as a historian. In C. Lucilius we find the Latin poet of Stoicism. The views which he expresses in his satires on religion and ethics are in the closest agreement with the teaching of Panaetius, and the large circulation of his poems must have diffused them through wide circles. At the same time, his attacks on the religious institutions of Numa and his ridicule of his own childish beliefs may well have brought philosophy into ill odour as atheistic and unpatriotic, and we find the statesmen of the next generation specially anxious to avoid any such imputations. 427. A dominating figure is that of Q. Mucius Scaevola, commonly called the Pontifex, who was a nephew of his namesake mentioned above, and derived from him his interest in civil law. He was consul in 95 BC. He overcame the difficulty about the popular religion by distinguishing on Stoic lines three classes of deities. 1. Mythical deities, celebrated by the poets with incredible and unworthy narrations. 2. Philosophical deities, better suited for the schools than for the marketplace. 3. Civic deities, whose ceremonies it is the duty of state officials to maintain, interpreting them so as to agree with the philosophers rather than with the poets. In this spirit, he filled the position of chief officer of the state religion. He was, however, no time server, for being appointed after his consulship to be governor of Asia, he joined with his former quaestor P. Rutilius Rufus in the design of repressing the extortion of the publicani. A decisive step taken by him was to declare all dishonourable contracts invalid, and more than a generation later his just and sparing administration was gratefully remembered both at Rome and in the provinces. The Equites took their revenge not on Scaevola, but on Rutilius, whom they brought to trial in 92 BC, when Scaevola pleaded his cause in a simple and dignified way that became a Stoic, but did not exclude some traces of elegance. He is regarded as the father of Roman law, for he was the first to codify it, which he did in 18 volumes. He also wrote a special work on definitions, which no doubt reflected the interest which the Stoics took in this part of logic. 428. It seems beyond dispute that the systematic study of law, which developed in later centuries into the science of Roman jurisprudence, and as such has exercised a weighty influence on the development of Western civilization, had its beginnings amongst a group of men profoundly influenced by Stoic teaching. It does not therefore follow that the fundamental ideas expressed by such terms as ius gentium, lex naturae, are exclusively Stoic in origin. The former phrase appears to have been in common use at this time to indicate the laws generally in force amongst the peoples that surrounded Rome. The latter is a philosophical term derived from the Greek, denoting an ideal law which ought to exist amongst men everywhere. The principle of obedience to nature is not peculiar to the Stoic philosophy, but belongs to the common substratum of all philosophical thought. It does, however, seem to be the case that the Stoic theory of the common law, koinos nomos, was in fact the stimulus which enabled the Romans to transform their system of rights, gradually throwing over all that was of the nature of mechanical routine or caste privilege, and harmonizing contradictions by the principle of fairness. The successor of Scaevola was C. Aquilius Gallus, praetor in 66 BC with Cicero, of whom it is specially noted that he guided his exposition of law by the principle of equity, and after him S. Sulpicius Rufus, the contemporary and intimate friend of Cicero. We do not know that he was a Stoic, but he was a student of dialectic under L. Lucilius Balbus, who as well as his brother belonged to this school, and he followed Stoic principles in studying oratory just enough to make his exposition clear. He was the acknowledged head of his profession and compiled 180 books on law. In the Civil War, he took sides with Caesar, 429. Amongst men of high rank definitely pledged to Stoicism in the generation preceding Cicero are further L. Aelius Stilo, circa 145 to 75 BC, who devoted himself to Roman grammar and antiquities, and was the teacher of both Cicero and Varro. Q. Lucilius Balbus, whose knowledge of this philosophy rivaled that of his Greek teachers, and who is the exponent of the Stoic view in Cicero's De Natura Deorum, the scene of which takes us back to about 76 BC. Sextus Pompeius, uncle of Pompey the Great, and distinguished both as a philosopher and as a jurist, and more particularly P. Rutilius Rufus, to whom we have already referred. A pupil and devoted admirer of Panaetius, a trained philosopher, and a sound lawyer, he brought his career at Rome to an abrupt end by his firm resistance to the Publicani, as already recounted. With true cosmopolitanism, he retired to Smyrna and accepted the citizenship of that town. His stern principles did not prevent him from saving his life in the massacre ordered by Mithridates by assuming Greek dress. The massacre itself was the ripe fruit of the abuses which he had endeavored to repress. He is one of the characters in Cicero's De Republica. 430. Of the Stoics of Cicero's time, the most eminent was Monsieur Porcius Cato, 95 to 48 BC. In him, Stoicism received a special colouring by association with the traditions of ancient Roman manners. In his early years, he became a pupil of Antipater of Tyre, and so far adopted the Cynic ideal as to train himself for public life by freely submitting to hunger, cold, and hardship. After a period of service in the army, he made a journey to Asia to secure the companionship of Athenodorus the Elder. He became a practiced speaker, and though he adhered firmly to the Stoic tradition of plain language and short sentences, yet could become eloquent on the great themes of his philosophy and could win the approval of the people even for its paradoxes. He was resolutely opposed to bribery and extortion. As quaestor in BC 66, he introduced reform into the public finances and put an end to embezzlements by officials. His popularity became very great, and he was elected tribune of the plebs towards the end of the year 63 BC, when his voice decided the senators to decree the death of the associates of Catiline. With his subsequent policy, Cicero finds fault because Cato refused to connive at the extortions of the Publicani, and from Cicero's criticisms has arisen the accepted view that Cato was an unpractical statesman. On the other hand, it may well be held that if the Roman aristocracy had included more men like Cato, the Republic might have been saved, and towards the end of his life Cicero bitterly lamented that he had not sufficiently valued the sincere friendship which Cato offered him. In the year 54 BC, the candidates for the office of tribune paid him a singular compliment. Each deposited with him a large sum of money, which he was to forfeit if, in Cato's opinion, he was guilty of bribery. His whole political life was guided by the strictest moral principle. Even in so unimportant a matter as Cicero's request for a triumph, he would do nothing to oblige a friend. In private life, he attempted to put into practice the principle of the community of women taught in Zeno's Republic. He had married Marcia, daughter of Philippus, and had 3 children by her. In 56 BC, he gave her up to his friend C. Hortensius, whose family was in danger of becoming extinct. Finally, on the threatening of the civil war in BC 50, he took her back to his own home. At a time when the marriage bond was lightly treated by many of his contemporaries, he at least rose above petty motives. In the civil war, he took sides strongly against Caesar, his old political opponent. His self-sought death after Pharsalia won him a distinction which he had earned better by his life. And the unmeasured praise bestowed upon him a century later is perhaps due more to political bias than to philosophical respect. The few words with which Virgil honors his memory are more effective when he pictures Cato as chosen to be a judge in the world of the blessed.
Cato represents the Stoic view as to the summum bonum in Cicero's De Finibus. 431. Contemporary with Cicero and Cato was Mem Terentius Varro, BC 116–28. In his public career and political principles, he was not unlike Cato. In his literary activity, he more resembled Cicero. Both Varro and Cicero were deeply influenced by Stoic teaching, but as they were by no means professed adherents of this philosophy, they may be here passed by. In the next generation, Monsieur Junius Brutus, 85–42 BC, concerns us more, for by his marriage with Portia, Cato's daughter, and an ardent Stoic, he came into a family connection with the sect with which his personal views, as we have seen, were not entirely in agreement. Still, Brutus was not altogether unfitted to play the part of Cato's successor. He was no mean orator, and wrote more than one philosophical treatise, whilst Cicero dedicated several of his philosophical works to him. But the practical stoicism of Portia, who stabbed herself in the thigh to show that she was fit to be trusted with a political secret, shines out more brightly than the speculations of her husband. In her honor, Martial has written one of the few epigrams in which he allows himself to be caught in a mood of admiration, yet his story of Portia's death must be rejected as unhistorical. 432. After the death of Brutus, Stoicism ceases for a while to play a prominent part in Roman history, but its indirect influence is very marked in the two great poets of the Augustan epoch, Horace and Virgil. Of these, Horace is in the main an Epicurean, and as such is quite entitled to use the Stoic paradoxes as matter for ridicule, and even to anticipate dangerous consequences from their practical application. But in fact his works show a constantly increasing appreciation of the ethics of Stoicism. He recognizes the high ideals and civic activity of its professors, and he draws a noble picture of the Stoic sage, confident in his convictions and bidding defiance to the crowd and the tyrant alike. Of that practical wisdom and genial criticism which has made Horace the favorite poet of so many men eminent in public life, no small part consists of Stoic principles deftly freed from the paradoxical form in which they were conveyed to professed adherents. 433. With this picture of Stoicism seen from without, we must contrast that given us by Virgil, who inherited the Stoic tradition from Aratus, his model for the Georgics. Virgil's mind is penetrated by Stoic feeling, and his works are an interpretation of the universe in the Stoic sense. But like so many of his contemporaries, he holds aloof from formal adherence to the sect, and carefully avoids its technical language. Quite possibly, too, he incorporated in his system elements drawn from other philosophies. In physics, he accepts the principle that the fiery ether is the source of all life. It is identical with the divine spirit and the all-informing mind. From this standpoint, he is led on to the doctrine of purgatory, and from that, he looks forward to the time of the conflagration, when all creation will be reconciled by returning to its primitive unity in the primal fire spirit. Still, Virgil's picture must be regarded rather as an adaptation than as an exposition of Stoicism. It lacks the sharp outlines and the didactic tone of the poetry of Cleanthes or Lucretius, and other interpretations are by no means excluded. 434. With the problem of the government of the universe, Virgil's mind is occupied throughout the Aeneid. He is constantly weighing the relative importance of the three forces, fate, the gods, and fortune, precisely as the philosophers do. To each of the three, he assigns a part in the affairs of men. But that taken by fate is unmistakably predominant. The individual gods have very little importance in the poem. They are to a large extent allegorical figures, representing human instincts and passions. They cannot divert destiny from its path, though with their utmost effort they may slightly delay its work or change its incidents. Above all these little gods, Jove towers aloft, a power magnificent and munificent. At his voice the gods shudder and the worlds obey. But the power of Jove rests upon his complete acceptance of the irrevocable decrees of fate. The critic may even describe him as a puppet king who wears an outward semblance of royalty, but is really obedient to an incessant interference from a higher authority. Virgil, however, appears truly to hold the Stoic principle that fate and Jove are one,
He thus takes us at once to the final problem of philosophy, the reconciliation of the conceptions of law formed on the one hand by observing facts, the modern laws of nature, and on the other hand by recognizing the moral instinct, the modern moral law. As we have seen, a reconciliation of these two by logic is intrinsically impossible. Virgil, however, shows us how they may be in practice reconciled by a certain attitude of mind. And because that attitude is one of resignation to and cooperation with the supreme power, it would seem right to place Virgil by the side of Cleanthes as one of the religious poets of Stoicism. 435. Virgil's conception of ethics is displayed in the character of Aeneas. Much modern criticism revolts against the character of Aeneas exactly as it does against that of Cato, and for the same reason, that it is without sympathy for Stoic ethics. To understand Aeneas, we must first picture a man whose whole soul is filled by a reverent regard for destiny and submission to Jove, who represents destiny on its personal side. He can therefore never play the part of the hero in revolt, but at the same time he is human and liable to those petty weaknesses and aberrations from which even the sage is not exempt. He can hesitate or be hasty, can love or weep, but the sovereignty of his mind is never upset. In a happy phrase, Virgil sums up the whole ethics of Stoicism. Calm in his soul he abides, and the tears roll down, but in vain. In contrast to Aeneas stands Dido, intensely human and passionate, and in full rebellion against her destiny. She is to him Eve the temptress, Cleopatra the seducer, but she is not destined to win a final triumph. A modern romance would doubtless have a different ending. 436. Amongst writers who adopted much of the formal teaching of Stoicism without imbibing its spirit, we may reckon Ovid, 43 BC to 18 AD. Not only does he accept the central idea of Stoicism, that it is the divine fire by virtue of which every man lives and moves, but he opens his greatest work by a description of the creation which appears to follow Stoic lines, and in which the erect figure of man is specially recognized as the proof of the preeminence which Providence has assigned to him over all the other works of the Creator. But the tales related in the Metamorphoses show no trace of the serious religious purpose of Virgil, and the society pictured in Ovid's love poems gives only a caricature of the Stoic doctrines of the community of women, the absence of jealousy and outspokenness of speech. Finally, the plaintive tone of the Tristia shows how little Ovid was in touch with Stoic self-control amidst the buffetings of fortune. 437. In the time of the next princeps, we first find Stoicism associated with an unsympathetic attitude towards the imperial government. There was nothing in Stoic principles to suggest this opposition. Tiberius himself had listened to the teaching of the Stoic Nestor, and the simplicity of his personal life and the gravity of his manners might well have won him the support of sincere philosophers. But if Stoicism did not create the spirit of opposition, it confirmed it where it already existed. The memory of Cato associated Stoic doctrines with republican views. Vague idealizations of Brutus and Cassius suggested the glorification of tyrannicide. Cremutius Cordus, Ubrus AD 25, had offended Cyanus by a sarcastic remark. For when Tiberius repaired the theatre of Pompey, and the Senate voted that a statue of Cyanus should be erected there, Cordus said that this meant really spoiling the theatre. Cyanus then dropped a hint to his client Satrius, who accused Cordus before the Senate of writing a history in which he highly praised Brutus, and declared Cassius to have been the last of the Romans. A word of apology would have saved the life of Cordus. He resolved to die by his own act, to the great annoyance of his prosecutors. From this time on, suicide became an object of political ambition. The Stoic tradition continued in the family of Cordus, and to his daughter Marcia, as a fellow member of the sect, Seneca addressed the well-known Consolatio. But the title of Old Romans describes far better the true leanings of the men of whom Cordus was the forerunner. 438. In the reign of Gaius, Caligula, we first find philosophers as such exposed to persecution, and we may infer that, like the Jews, they resisted tacitly or openly the claim of the emperor to be worshipped as a god. Iulius Graecinus, according to Seneca, was put to death for no other reason than that he was a better man than a tyrant liked to see alive. Canis Iulius reproved the emperor to his face and heard with calmness his own doom pronounced. During the 10 days still left to him, he went quietly on with his daily occupations. He was engaged in a game of chess when the centurion summoned him. "After my death," he said to his opponent, "do not boast that you won the game." His philosopher accompanied him and inquired how his thoughts were occupied. "I propose," said Canis, "to observe whether at the last moment the soul is conscious of its departure. Afterwards, if I discover what the condition of departed souls is, I will come back and inform my friends." 439. In the reign of Claudius, we find Stoics engaged in actual conspiracy against the emperor. The name of Petrus Caecina introduces us to a famous Stoic family, for his wife was Arria the elder. Pliny tells us, on the authority of her granddaughter Fannia, how when her husband and son both fell sick together and the latter died, she carried out the whole funeral without her husband's knowledge, and each time that she entered his sick chamber, assumed a cheerful smile, and assured him that the boy was much better. Whenever her grief became too strong, she would leave the room for a few minutes to weep, and return once more calm. When Scribonianus in Illyria rebelled against Claudius, Petrus took his side. Upon his fall, he was brought a prisoner to Rome. Arria was not allowed to accompany him, but she followed him in a fishing boat. She encouraged him to face death by piercing her own breast with a dagger, declaring, "It doesn't hurt." And upon his death, she determined not to survive him. Thrasea, her son-in-law, tried to dissuade her. "If I were condemned, would you," said he, "wish your daughter to die with me?" "Yes," said Arria, "if she had lived with you as long and as happily as I with Petrus." Here we have a deliberate justification of the Hindu practice of the sati. 440. In the reign of Nero, the Stoics are still more prominent, and almost always in opposition. Seneca, of course, the emperor's tutor and minister, is on the government side, and from his life we can draw the truest picture of the imperial civil servant in high office. We shall certainly not expect to find that Seneca illustrated in his own life all the virtues that he preached. On the other hand, we shall not readily believe that the ardent disciple of Attalus and affectionate husband of Paulina was a man of dissolute life or of avaricious passions. Simple tastes, an endless capacity for hard work and scrupulous honesty were the ordinary marks of the Roman official in those days, as they are of members of the civil service of India today. Seneca is often accused of having been too supple as a minister, but he was carrying out the principles of his sect better by taking an active part in politics than if he had, like many others, held sullenly aloof. He did not indeed imitate Cato or Rutilius Rufus, who had carried firmness of principle to an extent that laid them open to the charge of obstinacy. But in submitting frankly to power greater than his own, he still saw to it that his own influence should count towards the better side. For the story of his political career, we cannot do better than to refer to the latest historian of his times. Of his work as a philosopher, to which he himself attributed the greater importance, a general account has been given above, and more particular discussions form the central theme of this book. 441. From Seneca we pass naturally to some mention of the poets Persius and Lucan. A. Persius Flaccus, 34 to 62 AD, became at 16 years of age the pupil and companion of the Stoic philosopher Cornutus. He was also a relative of the Arii already mentioned. He gives us a charming picture of his teacher's ways of life, which were doubtless typical, and his summary view of the scope of philosophy well indicates how its proportions had shrunk at this period. Dialectic is not mentioned, and physics has interest only in its bearing upon the position and duty of the individual. Go, study, hapless folk, and learn to know the end and object of our life. What are we? The purpose of our being here, the rank assigned us at the start, and where and when the turn is smoothest round the perilous post, the bounds of wealth, life's lawful aims, the use of hoards of coin new minted, what the claims of fatherland and kinsfolk near and dear, the will of God concerning thee, and where thou standest in the commonwealth of man. His contemporary Mem Annaeus Lucanus, 39 to 65 AD, a nephew of Seneca, plunged more deeply both into philosophy and into politics. In both he displayed ardour insufficiently tempered with discretion. He had a far keener sense of his personal grievances than became a Stoic, and was much more of a critic than of a reformer. Yet hardly any writer expresses more forcibly the characteristic doctrines of Stoicism.
as they seized the imagination of young Romans of the upper classes. Amongst such doctrines, that of the conflagration was clearly prominent. So when this frame of things has been dissolved, and the world's many ages have received their consummation in one final hour, chaos recalled shall gain his utmost seat. The constellations in confusion dire, hurled each on each together clash. The stars flaming shall fall into the deep. The earth no longer shall extend her barrier shores and fling the waters from her, and the moon shall meet the sun in fratricidal war. One pyre awaits the universe. In ruin 'twill mix with bones of men the heavenly spheres. Lucan emphasizes the pantheistic interpretation of the divine nature. God is all eye can see or heart can feel. The powers of heaven are round about us all, and though from out the temple come no voice, naught can we do without the will of God. To the idealized Cato, he addresses the noblest praises. For sure a consecrated life is thine, the laws of heaven thy pattern, God thy guide. See the true father of his country worth the homage of thine altars, Rome, for they who swear by him shall never be ashamed. If e'er the yoke is lifted from thy neck, now or hereafter, he shall be thy God. 442. The careers of Seneca and Musonius and the early years of Lucan himself indicate sufficiently that there was no essential opposition between Stoic principles and the Roman Principate. In other words, that Stoics as such were not republicans. Rather the contrary, for nearly all the Greek philosophers had been inclined to favor monarchy, and the Stoics had been conspicuous in the desire to abolish the distinctions of birth and class upon which the Roman aristocracy laid so much stress and which the Principate was disposed to ignore. But in fact, Stoicism was the common mold in which the educated youth of Rome was shaped at this period. It produced honest, diligent, and simple-minded men, exactly suited to be instruments of the great imperial bureaucracy. Large numbers entered the service of the state, and were heard of no more. Such an one, except for Seneca's incidental account of him, was C. Lucilius, Seneca's correspondent. The great work of Roman government was carried on in silence, just as that of India in the present day. This silence was probably on the whole beneficial to society, though it was often felt as a constraint by the individual. For this reason, and many others, there were at Rome, as everywhere and at all times, many able but disappointed men. They became the critics of the government, and from being critics they might at any time become conspirators, but at no period did they seriously aim at restoring the republican system. Their political creed was limited and did not look beyond the interests of the class from which they sprang. They claimed for members of the Senate at Rome their ancient personal privileges, and especially that of libertas, that is, freedom to criticize and even to insult the members of the government. They sang the praises of Cato, celebrated the birthdays of Brutus and Cassius, and practiced a kind of passive resistance, based on Oriental methods, by quitting life without hesitation when they were balked in their immediate wishes by the government. When the administration was carried on decently, these men were ridiculous. When from time to time it became a scandal, they were heroes. 443. The early years of Nero's reign show us plainly that true spirit of Stoicism was far more developed on the side of the government than on that of the aristocracy. Nothing distinguishes Seneca more honorably than his humane attitude towards the slave population. And he was chief minister of the Princeps when in the year AD 61 a notable case arose in which the human rights of slaves were involved. The city prefect, Pedanius Secundus, was killed by one of his slaves. It was contended in the Senate that by ancient custom the whole household, old and young, guilty and innocent, must be put to death alike. And this view prevailed and was carried into effect. Public opinion, according to Tacitus, was unanimous against such severity. It looked not unreasonably to the emperor and his minister to prevent it, 97a. They on the contrary left the decision to the free judgment of the Senate. Where now were the men of philosophic principle, of worldwide sympathies, of outspoken utterance? The historian tells us that not one was found in the Senate. The honorable men who could defy an emperor's death sentence still lacked the courage to speak out against the prejudices of their own class. Many indeed uttered exclamations expressing pity for the women, the young, and the indubitably innocent, and even voted against the executions,
But even in so simple a matter, there was not a man to follow the lead of Catiline in Cicero's days and take up as his own the cause of the oppressed. The leader of the merciless majority was C. Cassius Longinus, a celebrated jurist, and one who regularly celebrated the honors of Cassius the conspirator. 444. But although the administration of which Nero was the head was largely manned by professed Stoics, and stood as a whole for the better sympathies of the Roman people, the course of court intrigue brought about a fierce conflict between the government and a growing force of public opinion of which the old Roman group of Stoics were sometimes the spokesmen, and at other times the silent representatives. To Nero, the consideration of his own safety was predominant over every consideration of justice to individuals, and herein he stood condemned and knew that it was so, by the judgment of all men of philosophic temper. The first of his victims, and perhaps the most deserving of our admiration, was rebellious Plautus, accused by Tigellinus because he maintained the irritating cult of the tyrannicides, and had joined the disloyal sect of the Stoics. The charge of disloyalty against himself and his companions he disproved, for advised by his Stoic teachers Coeranus and Musonius, he declined to take part in a rising which might have been successful, and calmly awaited his fate, 60 AD. In the conspiracy of Piso, which broke out a few years later, Plautus Lateranus is named by the historian as one of the few whose motives were honorable and whose conduct was consistently courageous. The later years of Nero's reign are illuminated in the pages of Tacitus by the firmness of men like Thrasiopetus, Poconius Agrippinus, and Barea Sorinus, and the heroic devotion of women like the younger Arria, Thraseia's wife, and Servilia, the daughter of Soranus. In the persecution of this group, the modern historian finds extenuating circumstances, but at Rome itself it appeared as though the emperor were engaged in the attempt to extirpate virtue itself. 445. Upon the fall of Nero, the old Romans came for a short time into power under the Principate of Galba, and amongst others, Helvidius Priscus, Thracia's son-in-law, returned from exile. From the account of Tacitus, he appears to have been a very sincere adherent of the Stoic school. He was not like others who adopt the name of philosopher in order to cloak an idle disposition. He followed those teachers who maintain that only the honorable is good, and only the base is evil, power, nobility, and other things external to the soul being neither good nor evil. He designed so to fortify himself thereby against the blows of fortune, that he could play his part in public affairs without flinching. His first act on returning to Rome was to commence a prosecution of the accuser of Thracia. The Senate was divided in opinion as to the wisdom of this step, and when Helvidius abandoned the suit, some praised his charity, whilst others lamented his indecision. He resumed his attempt, as we shall see, at a later time. 446. Vespasian was undoubtedly tolerant in his views. His reign began with the restitution of honors to the deceased Galba, and the much-respected Musonius seized the opportunity to attack in the Senate P. Ignatius Sylla, whose treachery had brought about the fall of Soranus, for false evidence. The trial was postponed, but resulted a little later in the condemnation of Celer. Public opinion took the side of Musonius, but the accused found a champion in Demetrius the Cynic philosopher, and at least defended himself with the ability and courage of his sect. Thereupon Helvidius resumed his prosecution of the accuser of Thracia. But the emperor, now anxious to let bygones be bygones, refused to approve. This second failure appears to have embittered Helvidius. His opposition to Vespasian became open and insulting, and brought about his death. The life of his wife Fannia was worthy of the two Arrii, her grandmother and her mother. Twice she followed her husband into exile. A third time she brought this punishment upon herself by encouraging his friend Senecio to publish his biography, supplying him with the materials, and openly justifying her action. In her private life she had singular charm and affability, and her death appeared to Pliny to close an era of noble women. 447. It seems probable that the Stoic nobles found the low birth of Vespasian as intolerable as the tyranny of Nero. At any rate, they soon resumed their attitude of opposition to the government, and the punishment of Helvidius, if intended as a warning, proved rather a provocation.
It appears that he and the old Romans began a systematic propaganda in favor of what they called democracy, that is, the government of the Roman Empire by the senatorial class, and they probably involved many professed philosophers in this impracticable and reactionary movement. Vespasian resolved on expelling all the philosophers from Rome. From this general sentence, the best known of all, Musonius, was accepted, and we must infer that he had shown the good sense to keep himself free from political entanglements. In spite of this act of Vespasian, Stoicism continued to gain ground, and during the greater part of the period of the Flavian dynasty met with little interference, 448. But towards the end of the reign of Domitian, a more violent persecution broke out. Arulenus Rusticus had been tribune of the plebs in 66 AD, and had then proposed to use his veto in an attempt to save the life of Thrasea Paetus. In 69 AD he was praetor, and as such headed an embassy sent by the Senate to the soldiers under Petilius Cerealis. On this occasion he was roughly handled and wounded, and barely escaped with his life. After many years of quiet, he was accused in 93 AD, when Pliny was praetor, of having written and spoken in honor of Thrasea Paetus, Herennius Senecio, and Helvidius Priscus. He was condemned to death, and his books were destroyed. Senecio was condemned at the same time for having written the biography of Helvidius Priscus, and for the further offense that since holding the quaestorship, he had not become a candidate for any higher office. About the same time were banished Artemidorus, the most single-minded and laborious of philosophers, whom Musonius had selected out of a crowd of competitors as the fittest to claim his daughter in marriage. Junius Mauricus, brother of Arulenus Rusticus, who had joined Musonius in the attempt to secure the punishment of the delatores of Nero's time, Demetrius and Epictetus, and further many distinguished ladies, including Arria and her daughter Fannia. But from the time of the death of Domitian in AD 96, the imperial government became finally reconciled with Stoicism, which was now the recognized creed of the great majority of the educated classes at Rome, of all ages and ranks. As such, it appears in the writings of Juvenal, who not only introduces into serious literature the Stoic principle of straight speaking, but actually expounds much of the ethical teaching of Stoicism with more directness and force than any professed adherent of the system. 449. Stoicism, received into favor in the 2nd century AD, won new opportunities and was exposed to new dangers. Its greatest achievement lay in the development of Roman law. As we have just seen, the old Romans of Nero's day, in spite of their profession of Stoicism, were unbending upholders of the old law with all its harshness and narrowness, and we have to go back 100 years to the great lawyers of the times of Sulla and Cicero to meet with men prepared to throw aside old traditions and build anew on the foundations of natural justice. But the larger view had not been lost sight of. It remained as the ideal of the more generous-minded members of the imperial civil service. And in the times of the emperors Antoninus Pius, 138 to 161 AD, and Marcus Aurelius, 161 to 180 AD, it became the starting point for a new development of Roman law, which is one of the great achievements of Roman history. The most eloquent of the historians of the origins of Christianity thus describes this movement. Le stoicisme avait déjà pénétré le droit romain de ses larges maximes, et en avait fait le droit naturel, le droit philosophique, tel que la raison peut le concevoir pour tous les hommes. Le droit strict c'est de l'équité, la douceur l'emporte sur la sévérité, la justice paraît inséparable de la bienfaisance. Les grands jurisconsultes d'Antonin continueront la même œuvre. Le dernier, Volusius Moesianus, fut le maître de Marc Aurèle en fait de jurisprudence, et, à vrai dire, l'œuvre des deux saints empereurs ne saurait être séparée. C'est de que datant la plupart de ces lois humaines et sensées qui fléchiront la rigueur du droit antique et firent, d'une legislation primitivement étroite et implacable, un code susceptible d'être adopté par tous les peuples civilisés. In the legislation of Antoninus and Aurelius, the humane and cosmopolitan principles of Stoic politics at last triumph over Roman conservatism. The poor, the sick, the infant and the famine-stricken are protected. The slave is treated as a human being. To kill him becomes a crime, to injure him a misdemeanor. His family and his property are protected by the tribunals. Slavery, in fact, is treated as a violation of the rights of nature. Manumission is in every way encouraged. The time is within sight when Ulpian will declare that all men, according to natural right, are born free and equal. This legislation is not entirely the work of professed Stoics. It is nevertheless the offspring of Stoicism, 450. There was in the 2nd century, as there is still, a sharp antagonism between the manners of cultivated society and the ardent profession of intellectual convictions. An anecdote related by Gellius well illustrates the social forces which were now constantly at work to check superfluous enthusiasm. There was with us at table a young student of philosophy who called himself a Stoic, but chiefly distinguished himself by an unwelcome loquacity. He was always bringing up in season and out of season recondite philosophical doctrines, and he looked upon all his neighbours as boors because they were unacquainted with them. His whole talk was strewn with mention of syllogisms, fallacies, and the like, such as the master argument, the quiescent, and the heap, and he thought that he was the only man in the world who could solve them. Further, he maintained that he had thoroughly studied the nature of the soul, the growth of virtue, the science of daily duties, and the cure of the weaknesses and diseases of the mind. Finally, he considered he had attained to that state of perfect happiness which could be clouded by no disappointment, shaken by no pains of death. Such a man, we may think, might soon have become an apostle of sincere Stoicism, and might have left us a clear and systematic exposition of Stoic doctrine as refined by 5 centuries of experience. It was not to be. The polished Herodes Atticus crushed him with a quotation from the discourses of Epictetus. Not many offended in the same way. Even Seneca had been severe on useless study in the regions of history and antiquity. The new philosophers despised the study even of philosophy. 451. The Stoicism of the 2nd century is therefore much less sharply defined than that of earlier times. Its doctrines acquired in childhood are accepted with ready acquiescence, but they are not accompanied by any firm repudiation of the opposing views of other schools. Once more, as in the time of Augustus, the philosopher comes to the front. The particular colour of his philosophy seems of less importance. It is philosophy in general which wins the patronage of the emperors. Nerva allowed the schools of the philosophers to be reopened. Trajan interested himself in them as providing a useful training for the young. Hadrian went further and endowed the teachers of philosophy at Rome. Antoninus Pius did the same throughout the provinces. Marcus Aurelius established representatives of each of the philosophic schools at Athens, and amongst later emperors, Septimius Severus, aided by his wife Julia Domna, was conspicuous in the same direction. The philosophers, who had firmly resisted persecution, gradually sacrificed their independence under the influence of imperial favour. They still recited the dogmas of their respective founders, but unconsciously they became the partisans of the established forms of government and religion. Yet so gentle was the decay of philosophy that it might be regarded as progress if its true position were not illuminated by the attitude of Marcus Aurelius towards the Christians. For Marcus Aurelius was universally accepted as the most admirable practical representative of philosophy in its full ripeness, and no word of criticism of his policy was uttered by any teacher of Stoicism. 452. The decay of precise philosophic thought was accompanied by a strong revival of pagan religious sentiment. The atmosphere in which Marcus Aurelius grew up, and by which his political actions were determined far more than by his philosophic profession, is thus sympathetically described by the latest editor of his Reflections. In house and town, the ancestral penalties of the hearth and the lairs of the streets guarded the intercourse of life. In the individual breast, a ministering genius shaped his destinies and responded to each mood of melancholy or of mirth. Thus all life lay under the regimen of spiritual powers, to be propitiated or appeased by appointed observances and ritual and forms of prayer. To this punctilious and devout form of paganism, Marcus was inured from childhood. At the vintage festival, he took his part in chant and sacrifice. At 8 years old, he was admitted to the Salian priesthood. He was observed to perform all his sacerdotal functions with a constancy and exactness unusual at that age, was soon a master of the sacred music, and had all the forms and liturgies by heart. Our earliest statue depicts him as a youth offering incense, and in his triumphal bas-reliefs he stands before the altar, a robed and sacrificing priest. To him, prayer and sacrifice and all observances by which we own the presence and nearness of the gods are covenants and sacred ministries, admitting to intimate communion with the divine. The cult thus summarized is not that of the Greek mythology, much less that of the rationalized Stoic theology. It is the primitive ritualism of Italy, still dear to the hearts of the common people, and regaining its hold on the educated in proportion as they spared themselves the effort of individual criticism. 453. It was by no mere accident that Marcus Aurelius became the persecutor of the Christians. He was at heart no successor of the Zeno, who held as essential the doctrine of a supreme deity, and absolutely rejected the use of temples and images. In the interval, official Stoicism had learnt first to tolerate superstition with a smile, next to become its advocate. Now it was to become a persecutor in its name. Pontius Pilatus is said to have recognized the innocence of the founder of Christianity and might have protected him had his instructions from Rome allowed him to stretch his authority so far. Gallio was uninterested in the preaching of Paul, but Aurelius was acquainted with the Christian profession and its adherents and opposed it as an obstinate resistance to authority. The popular antipathy to the new religion and the official distaste for all disturbing novelties found in him a willing supporter. Thus began a new struggle between the power of the sword and that of inward conviction. Because reason could not support the worship of the pagan deities, violence must do so. It became a triumph of the civil authority and the popular will to extort a word of weakness by 2 years of persistent torture. No endowed professor or enlightened magistrate raised his voice in protest, and in this feeble acquiescence Stoicism perished, 454. For the consciences of the young revolted. Trained at home and in school to believe in providence, in duty, and in patient endurance of evil, they instinctively recognized the Socratic force and example not in the magistrate seated in his curule chair, nor in the rustic priest occupied in his obsolete ritual, but in the teacher on the cross and the martyr on the rack. In ever-increasing numbers, men who had from their Stoic education imbibed the principles of the unity of the deity and the freedom of the will came over to the new society which professed the one without reservation and displayed the other without flinching. With them they brought in large measure their philosophic habits of thought, and, in far more particulars than is generally recognized, the definite tenets which the Porch had always inculcated. Stoicism began a new history which is not yet ended within the Christian Church, and we must now attempt to give some account of this aftergrowth of the philosophy. 455. During the first century and a half of the Christian era, Stoicism maintained an active and successful propaganda, without becoming conscious that meanwhile a new force was spreading in the Hellenic world which was soon to challenge its own supremacy. There is no evidence to show that any of the Stoic teachers with whom we have been concerned knew anything of Christianity beyond the bare name, until the two systems came into conflict in the time of Marcus Aurelius, and it is in the highest degree improbable that any of them were influenced in their opinions, directly or indirectly, by the preaching of Christianity. On the other hand, the apostles of the newer faith, as often as they entered any of the chief cities of the Roman Empire, met at once not only with the professed adherents of Stoicism, but also with a still wider world of educated men and women which was penetrated by Stoic conceptions. From the first, it was incumbent on Christian teachers to define their attitude towards this philosophy, and it is our purpose in this chapter to sketch shortly the manner in which they did so. This task belongs primarily to the historian of Christianity, but the present work would be incomplete without some adumbration of this important field of study. From the middle of the 2nd century, the relations between the two systems alter in character. There then sets in a steady stream of conversion by which the younger Stoics are drawn away from the older creed and carry over to its rival not only their personal allegiance but also their intellectual equipment. 456. It is necessarily a difficult task to estimate the influence of Stoicism upon the historical development of Christianity, and it is impossible to do so without trenching upon ground which is highly debatable. Upon parallels between phrases used by Stoic and Christian writers respectively, not too much stress should be laid. Many of these can be traced back to common sources from which each religion drew in turn. From Persicism, the Stoic creed inherited much through Heraclitus, and Christianity through Judaism. The kindred doctrines of Buddhism and Sinism present themselves to our view in Christianity and the Sermon on the Mount,
and in Stoicism through the discourses of Epictetus. Individuals in either camp were also influenced in varying degrees by a wave of feeling in favor of asceticism and resignation, which spread over the whole Greco-Roman world about this time, resulting from exaggerated attention being paid to the individual consciousness at the cost of social and political life. We should therefore endeavor to keep our eyes steadily fixed on the essential features of Stoicism, rather than on its details, and inquire how these were regarded by Christian teachers in successive generations. 457. A starting point is obviously afforded us by the speech of St. Paul upon Mars's Hill, in which he accepts a verse from the Stoic poet Aratus as a text upon which to proclaim the fatherhood of God. This Stoic doctrine, like many others to which he refers in his writings, is treated by Paul as embodying an elementary truth, and as a starting point for fuller knowledge. From any other point of view, philosophy is regarded as a snare and an imposture. A generation later, we find that the editor of the Fourth Gospel boldly places the Stoic version of the history of creation in the forefront of his work. Later on in the 2nd century, we find the doctrines of the double nature of the Christ and of the variety inherent in the deity becoming incorporated in technical Stoic forms as part of a defined Christian creed. From whatever point we regard the Stoic influence, it appears during this period as an increasing force. We shall speak of it here as the Stoic strain in Christianity, meaning by this that a certain attitude of the intellect and sympathies first developed in Stoicism found for itself a home in early Christianity. That men, Stoics by inheritance or training, joined the church not simply as disciples, but to a large extent as teachers also. This point of view can perhaps best be explained by a sketch of the development of Christian doctrine as it might be regarded by fair-minded Stoics, attached to the principles of their philosophy, but suspicious of its close relations with the religion of the state, and ready to welcome any new system which might appeal to their reason as well as to their moral sense. 458. A Stoic of the time of Vespasian, AD 69–79, might well be supposed to be made acquainted with the beginnings of Christianity by some Christian friend. The story he would hear would take the form of one of those oral Gospels which are now generally supposed to have preceded the shaping of the Gospels of our New Testament, and to have corresponded generally to the common parts of the first 3 Gospels and some of the narratives of the 4th. He would thus learn that the founder was a Jew named Jesus, the son of Joseph, a carpenter of Nazareth. This Jesus had in his childhood sat at the feet of the philosophic rabbis of Jerusalem, and had learnt from them to interpret the documents of Hebraism, the law and the prophets, in the sense of the world religions, and by the principle of allegorism to give a new and true meaning to such parts of them as seemed obsolete or incredible. Upon reaching manhood, he had been shocked to find that the general body of the Pharisees, to which his teachers belonged, was far more interested in maintaining prejudices of race and class than in boldly proclaiming principles of worldwide application, and that whilst freely avowing their own opinions amongst friends, they held it indiscreet to reveal them to the crowd. After a period of prolonged reflection and inward struggle, he resolved on coming forward as a teacher in his own name. 459. At this point, our Stoic would assuredly be impressed by the strength and force of character displayed in the preaching of the young Jesus, and would so far be disposed to rank him with Socrates and with Zeno. In the content of Jesus' teaching, he would at once recognize some of the prominent characteristics of Zeno's republic. For Jesus too spoke of a model state, calling it the kingdom of heaven. And in this state, men of all nations were to find a place. Not only the ceremonies of the old Hebrew religion, its sacrifices and its Sabbaths were to be superseded. The temple itself at Jerusalem was to cease to be a place of worship. The social and economic system of the Jewish people was to be remodeled. The rich were to be swept away, and the poor to enter into their inheritance. Men's prayers were no longer to be offered to the God of Abraham, but to the Father in heaven, surrounded by spirits like those of Percism, the name, the will, the kingdom, the glory, and the majesty. But Jesus also spoke, after the Persian fashion, of rewards for the good and the wicked in a future existence might interest our Stoic less, but would not be inconsistent with the traditions of his own sect. 460. Whilst recognizing this strength of character and sympathizing generally with the gospel message, our Stoic could not fail to observe that the Christian tradition did not claim for the founder the imperturbable calm which the wise man should under all circumstances possess. From time to time his spirit was troubled, sometimes by anger, as when he denounced in turn the Pharisees, the scribes, and the traders in the temple, sometimes by pity, as when he wept over Jerusalem, by fear, as in the Garden of Gethsemane, then again by shame, as in the meeting with the woman taken in adultery, and even by hilarity, as when he participated in the marriage revels at Cana. Yet perhaps, taking the character as a whole, a Stoic would not be surprised that the disciples should remember only the sweetness, the patience, and the perseverance of their master, that they should account him a perfect man, attributing his faults to the weakness of the body and not to any taint of soul, and finally, that they should accept him as their Lord and their God. For all these points of view, without being specifically Stoic, find some kind of recognition within Stoicism itself. 461. But as our inquirer proceeded to trace the history of Christianity after its founder's death, he would soon find the beginnings of division within the Christian body. He would learn, for instance, that the Christians of Jerusalem, who even during their master's lifetime had been puzzled by his condemnation of Hebrew traditions, had quickly relapsed upon his death into the ways of thinking to which in their childhood they had been accustomed. They had become once more Hebrews and even ardent advocates of an obsolete ceremonialism, and in this respect they seemed entirely to have forgotten the teaching of their founder. But their allegiance to his person was unshakable, and they cherished the conviction that during the lifetime of most of them, he would rejoin them and establish that earthly kingdom which in their hearts they had never ceased to covet. In view of this imminent revolution, quite as much as out of respect for the teaching of the Sermon on the Mount, they encouraged their members to spend their savings on immediate necessities and soon fell into dire poverty. To Christianity as an intellectual system they contributed nothing. Little children at heart, they were content to live in a perfect affection one towards another, and their miserable circumstances were cheered by visions of angels and a sense of their master's continual presence. From this company, our Stoic might easily turn aside as from a band of ignorant fanatics, displaying the same simplicity and conservatism as the idol worshippers of Rome, with the added mischief of being disloyal towards the majesty of the empire and a possible danger to its security. 462. In startling contrast to this band of simple-minded brethren would appear the Christian propagandists whose temper is revealed to us in the latter part of the book of Acts, in the epistles of Paul, the first epistle of Peter, and the epistle to the Hebrews. These fiery preachers, equally attached to the name of their Lord, might appear to have been singularly indifferent to his person and his history, and even to have paid little heed to the details of his teaching as recorded in the oral Gospels. But they were entirely possessed by his secret, the transmutation of Hebraism into a world religion, and they had an ardent desire to present it to the Roman world in a form that would win intellectual assent. Into this effort they threw their whole personality, all the conceptions which filled their minds, some of them childish and common to them with uncivilized peoples, others derived from Jewish tradition or Hellenistic philosophy, were crudely but forcibly fused in the determination to present the Christ to the world as the solution of its difficulties and the center of its hopes. The outpourings of these men were as unintelligible and unsympathetic to the fraternity at Jerusalem as they are to the average churchgoer today, only breaking out here and there into the flame of clear expression when at last some long-sought conception had been grasped. Of such preachers St. Paul is for us the type, and we may describe them as the Paulists. Paul himself is self-assertive in tone, as a man may be who feels himself misunderstood and misjudged in his own circle. But an ardent Stoic might well have recognized in him a kindred spirit, an intellect grappling boldly with the supreme problems and laying the foundations of a new philosophy of life. 463. Paul was a man of Jewish descent, intensely proud of his nationality, but nevertheless brought up in the city of Tarsus, which had for centuries been a center of Hellenistic philosophy of every type, and more especially of Stoicism. This philosophy is to Paul's mind entirely inadequate and even dangerous,
Nevertheless, he is steeped in Stoic ways of thinking, which are continually asserting themselves in his teaching, without being formally recognized by him as such. Thus, the universe, cosmos, which to the Stoic includes everything with which he is concerned, and in particular the subject matter of religion, becomes with Paul the world, that out of which and above which the Christian rises to the eternal or spiritual life. Yet this contrast is not final, and whether or not the Pauline spirit is derived from the Stoic pneuma, the Pauline system, as it is elaborated in detail, increasingly accommodates itself to that of the Stoics. Our supposed inquirer would examine the points both of likeness and of contrast. 464. The teaching of Paul was, like that of the Stoics, positive and dogmatic. He accepted unquestioningly the evidence of the senses as trustworthy, without troubling himself as to the possibility of hallucinations, from which nevertheless his circle was not free. He also accepted the theory of inborn ideas, that is, of moral principles engraved upon the heart. And for the faculty of the soul which realizes such principles, he uses the special term conscience, syneidesis, conscience being described, with a correct sense of etymology and possibly a touch of humor, as that within a man which becomes a second witness to what the man says. From another point of view, the conscience is the divine spirit at work in the human spirit. Closely associated with conscience in the Pauline system is faith, pistis, a faculty of the soul which properly has to do with things not as they are, but as we mean them to be. The Stoic logic had failed to indicate clearly how from the knowledge of the universe as it is, men could find a basis for their hopes and efforts for its future. The missing criterion is supplied by the Paulist doctrine of faith, which may also be paradoxically described as the power always to say, yes. The fraternity at Jerusalem appear to have been alarmed not so much at the principle of faith as at the manner in which St. Paul used it to enforce his own doctrines. We find them by way of contrast asserting the academic position that none of us are infallible. We may here notice that the next generation of Christians again brought the theory of faith into harmony with Stoic principles, by explaining that the power of knowing the right is strictly dependent upon right action. 465. In their metaphysical postulates, the Paulists started, like all ancient philosophers, with the contrast between soul and body, but this they transformed into that between spirit and flesh. To them, the spirit included the whole message of Christianity, the flesh, the doctrine and practice of the Gentile world. The terms themselves were in use in the oral gospel, but the Paulists developed the content of spirit until it included a whole world of conceptions, encircling and interfused with the world of sense experience. But Paul did not desire that this spiritual world should be regarded as wanting in reality, or as a mere product of the imagination, and to express this objectivity of spirit, he adopted the Stoic term, body. Body then expresses the underlying monistic principle of all nature, and we may say spirit body exists with the same confidence with which we speak of animal body or flesh body. There has been a flesh body of Jesus. With that, we have no more concern. There exists eternally a spirit body of Christ. From that his church draws its life. The Christian feeds upon the spirit of his master, but in paradoxical phrase we may say that he eats his body and drinks his blood. What is not body has no real existence at all. 466. St. Paul in his letters appears entirely lacking in that reverent feeling towards the physical universe, that admiration for sun, moon and stars, which marked the earlier world religions, and which he perhaps associated with Babylonian idolatry. As we have seen, he only used the Stoic term for universe in disapproval, and yet the conception of the history of the universe was deeply impressed upon the Paulists, and almost precisely in Stoic form. God the Father is the beginning of all things. From him they come, and to him they shall all return. From the Father went forth an image of him, his firstborn Son, his Word, the Christ. By this he created the world, and for this the world exists. By a further outpouring of the divine Spirit, men are created with the capacity of becoming the images or bodily representations of God and his Son. To this general doctrine, individual Paulists add special features. St. Paul himself introduces woman as a fourth order of creation, an image or vessel bearing the same relation to man as man to Christ. And a writer,
of distinctly later date, seems to refer not only to the creation of the elements, but also to their coming destruction by the conflagration. Of the creation of the animals, no notice is taken. 467. From this theory of creation, it would seem to follow as a consequence that the world is inhabited by the deity and is essentially good. This is the Stoic doctrine, and it is accepted boldly by Paul. God dwells in the universe and the universe in him. Man is not in the strict sense an individual, for apart from God he does not exist at all. But there nevertheless remains the fact of the existence of evil, both physical and moral, in apparent defiance of the divine will. Here too the Paulists agree with Stoic teaching. They hold that evil serves a moral purpose as a training in virtue, that God turns evil to his own purpose, so that in the final issue all things are working together for good, that God is active through his word in restoring a unity that has been for a time broken. Neither can man shift onto his maker the responsibility for his own wrongdoing, that is, as Cleanthes had taught before, the work of men following out their own ways in accordance with some bias which is in conflict with their divine origin. In spite of all this common ground, Paul maintains with at least equal emphasis doctrines of a gloomier type. The universe, as it is evil. Its rulers are the powers of darkness. St. Paul by no means put out of sight, as the Stoics did, the doctrine of an evil spirit. On the contrary, this conception dominates his mind and multiplies itself in it. Sin in particular is in his eyes more widespread, more hideous, more dangerous than it is to the Stoic philosopher. To this point, we must revert later. 468. With regard to religious belief and practice, we are here using the word religion in the narrower sense, as in the previous chapter on this subject. Paul was in the first place a monotheist, and addresses his prayers and praises alike to the Father in heaven and to him alone. At the same time, he does not regard the deity as dwelling in a world apart. He is to be worshipped in and through the Christ, who is the point of contact between him and humanity. From the ceremonial practices of Hebraism, all the Paulists break away completely. Its bloody sacrifices take away no sin. The solemn rite of circumcision is nothing in itself, and in practice it is an impediment to the acceptance of Christ. The disposition to observe days and seasons, Sabbaths and new moons, is a matter for serious alarm. In place of this, ritualism is to be substituted a worship according to reason, which is in close agreement with Stoic practice. To think rightly of the deity, to give thanks to him, to honor him by an innocent life, is well-pleasing to God. And the writings of Paul, like those of Epictetus, include many a hymn of praise, and show us the existence at this time of the beginnings of a great body of religious poetry. 469. In the analysis of human nature, Paul again started from the Stoic basis. In the first place, he recognized the fundamental unity of the man as a compacted whole. Subject to this monism, he recognized three parts: the spirit, the animal life, and the flesh. Of these, only the two extremes, the spirit and the flesh, are usually mentioned, but these do not strictly correspond to the traditional distinction of soul and body. The soul, psyche, anima, is that which man has in common with the animals. The spirit, pneuma, spiritus, is that which he has in common with God. Where therefore only two parts are mentioned, the soul and the flesh must be considered both to be included under the name flesh. Soul and flesh are peculiar to the individual man. Spirit is the common possession of the deity and of all men. Thus, God and man share in the spiritual nature and become partners in an aspect of the universe from which animals, plants, and stones are definitely excluded. The spirit of St. Paul therefore corresponds closely to the principate of the Stoics. And though the Christian apostle does not lay the same emphasis on its intellectual aspect, he fully recognizes that the spiritual life is true wisdom, and its perversion, folly, and darkness. 470. From this analysis of human nature, Paul approaches the central doctrine of the Christian community, that of the resurrection of its founder. To the simple-minded fraternity at Jerusalem, the resurrection of Jesus was a marvel, an interference with the orderly course of divine providence, a proof of the truth of the gospel message. Jesus has returned to his disciples in the body as he lived. He has again departed, but before this generation has passed away, he will return to stay with them and establish his kingdom. To St. Paul, all this is different. He accepts implicitly the fact of the resurrection, but as typical, not as abnormal. As Christ has risen, so will his followers rise. But Christ lives in the Spirit. By their intrinsic nature, neither the flesh body nor the soul body can become immortal. And in the Spirit, Christ's followers are joined with him and will be more fully joined when they are rid of the burden of the flesh. This continued existence is no mere fancy. It is real, objective, and, in philosophical language, bodily. Though by the creation all men have some share in the divine spirit, yet immortality, at any rate in the full sense, is the privilege of the faithful only. It is won, not inherited. Paul does not venture to suggest that human individuality and personality are retained in the life beyond. He draws no picture of the reunion of preacher and disciple, of husband and wife, or of mother and child. It is enough for him to believe that he will be reunited with the glorified Christ and be in some sense a member of the heavenly community. 471. On its philosophical side, the Paulist view of immortality is closely akin to the Stoic and is exposed to the same charge of logical inconsistency. If the whole man is one, how can we cut off the flesh body and the soul body from this unity, and yet maintain that the spirit body is not also destroyed? To meet this difficulty, St. Paul, in one of his grandest outbursts of conviction, propounds the doctrine of seeds, closely connected with the Stoic doctrine of seed powers, spermatikoi logoi, and with the general principles of biological science as now understood. This seed is the true reality in man. It may throw off both soul and flesh and assume to itself a new body, as a tree from which the branches are lopped off will throw out new branches. Thus, and not otherwise, was Christ raised, and as Christ was raised, so will his followers be raised. Man is not in any final sense a unit. As the race is continued by the breaking off of the seed from the individual, so is the spirit life won by the abandonment of soul and flesh. 472. At this point we are brought face to face with a very old paradox, that life is death, and death is life. What is commonly called life is that of the soul and the flesh, which the animals share, and which may mean the atrophy of man's higher part. On the other hand, death has no power over the life of the spirit, which is therefore called eternal life, or life of the ages. To enter upon this eternal life is the very kernel of the gospel message. In the language of philosophy, it is the bridge between physics and ethics. Although the steps by which it is reached can be most clearly traced in the Pauline epistles, yet the general conclusion was accepted by the whole Christian Church. From this point of view, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, by virtue of their communion with God, are still alive. He who holds his life dear loses it, and he who makes it of no account keeps it to the life of the ages. He who listens to the teaching of Jesus and believes in the Father who sent him has passed over out of death into life. 473. From the doctrine of eternal life follow the first principles of morals. Eternal life is the moral end, telos, or summum bonum. The spirit is everything, the act nothing. Good lies in the intention, not in the performance. We are saved by faith, not by works. Therefore all taboos fall away. To the pure everything is pure. In its own nature no food is impure. But if people regard any food as impure, to them it is. Our ungraceful parts come to have a more abundant grace. Everything that God has created is good. And because God and all men share in one spirit, all men are fellow citizens in the cosmopolis. To this St. Paul sacrifices all personal advantages of which otherwise he might be justly proud. His Hebrew descent, his free citizenship in the Roman Empire, and even his standing in sex above an inferior part of the creation. The spiritual condition is expressed in terms of certain emotional attitudes which correspond to the three Stoic constancies. The details vary, but love, joy, peace, gentleness, and sweet reasonableness are frequently recurring terms, whilst faith, hope, and love are recommended in one passage of the highest eloquence. Love, agape caritas, being given the highest place of all. 474. In the treatment of the virtues and vices, we miss the familiar series of the four virtues, though three of them find a place here or there in some more elaborate list. The vices are treated with much more fullness. Those connected with the sexual relations and functions are invariably the first to be condemned. Incest, adultery, harlotry, foul conversation are named in almost every list. Next in importance are ill-feeling and quarrelsomeness. Heavy drinking comes after these. More upon Stoic lines is the reproof of excessive grief. The necessity of steady progress is strongly pressed, and the term used, prokope, is that with which we are familiar in Greek philosophy. In all the Paulist writers, there is also incessant insistence upon the importance of the regular performance of daily duties. Experience not only of the disasters which befell the church at Jerusalem, but also of similar tendencies nearer at hand, had impressed deeply on Paul the insufficiency of moral teaching which relied on general principles and emotional feeling only, especially if such teaching, as in the Sermon on the Mount, was mainly negative. The Paulists at any rate set forth, almost in a fixed form, a body of instructions to serve the community as a whole, and social rather than ethical in nature. This teaching follows closely the Stoic teaching of the same period, and is based upon the relationships, schisses, such as those of king and subject, master and slave, husband and wife, parent and child. It is conservative in character, advocating kindness, contentment, and zeal in social relations as they exist. Thus, whilst we recognize the spirit of Zeno in the Sermon on the Mount, we find that of Panaetius in the Pauliist discourses, 475. As against the Stoic sage, the Paulists set up as their ideal the saint, and used all the resources of eloquence in his commendation. He is the true king and priest. Even if he is a beggar, he is surpassingly rich. He alone, though a slave, is free. On the other hand, the sinner is always a slave. Even his good acts are without real value. All such phrases would be familiar to our Stoic inquirer, but perhaps he might be specially impressed by finding once more the doctrine of the sufficiency of virtue amongst the Christians. The term is indeed altered, but it bears the same meaning as regards independence of wealth, health, and liberty, though with more emphasis upon support from a divine source. 476. It is generally agreed that in the writings of St. Paul there is displayed a special sense of shame and horror in speaking of sin, which entirely differentiates his teaching from that of the Stoics. This difference, however, cannot be due to St. Paul treating sin as defiance towards a loving Father, for this view was also that of Cleanthes and the Stoics generally, and Paul's horror of sin depends on no reasoning, but is felt by him as instinctive. It remains to add that our Stoic inquirer would find an apparent conflict between this instinct and Paul's reasoning. The sin of which St. Paul finds it a shame even to speak is sexual, and so far as it consists in abnormal social habits, such as those relations between persons of the same sex which had found excuse in the classical world, the Stoic would at once agree that these practices were against nature and were unseemly. Again, the marriage of near relations, though not against nature in the sense in which nature is illustrated by the animal world, is still opposed to so deep-seated a social tradition as to merit instinctive condemnation. But the instincts of St. Paul go far deeper. The marriage relation is to him at the best a concession to human frailty, and falls short of the ideal. Nor is this merely a personal view of Paul. It is deeply impressed upon the consciousness of the whole Christian Church. How, it would be asked, can this be reconciled with the abolition of the taboo, with the principle that all things are pure, or even with the obvious purpose of the Creator when he created mankind male and female? 477. It would seem that here we have touched a fundamental point in the historical development of the moral sentiments. The sexual taboos are the most primitive and deeply seated in human history. From this point of view, woman is by nature impure, the sex functions which play so large a part in her mature life being to the savage both dangerous and abhorrent. Hence the view, so strongly held by St. Paul, that woman as a part of the creation is inferior to man. But man too becomes by his sex functions impure, though for shorter periods, and by union with woman lowers himself to her level. Hence the unconquerable repugnance of St. Paul to the sexual relation under any conditions whatever,
a repugnance which reason and religion keep within limits, but which yet always breaks out afresh in his writings. Hence also he assumes as unquestionable the natural unseemliness of the sexual parts of the body, in all these points not going beyond feelings which are today as keen as ever, though no philosopher has found it easy to justify them. But in certain points St. Paul outpaces the general feeling and shows himself an extreme reactionary against the philosophic doctrines which he shared with the Stoic. He extends his dislike, in accordance with the most primitive taboo, to woman's hair. He desires the subordination of woman to man to be marked in her outward appearance, and he forbids women to speak in the general meetings of church members. 478. This intense feeling on the part of St. Paul required, as his writings assume, no justification. It was therefore an inherited feeling, as familiar to many an Oriental as it is usually strange and unsympathetic to the ancient and modern European. It appears also to be rooted in Hebrew tradition. For if we are at liberty to interpret the myth of Adam and Eve by the parallel of Yama and Yami in the Rig Veda, the fall of man was nothing else than the first marriage, in which Eve was the suitor and Adam the accomplice. In the dramatic poem of the Rig Veda, Yama corresponds to the Hebrew Adam, his sister Yami to Eve. Yami yearns to become the mother of the human race. Yama shudders at the impiety of a sister's embrace. Zeno had already conceived the world problem in much the same shape, but to the Oriental it is more than a problem of cosmology. It is the fundamental opposition of sex attitude. The woman who longs for the family affections against the man who seeks an ideal purity. In Genesis, the prohibition of the apple appears at first sight colorless, yet the meaning is hardly obscure. After touching the forbidden fruit, man and woman first feel the shame of nakedness, and Eve is punished by the coming pains of childbearing and a rank below her husband's. Nonetheless, she has her wish, for she becomes the mother of all living. It is hard to think that Paul, who always traces human sin back to the offense of Adam, and finds it most shamelessly displayed in the sex relationships of his own time, could have conceived of the fall in any very different way. 479. According then to a point of view which we believe to be latent in all the teaching of Paul on the subject of sin, the original taint lay in procreation, and through the begetting of children has passed on from one generation of mankind to another. Through the succession from Adam, all men become dead. As an ethical standpoint, this position is very alien from Stoicism. With the Stoic, it is a first law of nature which bids all men seek for the continuance of the race. With the Apostle, the same yearning leads them to enter the pathway of death. It would lead us too far to attempt here to discuss this profound moral problem, which has deeply influenced the whole history of the Christian Church. We are, however, greatly concerned with the influence of this sentiment on Pauline doctrine. For it follows that in order to attain to a true moral or spiritual life, man needs a new begetting and a new birth. He must become a son of God through the outpouring of his Spirit. This is one of the most familiar of Pauline conceptions, and for us it is easy to link it on to the Stoico-Pauline account of the creation, according to which man was in the first instance created through the Word of God and endowed with his Spirit. But to the community at Jerusalem, all conceptions of this kind appear to have been hardly intelligible, and tended to aggravate the deep distrust of the teachings and methods of St. Paul and his companions, which was rooted in his disregard of national tradition. 480. This difference of mental attitude soon broke out into an open quarrel. So much was inevitable, and the fact that the quarrel is recorded at length in the texts from which we are quoting is one of the strongest evidences of their general accuracy. The Christians at Jerusalem formed themselves into a nationalist party. They claimed that all the brothers should be in the first instance conformists to Hebrew institutions. Paul went up to Jerusalem, eager to argue the matter with men of famous name. He was disillusioned, as is so often the traveller who returns after trying experiences and much mental growth to the home to which his heart still clings. Peter and the others had no arguments to meet Paul's. He could learn nothing from them. They had not even a consistent practice. At first, Paul's moral sense was outraged. He publicly rebuked Peter as double-faced. After a little time, he realized that he had met with children. He remembered that he had once thought and acted in the same way. Jews in heart, the home apostles still talked of marvels,
still yearned for the return of Jesus in the flesh. A philosophic religion was as much beyond their grasp as a consistent morality. Through a simple-minded application of the doctrines of the Sermon on the Mount, they had slipped into deep poverty. They were ready to give Paul full recognition in return for charitable help. This was not refused them, but to his other teaching Paul now added a chapter on pecuniary independence, and in his old age he left to his successors warnings against old wives' fables and Jewish legends.
481. Thus, for the first time, the forces of mythology within the Christian church clashed with those of philosophy. For the moment, Paul appeared to be the victor. He won the formal recognition of the church, with full authority to continue his preaching on the understanding that it was primarily directed to the Gentile world. External events were also unfavorable to the Hebraists. The destruction of Jerusalem deprived them of their local center. The failure of Jesus to reappear in the flesh within the lifetime of his companions disappointed them of their most cherished hope. But their sentiments and thoughts remained to a great extent unchanged. To Paul they gave their respect, to Peter their love, and the steady tradition of the Christian church has confirmed this judgment. No saint has been so loved as Peter. To none have so many churches been dedicated by the affectionate instinct of the many. Whilst even the dominant position of Paul in the sacred canon has hardly secured him much more than formal recognition, except by the learned. So again it was with Paul's teaching. Formally recognized as orthodox, it remained misunderstood and unappreciated. It was even rapidly converted into that mythological form to which Paul himself was so fiercely opposed. 482. This divergence of view is illustrated most strikingly in the two doctrines, which for both parties were the cardinal points of Christian belief: the divine nature of the founder and his resurrection. On the latter point, the standpoint of the Hebraists is sufficiently indicated by the tradition of the Gospels, all of which emphatically record as a decisive fact that the body of Jesus was not found in his grave on the third day. To the Paulists, this point is entirely irrelevant, and they pass it by unmentioned. To Paul again, the man Jesus was of human and natural birth, born of the posterity of David, born of a woman, born subject to the law. In his aspect as the Christ he was, as his followers were to be, begotten of the Spirit and born anew. His statement as to descent from David, which hardly means more than that he was of Jewish race, was crystallized by the mythologists in two formal genealogies, which disagree so entirely in detail that they have always been the despair of verbal apologists, but agree in tracing the pedigree through Joseph to Jesus. The phrase, begotten of the Spirit, was interpreted with equal literalness, but the Marvel lovers were for a time puzzled to place the Spirit in the family relationship. In the first instance, the Spirit seems to have been identified with the mother of Jesus, but the misunderstanding of a Hebrew word which does not necessarily connote physical virginity assisted to fix the function of fatherhood upon the divine parent. The antipathy to the natural process of procreation which we have traced in St. Paul himself, and which was surely not less active amongst many of the Hebraists, has contributed to raise this materialization of a philosophic tenet to a high place amongst the formal dogmas of historic Christianity. 483. But if the tendency to myth-making was still alive in the Christian church, that in the direction of philosophy had become self-confident and active, the Paulists had taken the measure of their former opponents. They felt themselves superior in intellectual and moral vigor, and they knew that they had won this superiority by contact with the Gentile world. More than before, they applied themselves to plead the cause of the Christ before the Gentiles, but the storm and stress of the Pauline epistles gave way in time to a serene atmosphere in which the truths of Stoicism were more generously acknowledged. A Stoic visitor of the reign of Trajan would meet in Christian circles the attitude represented to us by the fourth Gospel, in which the problem of the Christ nature stands to the front and is treated on consistently Stoic lines. St. Paul had spoken of Jesus as, "For us a wisdom which is from God," and had asserted that from the beginning he had the nature of God. His successors declared frankly that Christ was the Logos, the Word, and in place of the myth of the virgin birth, they deliberately set in the beginning of their account of Christ the foundation principles of Stoic physics and the Paulist account of the spiritual procreation of all Christians. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God,
and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him, and apart from him, nothing that exists came into being. To all who have received him, to them, that is, to those who trust in his name, he has given the privilege of becoming children of God, who were begotten as such not by human descent, nor through an impulse of their own nature, nor through the will of a human father, but from God. And the Word came in the flesh, and lived for a time in our midst, so that we saw his glory, the glory as of the Father's only Son, sent from his presence. He was full of grace and truth. The Stoic character of this teaching is no longer latent, but proclaimed, and the Church Fathers recognized this in no doubtful terms. 484. During the whole of the 2nd century AD, men trained in Stoic principles crowded into the Christian community. Within it, they felt they had a special work to do in building up Christian doctrine so that it might face all storms of criticism. This effort gradually took the shape of schools modeled upon those of the philosophic sects. Such a school was founded by an ex-Stoic named Pantaenus at Alexandria in 181 AD, and his successors Clemens of Alexandria, OBC 215 AD, and Origenes, c. 186 to 253 AD, specially devoted themselves to developing the theory of the divine nature upon Stoic lines. Not all the particulars they suggested were accepted by the general feeling of the Christian body, but from the discussion was developed gradually the ecclesiastical doctrine of the Trinity. The elements of this doctrine have been already traced in St. Paul's epistles, in which the dominating conceptions are those of God the Father, the Christ, and the Divine Spirit. For these, in the next generation, we find the Father, the Word, and the Spirit. And the last term of the triad becomes increasingly identified with the Holy Spirit of Stoicism. But these three conceptions, with others, are in Stoic doctrine varying names or aspects of the divine unity. Seneca, for instance, had written in the following tone, "To whatever country we are banished, two things go with us, our part in the starry heavens above, and the world around, our sole right in the moral instincts of our own hearts." Such is the gift to us of the supreme power which shaped the universe. That power we sometimes call the all-ruling God, sometimes the incorporeal wisdom which is the creator of mighty works, sometimes the divine spirit which spreads through things great and small with duly strung tone, sometimes destiny, or the changeless succession of causes linked one to another. Here the larger variety of terms used by the early Stoic teachers is reduced to four aspects of the first cause, namely God, the Word, the divine spirit, and destiny. The Christian writers struck out from the series the fourth member, and the doctrine of the Trinity was there. Its stiff formulation for school purposes in the shape "these three are one" has given it the appearance of a paradox. But to persons conversant with philosophic terminology, such a phrase was almost commonplace and is indeed found in various associations. The subsequent conversion of the members of the triad into three persons introduced a simplification which is only apparent, for the doctrine must always remain meaningless except as a typical solution of the old problem of the one and the many, carried up to the level of ultimate being. 485. In the ages that have since followed, mythology and philosophy have been at work side by side within the Christian Church. At no time had Christians of philosophic temperament entirely thrown off the belief in marvels, and this in increasing degree infected the whole Hellenistic world from the 2nd century onwards. But this spirit of concession proved no sure protection to men who, after all, were guilty of thinking. It was substantially on this ground that the first persecutions began within the Church. Demetrius, Bishop of Alexandria, circa 230 AD, excommunicated Origen and obtained the support of the great majority of the Christian churches for his action. Still, Origen steadily held his ground and has found advocates in all ages of Christian history. Throughout the Dark Ages, philosophical thought lay almost extinguished, and a childish credulity attained such monstrous dimensions as to threaten the very existence of social life. In the ecclesiastical chronicles of the Middle Ages, miracles are so frequent that the orderly course of nature seems the exception. Angels and devils are so many that men are almost forgotten. To these hallucinations and fictions of the monastery, so deservedly ridiculed in the Ingoldsby legends,
The practical experience of daily life must always have supplied some corrective. The swollen claim of faith to say yes to every absurdity had to be met by the reassertion of criticism, the right to say no. The Reformation, at the cost of infinite effort and sacrifice, swept away the miracles of the saints. Modern criticism has spared none of the marvels of the Old Testament and is beginning to lay its axe to the root of those of the New. Every day, the conviction that miracles do not happen gains ground amongst intelligent communities. That is, in philosophic language, the dualism of God and nature is being absorbed in the wider monism according to which God and nature are one. 486. As the credit of Christian mythology diminishes, the philosophic content of the new religion is regaining its authority. The doctrine of the spiritual life has not yet lost its freshness or its power, but the more closely it is examined, the more clearly will it be seen that it is rooted in the fundamental Stoic conceptions of providence and duty, and that, in the history of the Christian Church, it is specially bound up with the life and writings of the Apostle Paul. It is not suggested that the sketch of Christian teaching contained in this chapter is in any way a complete or even a well-proportioned view of the Christian faith, for we have necessarily thrown into the background those elements of the new religion which are drawn from Judaism or from the personality of the founder. Nor have we found in Paul a Stoic philosopher. It remains for a more direct and profound study to determine which of the forces which stirred his complex intellect most exactly represents his true and final convictions. No man, at any rate, ever admitted more frankly the conflict both of moral and of intellectual cravings within himself. No man ever cautioned his followers more carefully against accepting all his words as final. With these reservations, we may perhaps venture to join in the hopes of a recent writer who was endowed with no small prophetic insight. The doctrine of Paul will arise out of the tomb where for centuries it has lain buried. It will edify the church of the future. It will have the consent of happier generations, the applause of less superstitious ages. All will be too little to pay the debt which the Church of God owes to this least of the apostles who was not fit to be called an apostle because he persecuted the Church of God. 487. When that day comes, it will be recognized that Stoicism is something more than what the Church Fathers meant when they described it as part of the preparation of the gospel. That it may rather be regarded as forming an integral part of the Christian message, or, as it has been recently called, a root of Christianity. If this view is correct, Stoicism is not dead, nor will it die. Whether it is correct or not, the study of Stoicism is essential to the full understanding of the Christian religion, as also to that of many other fundamental conceptions of our modern life. Still, the Christian churches celebrate yearly in quick succession the twin festivals of Pentecost and Trinity, in which the groundwork of the Stoic physics is set forth for acceptance by the faithful in its Christian garb. Whilst the scientific world has lately in hot haste abandoned the atomic theory as a final explanation of the universe, and is busy in re-establishing in all its essentials the Stoic doctrine of an all-pervading ether. In the practical problems of statesmanship and private life, we are at present too often drifting like a ship without a rudder, guided only by the mirages of convention, childishly alarmed at the least investigation of first principles, till the most numerous classes are in open revolt against a civilization which makes no appeal to their reason, and a whole sex is fretting against a subordination which seems to subserve no clearly defined purpose. In this part of philosophy, we may at least say that Stoicism has stated clearly the chief problems and has begun to pave a road towards their solution. But that solution will not be found in the refinements of logical discussion. Of supreme importance is the force of character which can at the right moment say yes or say no. In this sense also, and not by any more mechanical interpretation, we understand the words of the founder of Christianity. Let your language be yes, yes, or no, no. Anything in excess of this comes from the evil one. To the simple and the straightforward, who trust themselves because they trust a power higher than themselves, the future belongs. The end. Thank you for listening. Have a wonderful day.